watching on Twitch, then, well, don't do anything. Stay where you are. If you are watching on YouTube, though, this will be the end of part 1. Part 2 should be live. Jump over there and join us. Stay with us. Keep the irritation going, which will be me and Paul for the next hour. Right, Paul?
Yeah, something like that. Absolutely.
Exactly. Hello, welcome. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, been sitting back watching this after streaming my own stream this morning, and yeah, been enjoying the show so far, and plenty of action, plenty for us to talk about in this one. And it's good to see that in iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, which, by the way, I think I worked it out, 2017 was my debut in the commentary box for this event. For once, we actually have fights for top 3 positions, even at the quarter stage of the race. Normally, it's all spread out, and there's not a lot for us to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty for us to talk about in this, Paul. I don't know if you've been. I know you're a busy man. Have you been able to keep up with any of the ongoings of the race thus far?
Well, yeah, I've been the last sort of 3 hours or so. I've been watching this whilst having something to eat, getting myself ready, but also thankfully we have our sheet to keep us up to date as well with any sort of incidents, and also the recaps that have been happening, produced by Will Vincent, who's going to be joining us in about an hour's time in the commentary box. So yeah, it's been helpful, real good piece of information gathering for me to step into the booth here and then not know anything.
Exactly. Well, to be fair, I've been on this broadcast for 4 of the first 6 hours, and I still don't know what's going on. No, I have had a couple of flick throughs the Will Vincent, what he's been doing with the updates. They're very good. So if you need to know, they're always posted in the. Particularly, I've noticed them in the YouTube chat. Keeps posting in there as to when the new ones are out, the new updates are out. Obviously, to keep us in the mix, and you can flick back through and see all the previous ones and see exactly what's been happening throughout this race, because it has been quite a lot. I'm not sure I'm going to do a rundown just yet, because I'm still waiting for a couple to come into the pit lane. But the important bit, though, is that race lead in GTP is legit. It now becomes a Williams Esports 1-2, courtesy of the Fanatec car, getting past Sebastian Job. There's Arthur Lehouk retaking over second position, courtesy of awkwardness in traffic, and Sebastian Job dives his way into pit lane. That's one of the pit stops we were expecting. Of course, we're still waiting for the 2 Williams Esports to come in, but that gap for the race lead is legit. 30 seconds. It'll probably be close to 25 back to Charlie Collins or the VRS commander anyway. Enormous race lead for the Brorange Beast.
Oh, they've just been unstoppable, haven't they? I think it's this livery. I think just everybody that they're coming up to lap is just, it's nice and bright for everyone to see. You know, how many cars do we see in the world of motorsport which are a combination of red, black and white? It seems to be the sort of these go-to colours for motorsport. But yeah, just seeing that copper colour really popping out, and seeing that in your mirror certainly helps people be able to move out the way. It's a little bit like the old Ayrton Senna Dayglow yellow helmet effect. They see that in the mirror and it's out the way. Yep, you go through, mate.
Why do you think I always will see them onto pit lane? Why do you think I always, when I was doing touring car racing, I always made sure that I had a distinct amount of my driver colour on the front of the car, which was lime green. So it would always have a lime green bit with wing mirrors. It would have a bit on the splitter, something on the roof, so that when you look in your mirrors and it was me, you would see just a lot of lime green. And it's because I wanted to make sure that when I was behind you and I made a dive, you could get out of the way. But I was normally a good boy behind the wheel, so I didn't do that bad.
Driver change for your GTP leader. So Marina Sarika's jumping into the car now for a few stints. So job done for the time being for Ati Kauppinen. And into the car comes Moreno, the Italian. So will be full service for them on pit road. So interested to see how quickly Moreno gets up to pace up at the front, but at least he had that little bit of comfort gap.
Yeah, indeed. Moreno Manuel Sarica into the car. So very curious to see how they're going to do. Straight out of the car onto the racetrack, and we'll get an update on those gaps. You did see that Daniel Alves Lorenzo is into the pit lane in BMW Team BS competition as well. There is your current race leader being Arthur Lehouk, who's been absolutely fantastic so far this week. I'm sure we'll be into the pit lane this time by nearly a bit of a misjudgment there whilst trying to get past Quentin Guinness in the Sim RC car. You can see the gap to Timo Rueda behind after that spin. I don't know if you caught that. A bit of a shame there for the Drago Racing team. Have been so good today. Just a bit of a spin at T1, dropping back to 6th in class. Just so easily done in these cars.
Yeah, with these hybrid cars, of course, getting the car slowed down to, especially into first gear, it's very easy to lock up the rear wheels as now they head onto pit road to the Williams Esports Fanatec team. But yeah, just getting onto first gear, it can just, you've got to be careful with the timing of switching it down to first gear, or else you lock up those rears, and before you know it, you make yourself look silly doing a mistake all by yourself. And of course, what we saw with them, with the Drago Racing team, was that lap that they had that incident, then coming onto the banking after the infield, they were squirrely, they were all over the place, they were all over the marbles, and it just adds up and multiplies, does that one mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in this year, we saw this a little bit earlier on, even with Gordy Much earlier in the race. That wasn't trying to be a pun. But even in the opening couple of hours, had a bit of when we saw it on replay, had a big slide coming off of the West Horseshoe. And then by the time we got back out of the banking, the car was sliding around so much, it was uncatchable and went for a bit of a spin. Thankfully kept it out of the barrier, fair enough, and is still in the race. But it's been a bit of a frustrating start for Much in that car. So you can see all the switches around. Williams Esports play seats in the lead now by 20 seconds as the Williams Esports Fanatec car will roll its way off of pit lane and will remain in third position. I think might be caught fairly close, by the way, because Elvis Rankin's coming around, who's now in fourth in that VRS Commander. So we might have a couple of tight fights here as we look back at Sebastian Job, who's behind Elvis Rankin. You can see in that distance the black and blue of the Williams Esports Fanatec car.
It's that different strategy that's at play, though, between the teams here that's the interesting part of that, because, of course, I'm looking at the laps that teams came onto pit road, and Charlie Collins in the 92 PRS Commander Esports car, about on their 6th lap on this stint, whereas you compare that to the Williams Esports Fanatec car, we've just seen it come out of pit road. That's behind, so, and the car behind of Elvis Rankin again is on lap 6 of their stint. So there's different strategies at play here in your GTP field, and it's how it all pans out into that last hour. This is another really intriguing thing for me in endurance racing, is you see these different strategies at play, but you don't actually see how it works out until the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, exactly. That's, like I said before, and I know I've discussed with our junior a lot. I'm a big, I love endurance racing with safety cars. I love them because it's always open. You never really know what's happening. But then I think with the special events, do I want safety cars in the special events and things like that? I mean, do you know what? I don't, because I like the idea that as soon as that green flag is waved on lap 1, 24 hours, go for it. The strategy you have and how you're going to play the game, it starts from lap 1, and I really like to see how that strategy unfolds, how things piece together. You know, you can't really adjust your strategy too much because you want to stick to the playbook. You can't just go, oh well, with 8 laps to go, eight hours to go, we're going to completely change our strategy. It doesn't work like that in this. Whilst there is that point of working backwards on strategy from around that point anyway. You kind of need to be a bit more in place from the very beginning. I love seeing those strategies unfold because, like you say, you can go from being kind of lingering in the background for 4 or 5 hours. Then, as your strategy starts to move you forward bit by bit, a little bit in the pit stops here, a lap here, you're going a lap longer there, a lap here, a lap there. Suddenly, you're right back into the mix.
I'm going to counter that though.
Okay, here we go.
By saying that I actually like to see the flexibility in teams in being able to react to circumstances. So being able to react to a band of weather coming across of, we've only just pitted now, that rain's going to hit in about 10 minutes time. Do we just try and see it out and hope that it's just a light shower? Or do we think, right, when it hits the track, get in straight away, get some wet tyres on, and change our strategy at that point? I like that mental flexibility of teams in being able to change their strategies and still be able to work for a lead, as it's all getting a bit messy. And that is a half spin for the Williams Esports BenQ. Wasn't it? Oh, no, it wasn't the Apex Racing team, sorry.
Correct, indeed. It was Michael Janney who was trying to really assist his teammate there through the traffic and maybe got a little bit too close to the rear of Jimmy Antunes, threw it in a little bit too hard, and now is miles off the rear end of the Stormforce ART car. So that was actually quite bad. 3 seconds back is Michael Janney from Jimmy Antunes, and Antunes needs the help. Again, there is no front end on that Merc.
Yeah, it was quite. It wasn't the biggest of hits that it had into the wall, but certainly did enough to remove the front bumper there. But it's been incredible to see the Antunes being able to catch up. It's all this confusion about lap traffic, and you and Cam mentioned it a little bit earlier on. Hold your line. I think if Michael Janney had just followed his teammate in front, and that LMP2 car would have gone by.
Yeah, exactly. But then, it's happened now, so you got to get on with it and deal with the pain. And like you say, I know Jimmy Antunes needs the assistance right now because Team Redline are bump drafting. They are working together. There is no damage on the front end. If you want to know what happened to the front end of the Stormforce ART car, there was contact between themselves and was it this one?
It was the 92.
No, it was the 92s. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're looking at Elvis Rankin at the moment. Yeah, it was Charlie Collins made contact going through the dog leg, or just on the exit of the dog leg of that kick going up towards the West Horseshoe that sent the Stormforce ART car into the barrier, and thankfully only took off the front end and did no real other damage.
Yeah, I will mention once again, because it is now legally mandatory for me to mention this. Charlie's younger brother, Bryn, still owes me a donut from last year, so I'm still waiting, Bryn.
What kind of donut are you into then?
Well, I mean, if you're asking me, just a ring donut with the sprinkles.
Really?
Hundreds and thousands, yeah. Nice bit of
really?
Sugar.
You're a simple man.
Yeah,
you don't want any of this.
Simple taste.
This honey glazed, honey whatever, I don't know. Whatever.
If you ever think of
a
donut from The Simpsons.
Yeah,
with the sprinkles. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm more of like I like if you're gonna do that, I quite like it to be chocolate, just even more like chocolate on the top. Rather, I don't really like a chocolate filling.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know what I mean? I'm not really into filled donuts, with the exception of I can handle a jam.
Yes,
exactly.
Raspberry jam.
Yeah, custard, no. Chocolate, no. But yeah, anyway, we're not talking. Anyway. You've spoken about Bryn Collins and then just brought up donuts, and suddenly, bam, we're on the food conversation. It's dangerous stuff, that is.
Well, I think he actually owes both me and Sadakis a donut.
Really?
Yeah.
Why then? Okay.
It was last year at an event, and we were at Gronau at the VRS Commander Esports.
Yes, indeed.
And we were working on a broadcast for another series, and Bryn asked myself and Sadakis, "Oh, do you want a donut? We're going to order donuts in." Yeah, I'll have a donut. Yeah, absolutely. Half an hour later, what's happened? We had to cancel the order, the work delivery. So we was like, "But you promised us donuts."
Go out and get them.
Yeah.
Go out and get them. Bryn wasn't racing in that, was he?
No, he was. Yes,
he was. Oh. Yes. Shows how much I remember about that event, doesn't it?
Yeah, you see, you were lucky you were back in the UK doing that event.
Yeah, that was a fair while ago. Will Vincent says, I'll have a... He said he wanted a maple glazed Tim Horton. Well, there you go. So he's owed a donut as well. I'm owed a donut. I wasn't there. But why? Chuck me on the list. I'll take a donut. Bryn Collins, you owe us all donuts. We'll foot the bill to Charlie, though.
Yeah, absolutely. For that contact. Great. Yeah, because he made that contact. It's a punishment. Yeah.
Unacceptable. I think the joy of meeting Charlie in Sweden this year. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. Yeah. That move wasn't great.
No.
Back into the LMP2s, where we're speaking of VRS Commander, we have Tommy Usgaard embroiled in quite a fight. The car behind Luke Reimer is not for position, but the one ahead is. That one is Alessandro Maras, and that is for the final step on the podium. A bit too early to be talking about that, but still. Would desperately like to find a pathway through. Great to see Tommy Usgaard once again back in the Commander livery, but that's out a little bit wide there.
I think he got a little bit spooked by the GTP car coming through, and that just decided, you know what, you've shown your nose, I'll give you the space. It's that infield. I was thinking about this whilst we were. I was watching, getting prepared for this stint of the commentary. That infield is relatively tight.
Yeah.
And there's no really easy place for you to properly lap somebody comfortably. The straights are just not quite long enough for you to power. That was a big slide through the Le Mans chicane there. Lucky to keep it out the wall, in fact.
Yeah, indeed. That was, again, just pushing a little bit too hard there, going through the Le Mans chicane. And I believe, by the way, on the exit of that Alessandro Maras has got a slowdown penalty by taking too much of that exit, and has cost him a position at 2, Tommy Usgaard. So there is the switch up into third place. The VRS Commander is going to go in that LMP2 category. I will say, of all of the rovals on planet Earth, this is one that I mind the least. I don't like it. I don't mind Homestead. I think Homestead does all right for the space that it's got.
New Hampshire?
Oh, that's what. Yeah, New Hampshire's the one that goes outside.
Outside, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. I know someone who's been around there as well, IRL. But no, thank you. Obviously, Indy, no thank you. Pocono's got one as well. That's horrendous. I only know of that one because of Reese Gardner. I'm pretty sure he did one of his super serious track guides.
Yeah.
Southpaw Racer around there. And I remember looking at it being like, that's tragic.
I will say I'm not a fan of a roval.
I hate rovals generally.
I mean, even when we did used to have a roval here in the UK, Rockingham, that wasn't any good at all. I absolutely hated watching racing there. Myself, I have a, when you can be sort of overwhelmed or underwhelmed. I'm just whelmed by this venue.
I'm perfectly balanced on the whelminess.
If doing laps around here, I absolutely hate it because
same.
I had to do every year the touring car series that I used to race in. This would be the venue for the finale.
No, thank
they
you.
only did that just so that they could get a drag race to the finish line.
Right.
That's the simple reason why they picked this venue for the finale. And I was always involved in a amateur championship battle, and I always lost the amateur championship battle because I'm whelmed by this track.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really. But then when you see races like this with the 24 hours around here, it actually makes a good race track.
Yeah.
To watch, maybe not to race in there.
No, I think it works better in endurance racing than it does in sprint. I think sprint racing, because you're so close all the time. It's always going to be a drag race to the line. It's kind of like great. This means you actually watch, like, say it's a 45-minute race, like even like last night. You're watching a 45-minute race of people just sitting in single file, waiting for the opportunity to go for the race. It's like, that's just that interesting.
I will say the only exception to that rule is, of course, the MX-5s.
Which is just crazy.
because they're not just sat there waiting. They are actively making moves all the way through the race as well.
Yeah, it's a shock when it's 3 wide, and by that I mean it's a shock when it's only 3 wide. Yeah, it's that stuff's crazy. Yeah, that's fair enough. That is a solid exception. Yeah, I like that. I'm whelmed by this second. I had a conversation before we went live for the season finale in the IMSA Esports Championship a bit like last year with Greg Creamer. We were discussing rovals, and I was saying how I don't like them. He kind of agreed. And I said the main reason I don't like a roval is because I like a circuit to feel like it's going somewhere. Like yes. I like it to be that. Just why I really like Banter, why so many people like Nordschleife, you know, why I really do like Alton Park, and even like Brands Hatch. You know, when you go out
the Grand Prix layout,
not the Indy layout. The Indy layout's tragic, but the Grand Prix layout, when you go out into the forest and stuff like that, and then you come back in, you're going somewhere. You're on a journey every lap. Whereas here, or you know, on a roval, you're not going anywhere. You're not on a journey. It's flat. It's boring.
You can see every corner of the oval from the infield, where you're inevitably in a tight, twisty, narrow section of track. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm not a fan of a roval either. I mean, I will say that I remember the old Charlotte roval that was here at iRacing.
Oh, yeah.
Because we used to race in the touring cars around that, and my goodness, that was
horrendous.
Oh boy! Well, I mean, we used to have a mix of people with most people would be running like -3, -4 wing in the old Kia. People remember racing that, and then you'd have somebody rock up at that Charlotte roval. And, oh yeah, I've got +1 wing. Right. Why? But it worked for him.
See, my only time racing that track, as we've got a bit of busyness here in the traffic, but nothing too scary and too major. My bit with that track was when I was rookie license. This was nearly 10 years ago. When I was rookie, because I've had my A license now for nearly 10 years. Just saying, I've been on over for too long. But yeah, when I first started. Obviously, once you got through the MX-5s, at this point it was like, what do you race next? And there was no, the Formula V, no Formula Ford or the Railway. There was none of that. It was literally just sort of like, right, what can you race? And it was either more MX-5 racing, but the advanced MX-5 series. I think this is when I was D class, actually. So it was either D class or you do the production car challenge, which was MX-5s and the Slowstis.
Oh, so that was before they had the very clean racing Volkswagen Passat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. Like I say, it was. So you, and I remember taking the Slowstis. Imagine that track. Imagine the Charlotte Roval. No chicane on the backstretch. With the Slowstis. I am not joking. Once you go out onto the oval, you are flat out, foot to the floor. It was something like a minute and a half. It's that slow. Just a minute and a half, just foot to the floor, just wait for it. But yeah, I was doing that to build up the safety rating. It took ages because I didn't realise that it was you needed to have quite a few corners in the track to gain. Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad.
You were asking earlier about our collective iRating to see whether.
Yes, I saw yours was 2.8.
No, it's worse than that.
Oh no!
It's actually 2.5 now. I had a race a few weeks ago. I thought, I've got a bit of time to myself. I'll actually do a race. And somebody didn't take too kindly to me overtaking them, and they absolutely sent me into space at Turn 5 at Road America. Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, see, I did, as we'll see here, I think Kevin S. Jr. is thinking of trying to go past Timo Roeder. This is, so we know, by the way, so you're fully aware, whilst we are in story time, we are paying attention to what's happening, don't worry. This is about for 6th position in the GTP class. The other week I did kind of the same thing. Formula 4 was at Road Atlanta, and I thought, great. I was 2.8k. Actually, do you know what? Same basically story. I was 2.8k going into it, and I did a few races, and I was 2.5 leaving the week. And then Formula 4s went to Scuba, where I gained it all back. Genuinely, it was like every race was 50 iRating game. And I was like, perfect, this is brilliant.
I want to draw your attention to GTD because an important pit stop is happening right now. Stormforce ART are in. Jimmy and Tunis is staying in the car. Now, they'll be hoping to get some repairs done to that car at this stage. So, yeah, that is important for them.
And obviously for them, in the pit lane at the moment, directly behind them is Michael Janney and is ready to go. You can see there, and you can see that there was definitely communication between the pair of them. As soon as the 199 moves, the 198 follows it out of the pit lane again to give it assistance. The only thing, the only reason why that 198 is still in this race is not even just like the endurance spirit or anything like that. It is because to win this race, you need to have assistance, really. Especially if you're going toe-to-toe with Team Redline. And so they are remaining in this race purely to assist the Stormforce ART car. I will say, because of that livery, by the way, if you look at it from the front, you can't actually see how much damage there is because it's all the paintwork. I think it looks great.
You see, that effect on the paint, they obviously saw my Team Mad Hyundai Veloster, which had that paint peeling off effect on it. We've had that paint since the Veloster came about, so just saying, trendsetters.
I see. I mean, that is one thing that I always think of you as a trendsetter.
The man who's approaching 40 years old this year. Yes, a real trendsetter.
You're well known in the RaceSpot community as Mr. Trendsetter. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really weird. Anyway, moving on. Yes,
I'm down with the kids. Yes,
exactly. Did you understand what I said when I said "What's the drilly, cuz"?
Oh, absolutely. I
exactly.
Every single word that you said because I am down and hip and with it. Cowabunga.
Exactly. And other words. Looking back, Kevin Ellis Jr., we will keep an eye. As soon as we see Team Redline into the pit lane, I think then we'll really take a very close look as to what's going to happen in that GTD category. We're not expecting them in for a little while, or I will say you'll see them come through you see them in the distance shot there. I think there was almost a bit of miscommunication there with the Apex Racing team in that GTD category as to whether they wanted to switch over positions, at least at track position, and allow the 198 to be ahead and dish out the slipstream to the Stormforce ART car. Alas, that has not been the case, and now Drago Racing will work their way past. Needs to get past cleanly because Kevin Ellis Jr., as we're focused on here, is sat right behind, ready to pounce at any opportunity.
Yeah, and you see that's experience there from Kevin Ellis Jr. Yes, there'll be communication between them as well because they are all teammates. But going into that hairpin, there's no point absolutely sending it into the hairpin. Just hold off that little bit and then get the duck under out of the hairpin because that car that Kevin Ellis Jr. is driving has got much better speed off of the corner than it has mid-corner in those hairpins because these prototypes, both the GTP and the LMP2s, then generally not as good through those hairpins as the GTDs are, and so therefore you've got to be smart about lapping traffic through that section of the track. I do want to address as well that Tommy is out and it's return of the Mac. Mac Backham is into the Coanda number 12. It really annoys me when they put number 81 in the team.
I know.
It's number 12.
It's why, generally speaking, if you are putting teams into a race, just play it safe and don't put a number in your team name. Yeah, sure, you might get that number, but it's not worth the risk. Also, if you are going to be a team and you are going to join using numbers, make sure that the right car joins in the right number, because we have the VRS Commander 81, which has joined as the number 12, but we also have the VRS Commander 88, which has joined as the 81. Brilliant.
And of course, there's the VRS number 18, which is actually entered as number 92.
92, yeah. Thanks,
whereas you have Williams Esports, who have their teams named by their sponsors.
Much better way of doing it, because then if it joins under whatever number, no one cares, because you've at least named them. Even I'm not even offended by the idea of just colours like Race Clutch.
Yeah.
red, white, black. Like, I mean, I'd prefer that if you're going to do that, that you have highlights on the car that make this the red, the black one. But if you don't, I'm not that bothered, because at least then you're differentiating it. But when you're joining as numbers, I'm like, this is very confusing. Thankfully, though, you don't have to deal with that on the broadcast. You're not watching. Thankfully, because it's all been dealt with behind the scenes by all the lovely people here at RaceSpot. They've worked very hard to make sure that it ain't crazy for you to watch. But we have to.
Yes. We only like to do a little mild Martin Haven rant about something that's vaguely on topic. So
at least we're not going to talk about the H word on broadcast.
Well, yes, that is very. Oh, that's a bit of a squeeze then from Team PG said. Yeah, the Apex team didn't appreciate that going into the international horseshoe there. But everybody sorted themselves out and kept themselves away from each other.
Yeah, it was a bit bold diving it in there, but again, like you say, just feeling confident. Kevin knows you. Woo, that was very scary. That would have woken him up. Simify going one way and then thinking, well, actually, no, do you know what? I will cut across and make you switch lanes. That was maybe a little bit late there for the Simify car, and not super clear.
Do you know what? Matt Backham has jumped into the car. Lap one of his stint in terms of fast laps, set the best lap for the class.
Good man.
Just bang, straight in, get on with the job.
I do love Mac, although I am still partially disappointed.
I don't like Mac because he makes me look like I'm stood in a hole.
Yeah, he is a tall boy. I commentated next to him, and I'll tell you, when I did, we had this great idea when we were in Sweden. We were like, we could drag some of these drivers that aren't into today's action or whatever, we could drag them onto the broadcast and we'll have a great time. So we had Jamie Fluke, we had Mac back, and George commentated with Jamie, I commentated with Mac. Great time. I was stood next to Mac. Genuinely, I wish it never comes through on broadcast because he's so professional. For one, he was very scared of swearing on broadcast because he's like, I'm Dutch. I swear. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I was stood next to him. I looked over. He was shaking a lot. I've never seen him so nervous. I was like, oh, don't worry, it's only a broadcast. Don't worry, mate. He was genuinely, he was quaking in his boots. Obviously, it was because he was stood next to such a figure.
Of sim racing.
Exactly.
Svelte man.
That's why.
Who is so good at golf that he doesn't even need to look at where the ball goes. He just knows where it's going.
To be fair, that is just to talk on golf one very particular moment. When you do hit a good shot and you know that it's going exactly where you want, such a baller move just to pick up the tee, not even look. You're just like, yeah, I know it's down there.
Do you do the golf club twirl as well?
No.
The twirl in the hands?
No, because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to flick it and I'm going to smack myself in the head. So it's not worth it. There's nothing worse than doing something which should be really cool and looking like an idiot doing it. That's terrible. See,
my problem with golf is golf. Every time I have tried, just...
That's my problem.
It's the mechanics of it. That's the problem for me. Yeah.
It's tough. It is tough. Like I say, that's my problem with sim racing. That's why you just got to keep working at it. You just got to keep working, and then maybe one day, any one of us will be a 9 handicapper like Peter Mackay.
Peter did offer me to enable me to be his caddy for a round of golf once. So
it's quite. I will say, being a caddy is quite good fun, actually.
Yeah, I'd have
no pressure,
time, to be honest. Yeah,
it's like I will say. So speaking, obviously, to drag this into sim racing or even motorsport terms, being a caddy is a lot like being an engineer.
Yes.
And if you haven't ever been a race engineer for a team in sim racing, even doing it with like your mates and stuff, it is kind of nice sometimes to sit back and be like, this isn't my problem. Like, driving's not my problem. I'm now in control of the strategy. I'm now running the numbers. And like dealing with it from that side, there is some level of satisfaction, especially when things go well, because that win means just as much to you as it does to the driver.
I will say that when I'm usually engineering for a team and I'm the voice of calm,
same,
and the driver will be getting upset with what's he doing and all this, that and the other, and you're just like, let's move on, forget about it, we've got numbers to hit, and you do that. And then when I jump into the car, Jim, who helps out behind the scenes at RaceSpot occasionally. He's exactly the same with me. He's like, all right, shut up, Paul. Just head down, get on with it.
Get on with it, yeah. I'm not as bad anymore, but I used to be very, 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 very vocal behind the wheel. I'm not as bad anymore. I think it's because I don't drive as much, and when I do drive, it's a lot more chill these days. But I was pretty vocal, and which was hilarious because when I was a race engineer, I was like, no, just stay calm. I even have like my race engineer voice. Let's stay calm. Yeah, pitting in five. Basically, it's as if you're speaking to a child. You know, just to keep them calm, keep them going, keep them focused. But I say it's
do you want a blankie? Do you want a blankie?
Yeah.
Do you want to lie down? All right.
Until someone intentionally wrecks your driver, and then you're literally standing up being like, "How dare you!" And then this is why I'd love to see, you know, if we ever did, we never could because of various reasons. But like the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, like this actual event, like with all these drivers, if we did this in person, did this in LAN, right? I wonder if there would be any beef.
I've seen beef.
Oh, so have I.
At the Sim Racing Expo in 2019 on the
Nice.
GT500.
Who was it between? Dish.
It was literally the start of the race. All drivers had been instructed that you'd do, you know, X speed at the start, and you've got to keep it all bunched and that. And then one driver accused it was a bit of rivalry between a certain Mr. Josh Rogers and Max Banter.
No.
And at Eau Rouge Radio, there was a bit of a kerfuffle, and Max was into the wall, and that was it out of the race. He was not a happy chappy, I can tell you.
No, Max Banter was a bit angry. But before we continue on that, speaking of his former team Redline are into the pit lane in GTD, so we can keep an eye as to where they end up coming out comparatively to the Stormforce ART car. Anyway, yes, a beef alarm. I've seen a fair bit as well. But that sounds good. Was there any? Were they like in each other's face?
No, it was. Well, not that I saw anyway. There might have been afterwards, but you see, this is the thing with events like this. You can't get into the paddock and see them around the back of the paddock in each other's faces, and I think that's where I think the that separation between keyboard and screen, rather than being in front of somebody, changes people's attitudes. In
Some
races,
people,
yeah. And as soon as they get in person, they're a lot more timid. Whereas I've reached that age now where if somebody did do something, I'd just tell them to the face. I don't care.
To be fair, I would tell someone to go away in a slightly less polite way. By the way, gap for the race lead or what the gap between the race leaders basically, Stormforce ART and the two Team Redline cars in GTD. It's about 8 seconds between Jimmy Antunes and then the Team Redline duo at the moment. Just so you are up to date. I remember I did an event in 2018 at the Nürburgring. It was the WTCR Esports Championship, and I was teammates with Jack Keithley, and I was in Division 2, which meant that I was racing on the big stage, but in between races of Division 1. So we all did like 3 races a day: the Division 1, Division 2, Division 1, Division 2, yeah, and so on. And whilst I was waiting to get ready to go, one of the a team called Ascaro, who was actually the main sponsor of the WTCR Championship at that point as well, they had an esports team. One of their drivers came up to me, and I didn't really know what happened in the race, but he looked me dead in the eye and he said, "The next time Jack does that, he dies." And I was like, whoa, okay. And that might be shared between this little grouping, as we've got a bit of a move here. SimRC working their way up the order.
Yeah, they're not making their way downtown. It's making their way up because Corentin Guinness, right on the tail of Grid and Go, which is Tommy Catila, and also it's Mag Performance as well, who we saw having that moment at the Le Mans chicane. Do you know what? That is the one corner in the changed name in that wasn't words.
They were.
The one corner name change that I've actually got behind, because it's in the shape of a bus stop, but I've quickly adjusted to Le Mans chicane, whereas that's not the best place to go around the outside.
Yeah, that was scary.
But somewhere like the Parabolica. I mean, I
Yeah.
literally got it wrong on an internationally broadcasted event at the start of the race. So
I got it intentionally wrong because I just couldn't be bothered. For me, it is still the Parabolica. Yeah, I know the Michele Alboreto curve. Yeah, fair enough, whatever. Like I say, I can handle the Le Mans chicane. Let's see what's happened though to Elvis Rankin. Just working their way past the Williams Esports Fanatec car, bit too deep into T1, sending it all the way around the outside, and as we'll see them come through very close, they head through the chicane at basically at 2, down into the International Horseshoe, sends it down the inside, of course, VRS Commander trying to work their way past. That's exactly what Elvis Rankin did, and that's where we joined the fight, as Rankin was able to pick up 3rd position. Very nice move there for Elvis Rankin to have done there on Arthur LeHoucq, although I know Arthur is actually very quick as the race goes on. Speaking a little bit of the GTP category, if you noticed how the gap for the race leads come down quite a bit, it was 25 seconds before we went through the pit stops, it was 20 seconds after the pit stops, it's now 16.5 seconds. VRS Commander looking to try and get some laps led in this race, would definitely like to win. And thankfully for them, Mitchell de Jong will be taking over fairly soon, and he's quite good round it.
And this is where, like I said, with that change of driver to Moreno Sarica, they would have hoped that he would be able to just get on with it and get to the pace straight away. I mean, Canapino before his in his stint was doing sort of mid 31s to low 31s and the 30 by the end of the stint. Moreno has been that sort of, again, mid to high 31s. Did about 10 laps or so, have a 33 as well. So obviously traffic has played a bit of a role in all of that as well. And that's just allowed that VRS Commander Esports car, Charlie Collins, to just slowly eke away at that race lead.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be fascinating. I mean, I'm liking the dynamic here. It's looking like it is favourable towards the VRS Commander camp for now. That whether that actually maintains, we'll have to wait and see.
That also explains as well lighter car because he's coming into pit road first.
A little bit, but maybe there'll be. I said last time they went for the pit stop, they closed up 5 seconds. They're closing in bit by bit. Yes, it might add an extra pit stop on later on. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be any closing up. And also, maybe as to whether this is the time where potentially we might see Mr. Daytona himself jumping behind the wheel. And it is going to be Mr. Daytona jumping in behind the wheel. The 92 will be taken over by 6-time Daytona 24-hour winner here on iRacing, Mr. Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel.
Oh, Mitchell. Do you know what? Mitchell is genuinely one of the nicest people in sim racing.
Oh, absolutely.
He is such a nice guy. Will always make time to speak to you, to say hello. His dad as well, his mother and dad, in fact, I've met both of them. And again, you can tell where he gets that politeness, where he gets that being able to be interactive and engaging with somebody. Family that I've met have all been very engaging, very nice, polite family, and I enjoy their company. And Mitchell, it's been about a year since I last saw Mitchell, and great to see him back behind the wheel of a prototype here at Daytona. And well, what can he do? And as if it wasn't bad enough for one top VRS Commander Esports driver to jump in, here comes Josh Rogers.
Yeah, indeed. And I will say with Mitchell de Jong, when it comes to race laps, not in top split racing here in the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, at least since 2015 when we started it, that Mitchell de Jong has done, he's led more laps than anyone else, and comfortably so. We'll get into that in a bit, because I love my stats on that one. But he is 73 laps away from passing 2,000 laps completed, race laps completed here at Daytona, which he will obviously pass during this race, and that'll be a big moment. I don't know if that is the most, but I'm pretty sure it might be.
Oh, he'll be up there, that's for sure. And you think the level that he's been racing at as well. It's not just the fact that he's done those laps, it's the level he's been competing at.
Did you hear the stat earlier?
Well. Go on.
About his percentage of laps led.
I heard you talking about it and heard you saying that you wouldn't be happy at having that percentage go down, but I didn't actually hear the exact figure.
The percentage, obviously, including 2022, which is where he led not very many laps of his stint. Of the laps he's done 1,927 laps. Obviously, that's going to be 28 now. He's led 1,643 of those, which is a percentage of 85%. If you removed 2022 from it, where he only led 68 of 291, if you remove that from it, he's led 96% of the laps that he's raced around here.
Now,
how easy is that?
I mean, as much as that is about Mitchell, it also says a lot about the teammates that he's worked with as well. Yeah, because for an event like this, it is very much a team game, and the team that he's had around him time and again has just been able to help assist him to get to that figure. I mean, that is an incredible amount of laps led, I'll be honest. I didn't expect it to be that many. It's a few. That's sensational, but yeah, it's great to see Mitchell here, and yeah, I'll look forward to seeing this now, see whether he can charge down the Williams Esports Playseat team, who, to be fair, are doing their own very good job right now up at the front of the field.
They're doing an incredible job. They are doing an absolutely superb job, but maybe they're going to start feeling the pressure. Will Moreno, Sarica, and like I say, it's going to be building, and concerns might be brewing within the Williams Esports camp. They'll feel a little bit bitter about how things have started in this race, particularly with the GTD category, because they had two cars that have been running really strong. So they had three cars that have been running really strong that have been removed from it. Two of them definitely completely out of their control because they got taken out T1 with Lick McEwen, and then they had the other one taken out by Johan Hart. Obviously, Parker White joining the Williams Esports camp as a guest for this race. Obviously, was part of the Apex Racing team just last year. Was involved in a bit of an incident around here as well, a bit of bump drafting on the oval. We're not going to talk about that too much. Great to see. This is the only car on the grid where all of the participants are above 10k, by the way. I've brought that stat up so many times. I'm so sorry, but if you are joining us for the first time, there you go. There's your new little nugget of information.
It's almost like whenever I commentate a race at Circuit de la Sarthe and bring out the fact that the Mulsanne Straight is the same distance as, well, it's the same distance as the entire Sebring International Raceway.
Oh, is it? That's a good stat. That is a good stat. I like that. I do like that stat.
It helps paint a picture of just the vastness of that venue.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very good stat, is that?
It is quite. That is a great one. You are going a lot quicker on there. I think the fastest speed I've ever done on the Mulsanne, because we were in broken cars because of the mod. The first time I ever did it, I thought it was normal. The first time we ever did it, our top speed in our car was 395 kilometers an hour. She were quick, but to tell you how bad it was in the corners, we were still doing 3-minute 13s and 3-minute 14s, which, don't get me wrong, is still rapid, but when you're doing nearly 400k, yeah. Mod was a little bit broken. I'm pretty sure the LMP2s were doing something like 370. So...
See, that makes me think of the old Group C days without the chicanes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this was with chicanes and everything.
Yes.
You know, it was just that quick. Great fun though. Really good. It was a great first experience. A few more drivers in the GTPs coming into the pit lane, by the way. I think it's the BMW and Team BS competition cars in the pit lane. BMW Team Redline as well. Sebastian Job into the pit lane. There he is, up on the jacks and switching out for Silly Lully.
All right, Chris Lullam, what can you do, fella? That's the question now. To see how they're going in their race, as Peter Zuber for Race Clutch Red as well onto pit road to have their pit stop. So we're right in that pit stop cycle now of the rest of GTP after the Vera Esquandra Esports team had their earlier stop, their off-cycle pit.
Indeed. I will say, by the way, because I know our junior's probably sat there thinking, oh, he's leaving in a few minutes. Will Lewis make a prediction as to who's going to win the race? Because I still remember the first year that I did this, I predicted all three categories and got them all correct. And thus, I will never do it again before I leave. Because you can't beat that. It was just, I remember because in the first 6 hours, I think I did the last 6 hours. I might not have even done the last 6 hours, definitely did the first 6. And I just remember leaving it and I was like, bam, 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 I think these are going to win. And I explained my reasoning behind all of it. And then I came back in the morning and I was like, oh yeah, they're all leading. And they've all won. Brilliant. I was right. Pure luck. Commentator's curse is rubbish. I'm not doing it again. Because to be fair, especially with this, try and predict who's going to win in this. Like, seriously. It's absolutely crazy. All the categories keep changing constantly.
I think the only thing that's been sort of relatively constant has been that Team Red Line lead in the 1-2 in the GTD, but even then, they've been chased down by Jimmy Antunes in that Stormforce ART car as well. So that one's going to be an intriguing fight to watch on, as Marina Sirica is onto pit road along with BS Competition car. Did I just see that come? Oh, it's just coming out of the pit.
Just
now.
Coming out now, Marina Sirica, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's an intriguing race. Is this one? I do think that if this Williams Esports Playseat car can keep the pace up and keep it relentless up at the front, I think they're pretty much. It's going to be difficult to catch them, but there are a couple of teams there that can do that.
16 seconds is what I have the gap between Mitchell de Jong and Moreno Sirica, which is about how it was pre-pit stop. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to come down any more now that, again, remember the fact that VRS Commander car is lighter than the Williams is at the moment, courtesy of pitting earlier, which is obviously they will pit earlier, but yeah. Anyway, as we can see a little bit further back in that category, we've got Silly Lully with Josh Rogers behind. Already seen a couple of little bumps and scrapes between Coanda and Red Line in this race, and we've seen many over the last few years in sim racing. Lovely to see them battling back in the top category here at Daytona, and it's going to be fascinating. Josh Rogers versus Chris Lullum here. Sadly, it's not for the race lead, but that could be a not for the race lead yet. We've still got so long left to go in this race.
I think what's helping Josh Rogers here as well is that his teammate, who's down in 17th in the 81 car, is actually acting as a buffer between him and Johan Half right now, who's in 8th place for the Apex Racing team. So we've got 3 cars relatively close together here in GTP as more pit stops are going on. Drago Racing now onto pit road along with the Williams Esports Fanatec car. So yeah, 3 cars close together here, all fighting for pretty high up positions in the race overall. Yeah, with 3rd overall, yeah, as they come across the line. So intriguing stuff as there's that move right there down the inside.
Yeah, Josh Rogers will make it through. You can see the Drago Racing car on the departure of pit lane there, just on the inside. It'll actually be 4th position in class. Do apologise. Williams Esports Fanatec out a little bit ahead. Jaden Munoz behind the wheel, just departing the international horseshoe there. Actually going side by side, just in the distance there. Just getting past some lap traffic. That's the gap that they'll have to try and close down to battle for that podium. But whilst they're waiting for that, we do have this enthralling battle. And like you said, you're absolutely right. Michael Romanidis, the driver who sat there, the 3rd car in this train, not jumping out of the way of Johan Art at the moment, because he's very needed for him to do so. Johan, who's already made a little bit of contact a bit earlier on in the race. That was one of the Williams. I'm sure they'll very much remember that was the Williams Esports Academy car going through the Le Mans chicane. Probably will start flashing lights a little bit to Romanidis, saying, "Okay, mate, can you jump out of the way?" Okay, thanks.
But he doesn't have to.
No, doesn't have to.
No blue flags. So yeah, it's an endurance race. If you're quicker, you'll make your way past.
Absolutely, but at the same time, you still might want to flash lights to be like,
"Oh yeah,
just at some point, mate, could you just not?" Also, they're all on basically the same pace. Got to remember in this battle, even if you chuck in Romanidis, the average iRating in this battle is something like 10.2k, which is just
ridiculous.
I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Did you hear the estimated strength of field for the GTD class, by the way?
Yes, it's
9.8k.
98.89. Yes, it's a very nice round.
Crazy.
Nice number actually. That is.
Palindrome.
Absolutely, but yeah, these four try to work their way past that late LMP2 traffic. Is that the WSR car?
Yes.
Yes, it is. So yeah, Lucas Prada just suddenly finds himself in a bit of a hornet's nest right now of GTP cars, and well, quite wisely thinks better of it.
Yeah, indeed. I'm actually a bit disappointed. I've got 90 seconds left of today before I hand over to Will Vincent. What a fantastic race it's been. Williams Esports leading in GTP. I think the one that's really secure to me, in a sense, secure in big air quotes, that has been most dominated is the LMP2 category, WSR Esports butt kicker. But I will say they are being closed down. It was about 10 seconds, so that race lead might be closed down in the same way that we're seeing VRS Commander close down the Williams Esports Playseat car. They've had the lead for a little while. I don't know how this race is going to unfold. I just know that if I were to go to sleep now and wake up from my stint at 4 o'clock in the morning, it is going to be wildly different, which means I can't sleep because I'm actually quite excited.
You're going to be ending up watching this, aren't you?
Yeah.
just one more minute, just one more lap. Fine. And then
really
you look at your clock. I've done that before. Before having an early start on I always remember at Nürburgring 24 hours having a 2 o'clock start of my 6-hour stint that turned into 9.5 hours on commentary. I got an hour's sleep before.
Brutal. The commentary game is really tough. Yeah, because we just have to sit here and talk. To be fair, it's all the drivers that go through all the hardship. And again, they will be doing so as well. There's about 17 hours left to go here as Michael Romanidis finally gets out of the way of the Apex Racing Team car, and Johan Art will get down the road to catch up to the back of the BMW Team Redline machine, and this fantastic battle just outside of the podium. I'm going to step aside, though. You'll still be with Paul, though, for a while, so you're in good hands. But Will Vincent will be jumping into the comedy booth to take you through the next 3 hours. Will, take it away.
Well, I hope this works at the very least. Hello, everyone. I'll tell you what, the last time I was with Paul, we were in sunny, cold Germany. And here we are again, this time in the night time at Daytona. Yeah, my name's Will Vincent. The last time I actually did any commentary, I completely lost my voice. That was, well, in Poland about 11 months ago. We've got Iku still as our technical director. By the way, I have to say the pictures today have been absolutely stonking. And Paul, one thing that I've been noticing is the attrition factor in this race has actually been better than I expected.
Yes, it has. I think once we had those initial little incidents at the start and just lost a couple of cars, I think everybody sort of settled down into the rhythm, into the routine of this race, and found their spots. We've had a couple of moments where we've taken a bit of an intake of breath with some of the moves that we've seen being made and pulled on lap traffic, but overall, generally speaking, it's been a really good, clean race on the whole.
Oh yeah, and don't forget, by the way, live timing and scoring is available. Visit timing.RaceSpotTV. If you've got Google Chrome, you can also go to timing71.org. That's only if you've got Google Chrome, and you can get some advanced statistics over there. We have got Randy Cheneth, who has taken over what I've been doing for the last 7 hours, which is running our brand new RaceSpot News live updates page. So he's going to be taking over that for the next 3 hours. And I mean, to be fair, Paul, at least I've done my homework for stepping into this commentary booth and sat around. I did a little bit of maths earlier on, and I've typed already 7,000 words today.
Oh, that's an average morning for you, isn't it?
You've seen the length of my emails,
yes.
So yes, that is an average morning for me. I was going to say, all of these students that complain, oh my word, I've got to write 3,000 words by next Thursday. Nah, nothing. If I go back to university as a student again, it wouldn't be last minute. It will literally be, okay, I've got 2 hours, off we go, here we start. We're still having a look at some great battles going on track. I want to actually turn my attention first to GTD, because Apex Racing Team, I don't know, we've got a spin up. We got a spinner at the bottom of our screen there, down into the International Horseshoe. That is the 001 car, the Delta Smith by GNG car even. That has got Sven Hasse behind the wheel. And International Horseshoe's been one of really the 3 places we've seen incidents here today. It's either been there, down at turn 6 as you come onto the banking, or down at the Mans chicane. But again, traffic being traffic, and we had silly hour about 90 minutes ago, but some of these drivers that started off in the 2 driver rotations at the start of this race, they are starting to get a bit tired now, and that means that those silly little mistakes continue to creep in.
Yeah, they do, and I think that was a case of Sven just seeing the length of traffic that was behind him and trying to give as much space as possible into that International Horseshoe. The problem with that is when you're going into tight, you have to slow that car down just even more. And look, he's there, he's on the inside, and he got caught up behind another GTD car and ends up rotating the car around. Unfortunately, all those GTPs do manage to make their way past the Grid and Go car. Sorry, Delta Simtech by Grid and Go. I'm so used to seeing Sven in the black and yellow of simracing.de, or SimRC should I say now, for them. But it's taken a little bit of an adjustment for me to see him in a Grid and Go colours.
Yeah, the same, to be fair. And it seemed to be in that situation. It was down into the International Horseshoe, and normally you enter that corner on the left-hand side of the track, kind of diamond off the corner a little bit. He was all the way on the inside line, so he might have caught a tiny bit of the marbles that actually build up on the opposite side of the racetrack to what you're used to. But you see, he is back circulating on track, and that allows me to talk, possibly this time, the Apex Racing team, because you were talking earlier, it was 2017 that you did your first massive endurance race. I have to say, it's been 12 years since I've been commentating, and we're almost 10 years. We're actually now 9 years and about 8 months since we actually hosted the first ever 24-hour endurance race in iRacing. And one thing's been a common feature throughout that. For Apex Racing Team, it's either they win everything or they just have the most disastrous luck possible. And in GTD, that's pretty much been the story of their day.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the Stormforce, I mean, you look at how basically all their eggs now is in the Stormforce ART car that's in 3rd place right now. 9 seconds back off of the race leading GTDs. So when you consider that those 2 red line cars have just been relentless, working together, bump drafting all the way through the last few hours especially, that Stormforce car had that incident down here through the little kink into the Western Horseshoe with the 92 of Charlie Collins getting into the back of them. That gave them a bit of front end damage, and it meant that the other Apex car in that class of Michael Janney right now in the Apex 198 has had to work together. Basically, they were out of the contention anyway, was the 198. So sacrifice their race to put all the eggs into one basket. I need to put my teeth in today, Will.
I think, you know, they could also put all of their bags into the car for any other blue and orange car, or purple and orange car even. Just be like, please, come on, don't hit me again. And for some reason, they've been calling him Sir Charles Collins as Arjuna and Lewis, which I think we now know where all the money from that donut fest from last year's gone, Paul. They didn't buy donuts. Instead, they went online and they quite clearly bought that 1 yard squared patch of land somewhere in Scotland, and decided rather than being called a lord, he's now going to be called Sir Charles Collins. But, you know, I agree. I'm still waiting for my donut. And to be fair, that wasn't the only food-based incident we had that weekend, because I seem to remember we went through about 20 different debit cards trying to get pizza.
Yes, we did do that. We also, of course, had Bryn just helping himself to the production crew's food that was in the strictly no admittance to any driver's room that we had, and yet Bryn always found himself in there stealing our sour sweets.
It's either South Sweet or it was half an eaten McDonald's at one point. More candy, more energy drinks. I think this is the reason why Hugo decided to move the office from Gronau down into another as unnamed part of Germany, because we're not going to give it away just yet. We are going to do a full studio tour at some point soon. But these are the two GTDs, the number 4 and the number 2 Team Redline cars. You got Gianni Vecchio currently in the number 4 car. You got Alexei Nesov currently in the number 2, working themselves through the Le Mans chicane. And I have to be impressed with myself. I've called it Le Mans chicane all the time I've been on text commentary, so I'm not going to revert to its previous name for now. And in terms of Team Redline, you know, they've had cars in multiple fields, but it looks as though their GTD program is the one that they really wanted to push for. The bump drafting goes through NASCAR turn 3 and 4, past the Geico restart zone, past the start finish line, and into turn 1 again. Now, the good thing about doing this with a teammate is quite often you'll be on a shared virtual channel, be it Discord, be it TeamSpeak, be it something else, or even in the same location. So you can actually communicate quite easily with the other drivers saying, push me here, don't push me here, my tires are going off a little bit. And that really does help compared to, you know, perhaps bump drafting someone else through NASCAR turn 3 and 4.
Yes, exactly, and they're just working together. Like I said, these two have just been welded together pretty much for the last 4 hours or so, just working to, or at least certainly the last 4 hours that I've been watching, and it's been really good to see them there, Gianni Vecchio and of course Alexei Nesov, working their magic in those Mercedes. The GTD field, it has been decimated a little bit by the fact it was the smallest field, and we did have a couple of retirements from there. So we have only got 3 Mercedes and then a Ferrari up at the front of that field. It's very much Mercedes and Ferrari dominated. There's no Porsches, there's no BMWs, there's very little variety in that GTD field, unfortunately, for us today. Whereas the GTP, I've been really impressed that up at the front of that, you've got Acura, Porsche, BMW. It's quite well mixed in the GTP. The only caddy that's actually in the field is running in 15th. Yeah.
And I think actually that's a testament to the fact that there's still that newness around the GT prototype category. In terms of GTD, I'm actually a little bit upset we haven't got more variety, just the Mercs and the Ferraris. I would love to see more of variety in the GT Daytona field. And again, it comes down to balance of performance. What's the easiest car to drive? What's the easiest car to drive at, say, 97%, especially as you get yourself into this latter hour of the race. As you can see now, top left-hand side of your screen, it is 3 Mercedes from a Ferrari, then a Mercedes, then a Ferrari. And I'm sure at some point I'm going to get an angry message, but at the very start of this race, we did see Sir Charles Collins do a lap around this Daytona International Speedway road course, and he made the cardinal mistake, Paul. He called it a Porsche.
It's not like he drives for a team that drives Porsches or anything like that, but there you go. So yeah, definitely is, again, these two GTDs just sat together. But yeah, it's certainly it's not best when you make such a basic mistake of saying the manufacturer's name wrong, especially when they even made a video about it, did Porsche, as to how to pronounce their name.
They did. Ironically, we got an invoice paid by them the other day, and our bank actually called us up to say, do you actually recognise the name of this company? Because they didn't actually just say, hello, we're Porsche. They gave the full official title of Porsche on the invoice. LMD,
whatever, yeah.
Something Porsche, yeah. But we turn our attention over to the GT prototype category, looking at Mitchell de Jong, and I love that statistic we heard earlier on about him leading over 85% of laps as he gets a lot of tyre smoke on the exit of the Le Mans chicane, working through traffic. Now, He is currently 16 seconds behind Marina Sirica in the Acura as De Jong will come out of NASCAR turn down towards the start-finish line once again. And just to let you know, they have done a total of 273 laps in the GT prototype class. So they're ticking along, and the computer keeps on trying to, you know, I'm talking like John Hindhaugh here, the computer as if it's a living being, but the computer keeps on flirting with the idea that we might get a new lap record here in terms of number of laps completed. And this again, Paul, is really going to be the last year where we might actually see the overall laps completed record broken, because this time next year, well, we might have a bit more fog, we might have that little thing called rain.
Yeah, potentially. I hope so anyway, because
Yes.
I think that would really sort of throw a spanner in the works there. I will point out that Mitchell was 0.2 of a second quicker than Marina Sirica on that last lap, so he is still putting the times in. Your lead in LMP2, the WSR Esports butt kicker car of Lucas Prada, is onto pit road as well, making their next planned pit stop, and Corentin Guinness, who was in second in class, onto pit road as well. So LMP2 right now onto their pit cycle.
And the 120 of Alessandro Moras joins that in the MAG Performance car. So actually we've got about 4 of the LMP2s in on pit lane at the moment as we continue to look at what is going on with Mitchell de Jong downing towards turn number 1, making himself pass some lap traffic. That was easy and done. Worth noting that Alessandro Moras has gotten out of the number 120, handed it over to Gabriel Mini, and we pretty much the rest of the LMP2 field on the lane right now. One thing that I am actually a little bit happy about in terms of this race is that for the first hour, some of these classes did think about fuel saving, and the margins for them just seem to be a little bit too much, and because of that, we haven't got my least favorite thing in an IndyCar race, where you basically spend the entire thing thinking about a fuel number.
I mean, they still will be looking at that fuel number and thinking, well, let's just try and eke out what we can, just so at least when we come onto pit road, we just spend that little second or so less actually in the box to try and gain things that way. But if you're not going to be saving yourselves a lap, you want to be saving yourself some fuel, at least just to give you that in the pit stops. But yeah, in the LMP2 field, it has been quite a display from Lucas Prada and the World Sim Racing Esports butt kicker team, but it's not all their own way. You know, you might think that they've had a bit of a gap. It was about 9 seconds or so, but that's nothing really in a race like this. All it takes is one little mistake. We've seen plenty of spins down into turn 1. It just can take something like that, and you lose that lead.
Yeah, the one good thing about this track compared to pretty much every other endurance race that we go to is that the majority of the track is pretty well lit. In fact, we heard Arjuna talking earlier on about the fact that the massive lights that go around this Daytona International Speedway are actually only at 20%, because otherwise they might blind the drivers on the infield. Of course, it's a very different thing when NASCAR holds, well, first of all, it's kind of exhibition event at the start of the year, but then also when you go to the Coke 0400, which takes place on the 4th of July weekend. Normally it is anyway. It might have changed for all I know. I've not watched NASCAR in such a long time, ever since it got put behind a massive paywall in the United Kingdom. But it is really good about this track is that you do so many laps and you get so used to this track that the effects of fatigue are kind of a little bit less compared to some other places. Of course, Nordschleife is the first one that comes to mind, but I'd even say when you have the 12 hours of Sebring, for example, those latter couple of hours can often be really difficult for those drivers who are dealing with physical and mental fatigue. And, you know, it's so easy for people watching this for the first time to say, these drivers are just messing around, this, that, and the other. It's not as if they're going to go through physical fatigue. Oh, yes, they are. Especially the top drivers with their direct drive wheels, their load cells, the gloves, the shoes, and all that. Physical fatigue is utterly real.
And of course, anyone who has picked up one of the new active pedals as well for use on their pedals. So there's quite a lot of technology that's come into sim racing. I mean, when you think when I was starting in commentary, so back in 2015, you were talking about World Championship drivers racing with a Logitech G25, G27, and winning World Championships with that. And well, you look now and you look at the level of kit, the way that the top end of the market has really come on in terms of sim racing equipment. I actually think that the lower end of the market hasn't quite kept up with the level of progress compared to that top end. They are all chasing. Oh dear, that's a suboptimal car right now with a wheel hanging off, and the Mahal Racing team. That is a very quick trip to the pit lane. They've found something. The question is, what was that something?
Maybe it could have been coming on towards pit lane. They just got locked up and hit. Actually, no, that can't even be right. Because normally it would be the left-hand side that would hit a wall, unless they hit the attenuator on the right coming in towards the lane. We'll get a replay of that one in a moment, but you are right. Ray Alfala, former NASCAR champion, he actually won a number of championships using a Driving Force GT, which you can get these days for about, 2 cans of Coca-Cola and maybe a packet of crisps. But I did note that Turtle Beach have got a new direct drive wheel and pedal set that is on pre-release for about 700 of His Majesty's coins. And you are right. I think that the lower end of the market, especially the Logitech and the Thrustmaster entry-level wheels, I think you can get used to them, and all of a sudden you think about going to a direct drive, be it VRS, be it Fanatic, be it any of the other major companies on the market. It is almost like having to learn to drive again, because so different are the pedals in the way that you do things like heel and toe, so different in the ways that you actually have to use the brake, and of course the same in terms of how you really get to feel the car with a direct force wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a look at the replay of what happened to the Mahal car. This is going to be down in towards the Le Mans chicane. I'll touch on your thoughts there. So he's going past in his GTP. He's got the JM Esports car behind, and that's late, just too late breaking into the chicane. And the Mahal, I will say, completely innocent party there is the Mahal car.
Yeah, and I was thinking he'd just be able to carry on. I forgot about the fact there's tyre barriers there. Is able to get the car back on towards pit road, but I'm having a look. That is going to be a very long pit stop for Nicholas Bell. Was 14th place, well, actually a little bit higher up, was 13th place in class. And number 10 is currently scored as now 2 laps down in 14th place in class. We did at one point have more of the GTPs out. Officially, we've only got 3 showing as out of the event. That's Fiverr Sim Sports, Apex One, and Shreya Esport Blue.
Yes, they're the only official retirees in GTP, although there was actually the TC Corsa Esports team were about 8 laps down off of the overall race leader. They are still going though. They'd had to work their way through the LMP2 field, and credit to them. They're trying their best to get the Spirit of the Race award here in staying in here, and currently find themselves 18th overall. And if things like what's happened to the Mahal Racing team happen again to others, they can find themselves moving up even further through the GTP field.
I don't know how many times I've said it over the years. The first victory you get in an endurance race is finishing the race, despite how bad the car might be, despite how many laps down you are. I mean, of course, that track in northwest France, there is a specific rule about how fast you have to go on the final lap, etc. But if you can actually get the car repaired and get it back out onto track, then, for me, that is normally good enough. Just to let you know, Josh Rogers in the number 8 Coanda car, just set his personal best of a 130.927. We've had a driver change for the number 10 car in GTP. That is Nicholas Bowe getting out the car and Ruben Bonga getting in. That is the Marla Racing team car. That is many laps down now. So they decide, what, we might as well do a driver change, see how it is. And Nicholas Bowe is going to lick his wounds. Connery Maddock, if he was commentating right now, I know exactly what he would be saying at some point, Paul, and it is the fact that we've got at least 3 different spellings of esports in our team names right now.
Yes, absolutely. It's for me, if it is a part of a name, you capitalise the E, because it is part of a name. If you are just saying the term esports, it's with a lowercase e, no uppercase s, because why would you put an uppercase s in the middle of a word? It's all lowercase at that point. But if it's in a team name, then it should be a capitalisation of the E.
And definitely not E-Sports like we have with the number 54 TC Corsa E-Sports W machine. As we turn our attention to the ARTS esports car, that is currently 13th place in class. And the reason why we're showing this, well, we get to see a Cadillac on track, which is always nice to see. And you know what? General Motors has gone through so much over the years. To have them running in GTD, to have this whole potential of them joining with Andretti, I believe it is, in terms of if they get their entry into Formula One, see the Cadillac name in Formula One. I mean, that's a massive return to form for General Motors and the Cadillac brand, which, you know, when you and I were kids, Paul, because we're not that many years apart in terms of differences, you know, you'd see a Cadillac and you'd almost laugh at it.
It was what are you doing driving that old American hunk of junk, especially over here in the UK.
Yeah.
If you were that way inclined, but yes, it's great to see General Motors trying to push through and to support their motorsports division as well. I think the fact that GTP now is a legitimately affordable top-line prototype racing. I mean, when you consider the budgets of the old LMP1 cars, where you were spending hundreds of millions on those projects, whereas these projects that they're on here, you're talking about, what was it, about 8 million, 9 million a car? Compare that to the hundreds of millions that you were spending. I think it's a no-brainer, really, to get back into motorsport that way.
That 8 million's less than it used to be to run a Formula One team about 20 years ago. So, you know, if you were to say to a team like Arrows or Minardi 20 years ago, here's a racing series where you can run for, you know, $10 million a car, they'd be jumping down your throat. So, and I've been waiting for this resurgence in endurance racing for such a long time. And I have to say that when I was a kid, it was always Formula One. Then came the late 90s, it was all about endurance racing. I've seen the rise, the fall of prototypes and everything. There are some people older than me that will remember the good old Group C days. But both in America and in Europe, it is so good to see the development, the investment of manufacturers across the field. And what that also does is it allows more drivers to get a true crack at top-level motorsports, which actually means something compared to, you know, 10 years ago, where, great, I'm racing at Le Mans, but I'm racing in a GT team, which is basically just being chucked around with some money.
I think what helps as well is that the fact that the ACO and the IMSA organisers have come together and got some form of convergence of regulations as well, so that means there's parity, so that you can end up having these cars, these GTP cars, be able to actually compete at Le Mans and to work at that top level, as well as IMSA. Whereas it used to be that, well, IMSA had their Daytona prototypes and you had LMP1 in the VCO and all that. I think it's great that we've got that parity between the two series to allow for teams to be able to say, right, we're going to invest, manufacturers say, right, we're investing in this project because we have got multiple places that we can go and use that kit to develop ourselves and to develop the brand.
Agreed. By the way, the number 98 and the number 99 Apex Racing Team cars are on pit road. Gordon Much has gotten out of the number 99 car and handed it over to Maxime Brilliant. So another driver change there going on in GTP. Talking about strategy and everything, this is the other reason why I'm so disappointed of the fact that we haven't got especially the 198 car on in any form of real consideration. The same with the 199 now being 30 seconds back in the Stormforce ART car, because they went off strategy very early on, and it would have been very interesting to see how they would have kept that divergence in strategy going on throughout the course of the evening, especially as now the track's cooler. It does mean that you're more likely to be able to get a bit better fuel mileage throughout these next, let's say, about 10 hours or so, which can mean you get closer to an hour mark in terms of a tank of fuel.
Yeah, it's of course, as temperature, for those of you who don't know, physics behind it, as the temperature decreases, fuel actually becomes more dense the colder it gets. That's why you used to see in Formula 1 especially that teams would be chucking as much dry ice and that onto the car to try and cool that down, so they could just get that little bit more fuel into the fuel cell. But of course that's changed things. Of course the density of the fuel doesn't necessarily mean the weight of it though, so it's all interesting with the temperatures. Speaking of temperatures, by the way, track temperature is a glorious 21.7 degrees Celsius, which means that these drivers, even though it's not the most tyre wear around here at this venue, they will be able to just push on that little bit more with their tyre strategy and be able to double stick tyres, for example, if they do choose to do so, as Mitchell Dion and Josh Rogers are both onto pit road in GTP. So expect another 5 laps for your race leading Williams eSports car to head onto pit road. Yeah,
as we've got the number 24 car on pit road. I'm going to try it in a moment. We've also got the number 92 and number 8 car and esports cars on pit road. It is coming up to about 9:15 local time. Track temperature is 21.7. Air temp is 20 degrees right now, and humidity is around 51%. That's actually a little bit more humid than it was a couple of hours ago. Okay, I'm going to try it. Timu Milikangas is the way I would say that one, Paul.
And that is the way that you choose to say it. I will go along with that.
Okay. No disagreement then between the two of us.
No disagreement at all.
I'll tell you what, we've managed to go about half an hour without debating the front end of a race-leading car. In my opinion, the number 6 Williams Esports Playseat car, I'm going to make it very easy. It's not orange, it's not bronze, it's not brown. I'm just going to say it's pink. There we are.
I mean, I used to be an electrician, and copper is that colour, so therefore it's copper to me.
There we are. It's the car that has been basically confusing people all race long. The thing is, I see about 4 different shades on there, and I will go back to what Lewis McGlade said earlier on. The orange that I can clearly see is the Golf logo, because we all know that to be orange. I see 1, 2, 3. In fact, at one point, I'd even say there's some yellow in there, but the Playseat Acura still leading the way. I will say the gap is, well, it's gone down by about half a second since I've last looked at it. It is currently the Williams Esports Fanatic car in second place, 24.5 back down the road, and then Chris Ludham is third in class in the BMW M Team Redline number 20. And you know what? I love Chris Lillum when he races at night, because he really is one of Redline's just chuck him in the car, everyone go to bed, wake up in a few hours' time, and you know that 98% of the time he's going to be exactly where he was or gaining time, but the car will still be in one piece.
Yeah, he's one of those reliable hands that is quick as well. It's not just the fact that he can jump in the car and just put in lap after lap and be consistent. He's quick as well. I think that's the difficult one to do, is to be quick and consistently quick with all of that. So yeah, pit stops are ongoing in GTP, and people are coming out of pit road now. There's going to be a couple more pit stops coming up for your top 6 yet to owe as a pit stop here. So yeah, we'll see how they get on. Pablo Lezar in the Movano Corsa GTP, 11th place, has made their pit stop, and Pablo was in the car when it entered the pits, so he stayed in the car and has carried on out there.
Don't forget, by the way, the next iRacing special event will also be here at Daytona. The first of the year was, of course, the Raw before the 24. This is the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and the next race is the iRacing Daytona 500. And actually, that race is a very special occasion for us, because it will actually be officially the 10-year birthday of our first ever broadcast. You can still actually catch a bit of it on YouTube. Not gonna lie to you, it is possibly one of the most disastrous launches for an esports broadcaster that you will ever see. It was an IndyCar race at Iowa Speedway. The race, we started about 10 laps in, first caution already happened. Basically, it was a very quick hello, then the picture died, and we had to start a new feed. I think we're doing a little bit better here today.
Oh, why did you have to say that? I know Lewis McGlade doesn't believe in the commentator's curse, but I do, and thank you very much, Will. I mean, I have to remember that I am currently sat in the commentary box with a person who has actually been banned by race control from actually being in the commentary box for the last 15 minutes of a race. That was... God blimey, that would have been, what, 2016? That would have been.
Yeah, about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, GOT. Those were the days. Those were the days. You know, I do believe in the curse to the commentator, because I've done it so many times over the year. Hopefully, though, we're not going to do any of that this evening at the virtual Daytona International Speedway. Having a look through it, I want to turn my attention over to LMP2 for a moment. Lucas Prada is leading the way. Been looking at the 114 car for a couple of moments, who is running 7th place in class. That is Anjan Amuthan in the Team PGZ 114 car. Now, both the Team PGZ cars have actually been involved in issues here today, as we now get a look at another yellow and black car, which, to be fair, really should have a nice little R somewhere on it, you know, just to finish it all off. But the PGZ cars haven't had the best of luck today. And of course, there's probably a number of Americans on our chat right now saying it's not Z, it's Z.
Yes, but I'm British, and
so am I.
So therefore, we invented the... Well, actually, we didn't invent the English language. It was the Normans. Well, it was the Latin as well influence, and the German, and everything else that went into making English as a language. But yes, I think we've gone past the stage though of teams just sticking a RaceSpot logo on there. I think we've reached the stage in sim racing, Will, where they'll turn around and go, yeah, we'll stick your logo on for a price. Yeah,
for a couple of $100 each time. But of course, we do make their car officially 1/10 of a second faster. Also, the old wives' tale would say.
Can I just come in here? This is an interesting thing. Team Redline GTD, Gianni Vecchio's headed onto pit road.
Okay.
But his teammate Alexei Nesov didn't join him on the same lap like they've been doing. Ollie Steinbratton is jumping into that number 4 Team Redline car. So therefore, A little bit of a slight split in strategy. Maybe Nessoff had a little bit more draft for longer in this stint. It just means that he can go a lot longer.
I don't mind that, to be fair, because worst case scenario, you've got a little bit of difference between the two cars. And dear iRacing, many things have been asked from. Can you please make that pace car solid? That is the only thing I want for my next 50,000 Christmases as Ollie Steinbraten gets out of pit road. Of course, you have to stay on the limiter until what about now? Now you can get yourself up to full pelt, and that was close with the Ferraris they had into the International Horseshoe. But I don't mind them splitting their strategy up by a couple of laps here on there, because if you are the number 4 car of Steinbraten, you are now going to get the draft all the way down into the more chicane. So in terms of the good old McLaren massive dial and knowing where everyone's going to be on track, not a bad shout for me, as Nessoff is on pit road.
Yeah, so there you go. Like I say, that about a lap difference between the two of them to come onto pit road. Yeah, it was a bit close for that Simify Esports GTD car actually on pit exit, and I would actually say that it would, if there had been contact, it would very much have been on that number 14 Ferrari, one of the very few Ferraris out there on track, it must be said now. So yeah, it's sad to see that, as we've got a number of pit stops in GTP as well, because your race leader is onto the pit road. So right on cue to make their pit stop. It's interesting to see how they get on. And in fact, Josh Rogers is now ahead, or stayed out. Of course, he was longer on the fuel. No, he isn't ahead, because I'm looking at the wrong part of my timing sheet. It's Mitchell de Jong that we were keeping an eye on in GTP, as there goes Gustavo Ariel out of the pit road. And where's his teammate going to be in all of this? Yeah,
don't forget there's going to be a bit of cold tyres here for Ariel, and actually this is going to work out pretty much picture perfect, because he's ahead of the Ferrari, ahead of the number 4. This has worked out to be absolutely perfect for Team Redline. And sometimes, you know, they say you get the luck of the draw. Other times you make your own luck. And for Team Redline, in terms of their 2 and number 4 cars in GTD, once again it's been perfect. We're down into the West Horseshoe. That could have almost gone completely. And that wasn't the West Horseshoe, that was the International Horseshoe. But a little bit of prototype traffic there, getting a little bit close to the number 2 car. So, could have been a bit of a moment there.
And I talked about that with Lewis a little bit earlier on, about how with the prototypes, they're not as quick through the 2 horseshoes, the International Horseshoe, and that was what was actually the Western Horseshoe that nearly had contact there. And that PGZ car went steaming in, almost wiped out the rear of that Mercedes into the Western Horseshoe. And really, with those prototypes, you want to just hang behind a little bit and then cut back on the inside on corner exit, because you got much better acceleration out of the corner in those prototypes compared to the GTDs. Here's the 2 Redline cars. They've currently got that Ferrari. It's a Simify Esports sandwich, but now Simify decides, you know what, I'm not happy having the Redline car behind me. You two go ahead and I'll just hook onto your slipstream.
And that's going to work really well for the Simify car, because so long as he can maintain the pace for the infield section, that could mean that he'll gain a bit of time. There's a little bit of prototype traffic going down the inside. That's a race clutch car through the International Horseshoe. And it would mean he'll just gain a little bit of time and save a little bit of fuel. And into that kink. And I tell you what, I think if you really want to start doing endurance racing, there would be a great way of using AI at corners like the King to train you on how to and how not to make an overtake, because that is one of those corners where Lewis talked about it earlier on. You really need to commit to the move, and that's what Charlie Collins didn't do earlier on when trying to overtake the Storm Force ART 199 car. And iRacing, first and foremost, has always been a training tool. If you want to get some AI into how to be a good endurance driver, that's one of those 10 corners, I think, that you really need to master.
Yeah, it certainly is. And in fact, I always remember Team RSO, they used to actually provide a service to gentlemen drivers in the real world to work with them in the sim using iRacing to teach them about traffic management and about working at tracks like this very one at Daytona. The GTP pit stop cycle, I will say it's worked out slightly better that last stint for Moreno Sirica compared to Mitchell de Jong, because Moreno Sirica's actually been able to pull out that gap by about a second or so in the last stint. So it's actually worked in their favour right now as that one. So yeah, that's a little bit of a change there in that leading gap.
And it's 292 laps now completed for Moreno Sirica. 13 pit stops here today. As well, you've only got about 15 minutes left, Paul, before I have to say goodbye to you and welcome Cam back into play.
Yeah, I'll be stepping aside for a couple of hours, but I'll be back a little bit later on this evening. I'm on one of the later shifts, and yeah, we'll carry on the discussion and the talk with myself and Ewan O'Leary on that portion of the broadcast. So yeah, I've got about 20 minutes before I get a nice little break and a little bit of a freshen up, but you can guarantee I'll be sat here like everybody else watching this race with intrigue.
Let's just be honest, Paul. You basically said to the powers that be that you can only deal with 1 hour of me, and that's it.
All I did was put down my hours of availability. It was entirely somebody else's decision as to what it was. So, well, it was. It's nothing to do with me. I'm not the one who organised this, but I will say it's nice to get a bit of variety as well. It mix things up and get a bit of Lewis, get a bit of yourself. So we've got this this part. Do you know what? I was looking back at some of the old Daytonas, and back in 2018, I think it was I was producing and lead commentating, and it was myself, Gary Weaver, and Lorenzo Bonda for the 6 to 12 hour portion of the stint. I actually prefer how we're doing things now, where we can jump in and off and have little bits of breaks now.
Yeah, I do agree. I'm only on for 3 hours, but I've actually been here and will be here until I fall asleep in front of a can of insert energy drink or cup of tea here. I've actually stayed off the tea so far because for some reason the water in Dudley just doesn't taste the same as everywhere else. It makes your mouth a little bit claggy, so it's a shame. I know you don't drink hot drinks, Paul, but you know what it's like being a British tea drinker. You've got to get it absolutely perfect, as the gap between Sirica and de Jong is almost touching 20 seconds. Meanwhile, we are having a look at the 124 car. That is just falling off my screen, but the 124 car running in LMP2, that is Team PGC and their 124 car, and they have actually got Simify Esports Tears LMP2 car right behind as they scrap it out for what is 14th place in class, which might sound low, but every position in an endurance race matters, especially to some of the smaller teams. Every position is important for them.
I think with PGZ as well, is basically, as you alluded to earlier, they've not had the best starts to the race. So you give yourself little marks of, right, okay, we've not had the best of starts, let's get back into it and to get going. Where's our target? Right, our first target is this car. Right, let's get to them, get past them. Right, what's our next target after that? And you just have to just change your train of thought and how you work through a race like this when you've had an incident.
I've just also realised that I completely went against what I said about 5 minutes ago and said Z instead of Z. But that's just the way it is. We are an American racetrack after all. Who knows what will come out of my mouth in the next 5 minutes or so. Hopefully it'll be clean at the very least. No RaceSpot After Dark just yet. And also, I want to give a shout out to all of the people that are streaming this iRacing Daytona 24 hours. There was actually thinking about getting a page together with every live stream that I could find. Unfortunately, life just got a little bit in the way. And some people's been asking, well, why is Max Verstappen and Team Redline streams got this many viewers compared to this stream with X number of viewers? Different audiences, and that's what I love about this. You know, we are the quote-unquote TV style broadcast for this weekend, but then you've got all of these drivers, and it happens exactly the same in the Rolex 24 hours. If you go to the IMSA website, you've got a ton of onboards. If you're Magnus Racing, you point a camera into your pit lane because you're actually not allowed to show anything on track to do what you do. Different audiences, different things. Some people like our live updates page, some people just like looking at time and scoring. That's what I love about endurance racing. There's so many different ways to consume events like this.
Do you know what I love about this event? Is in a different split, so not in this server, but in one of the other servers. And this has all come through the Porsche Esports, Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup All-Stars. You've got a team of Matt Malone, Casey Kerwin, Quirk, and Tony Kanaan all together, and they're all streaming from Tony Kanaan's facility. I mean, have you seen his setup for his sim setup?
I have.
It is absolutely incredible, and you know, fair play. Oh, and Dan Suzuki as well. I forgot is involved in that one. Yeah, it's such that's just come through from streaming, from being involved in those special events and through those All-Stars events, that basically they've come together as a team and are working together in their own iRacing Daytona 24 hours. But there's some of the American teams as well that have started the later stint as well, of course, because there's multiple start times for this event. And I know that Ash Vandley, she's streaming her team driving at the moment in their split. They're currently in glorious sunshine, so you can tell that the race isn't that old for them.
Oh yeah, I've actually got still on my wall in the office a little poster that Porsche sent over to us when we did the first of the All-Star Series back in 2021. It was fun to work on that one. And actually, yeah, you're right. It's great to have all these teams come together. I remember what Lewis was saying earlier on about if you were to get all these teams together into a land-based environment and what will happen. Yep, we have seen that. I remember, of course, Benecke in particular and some of the anger that came from him. Of course, he now runs for Mouse Esports. But I've always wanted to have the iRacing Indy 500 done in a land environment, because we all know that there's not a lot of love lost between some of the drivers in that series. And based upon what I mean, we've seen a lot on site, Paul, over the years, the two of us. Based upon what we've seen in terms of GT and single-seater racing, sometimes they're far more intense than others. It's a polite way of saying it.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I would love to see more and more LAN events. I think that would really add a different dynamic to sim racing, and it also helps build the profile of the teams and the drivers as well, to have those in-person LAN events. I know they're an absolute nightmare to organise and to try and get everybody in the right place at the right time, and no, you can't go changing that rig to how you want it to be. It's got to be the same for everyone. Yeah, it's just an absolute nightmare to organise those events. But when you get a celebration of sim racing, when you get all of these teams and drivers all together, along with the general public as well, and this is the thing I love about these iRacing special events that we have here. They're open to everyone. It's not like some events where it is a closed off by invitation only. There's a time and a place for a closed off invitation only event, but it's the accessibility of sim racing. It's giving the opportunity to people who can't afford to go real world racing. I mean, I've competed in the Daytona 24 hours in iRacing. I threw it into the wall at the Le Mans chicane, but you know, that's what happened. I was still competing. It's the fact that some events have gone behind a closed door to the general sim racing community. I think that's where maybe we've gone backwards a little bit. But this event, I mean, this is the biggest of the year by far, in terms of numbers, in terms of how many teams and people are watching on Twitch. I mean, on Twitch at the moment, I'm just seeing, just on my follow list, it's just iRacing. It's just all there. All these people taking part in this. This was fantastic. Bring the community together.
What, 16,000 plus people participating, so many different teams, and I love to see the fact that we've got pretty much all of the big teams back, because of course last year we didn't have all of the big teams for reasons that became apparent a couple of weeks later. But I completely agree with you, and you know, we've both seen our fair share of LAN events, and the former Mrs. Vincent once actually, I remember her telling Nick Tandy at a Porsche event, it doesn't matter if you're a work driver, you do what I say when I do it, you get into the rig and you don't mess about with it. But having these LAN events have been so good. Of course, we missed it for a couple of years because of COVID. Great to see them come back. Hopefully we're going to have even more. I've already started looking at my calendar actually to see if we can fit in another RaceSpot community event this year. It's going to be a tight one, but I have got an idea as to when it might be possible, because of course we did that a couple of years ago down at Simply Racing Milton Keynes. Would love to do it again, be it either in the UK or in Germany. Talking about Germany, Paul, this will astound you. I had to get myself a new passport because my last one got stolen. Guess how many days it took, and this was not a priority service, for me to get my passport from applying?
I'm going to say 8 days.
5.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's amazing how efficient our passport service is, even though people say horror stories about it. I mean, my driver, I had to renew my photo card for my driver's license. That came through in about 4 days.
Yeah. My blue badge turned up in exactly 3 days. It's incredible, all this sort of stuff. So, I mean, I think that I might have found a little trick, which I'm not going to say on air because everyone will take it. But don't forget, there are 2 different sizes of passports, which means there's 2 different printing presses that go on potentially simultaneously. Cough, cough. Well, we are now 16 hours and, well, about 10 minutes plus that last lap away from the checkered flag. So, you know, we're almost there, allegedly. Just got to wait for the sun to rise in a couple more hours. And we was talking earlier on, our journal was talking about, you know, going to the Daytona 24 hours for the first time. I think in terms of endurance races, I am going to put myself out there. I think that Nürburgring, in order, I'd love to do Nürburgring first, then I'd like to do Daytona, and only then do I want to go to Circuit de la Sarthe to watch Le Mans. And the reason for that is because, yeah, Le Mans, I think it's the second biggest race event of the entire year in terms of spectators. But from races that I've been to in America, races that I've been to around the world, I have to say that endurance racing is so accessible outside of, I think, Circuit de la Sarthe, but also the American crowds can be absolutely fantastic. And you can pretty much, in my opinion, just walk through the infield at night and grab yourself about 16 hot dogs without actually even having to say hello to anyone. They'll just be offered to you as soon as they're here. Well, in our case in particular, we've got an unidentifiable British accent.
Do you know what? I remember Alvin Nieves, who used to commentate here on RaceSpotTV. He went to Daytona. He was walking through the infield, got invited to somebody's RV, and was having beers with them till about 4 o'clock in the morning. So, you know, it's one of those events where you just start talking to somebody, and before you know it, you're early hours of the morning, and it's oh, the sun's going to be starting coming up soon. Better get some sleep. But Daytona, so this event, I will let into a little secret here. Myself and my friends, we may have caused a global pandemic because we were there saying, oh yeah, we'll not do Daytona this year in 2019. We'll go next year in 2020. Yeah, we'll plan to do that. And of course, the world started ending. So, so it was our fault. We decided.
Yeah. I can agree with that one. I have to say, by the way, as well, I like in America and Germany and even in France, you can bring an RV, you can get a massive camper out, have a load of fun. Then you go to an event in the UK where it's Poundland disposable barbecues, and that's where you're allowed in 4 hours to cook a single rasher of bacon if you're lucky, and you might still get food poisoning. I tell you what, we're going to get Cam back in a few minutes' time. I'm going to run through your top 3 in each of your classes. Starting, I'm going to go backwards for once. I'm going to start off in GTD, and it is the number 4 Team Redline car who is leading the way, still being bumped around the racetrack by the number 2 Team Redline car, which currently has Gustavo Ariel behind the wheel. And then in 3rd place, 14.5 seconds back, is the Stormforce ART 199 car, who was leading at one point in this race, but an incident down in the kink with Charlie Collins has put him out of contention for the time being. Up into LMP2, and it is currently Race Clutch White who are leading the way, but I do note that they are on a different strategy compared to the WSR Esports butt kicker number 23 car who runs in 2nd place, and then the Kelsey team, which is the number 18 car. They have actually had a really good last couple of hours. They are up into a podium position with Jose Soria behind the wheel. And finally, to your GT prototype class, it is Williams Esports, leading by almost 20 seconds now from 2 VRS Coanda cars. First of all, the number 92 car with Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel, and then the second of the Coanda cars has Mr. OP Josh Rogers in the number 8. And it seems to be, as anyone goes away, we have to ask them for predictions for when they come back. My one to you, Paul, is how big do you think the gap is going to be in GTP when you come back onto comms?
That's going to be a very difficult one, because there's going to be changes of drivers coming up soon for both Williams Esports and for VRS Coanda Esports. So I think it's going to be around that sort of 22-23 second mark for that. I did want to say, you were saying about how European and American camps and that were fantastic. I went to the Belgian Grand Prix in 2013. On the Sunday after the Grand Prix, we're in the campsite, and the tent across from us was some British students. They'd started a small campfire, and we were all sort of chatting around, we're drinking away, and the 2 lads that I were with, they'd run out of beer. And I said, "Oh, just go to the van down there. They'll have some." And it was a group of German fans who turned up in this big Mercedes Sprinter van, and it literally was a sound system and a fridge. That's all they had in the back of that. And they went down to the van and paid some €20 and got about 2 crates of beers, came back. And while they came back, one of the lads was, "Oh, I found some wood as well." Turns out it was the gate to one of the fields of the farmers. So, yes, we had a good fire that evening.
Oh, wow, I can imagine. And to be fair, Nürburgring 24, I've heard as soon as it goes dark, there's basically about 100 different discos all going on at once. And with that, Paul, what are you having for your tea?
Oh, I've already had my tea. I had some bangers and mash for my tea just before I started. No, I'm just going to have a little bit of a relax, just enjoy watching the broadcast with yourself and Cam, and then I'll be back in about 2 hours' time.
Well, we'll see you in 2 hours. That, folks, is Paul Smith, and hopefully, by the power of internet magic, I can say, hello, Cam.
You're right. How you doing, Will? Good to see you back.
Yeah, cheers. It's not bad. It's not bad. Me, Will Vincent, him, Cameron Roger. Iku still doing our lovely camera angles and production. Track cameras by Dougie Beard. Live timing and scoring is available. Timing.RaceSpot.TV. Or if you've got Google Chrome, head over to timing71.org. Install the add-on plugin, whatever you call it, for Google Chrome. Get access to advanced statistics, and don't forget, you've got ourselves over at RaceSpot News with live reporting throughout the course of the race. In fact, if you want to buy us a coffee, you can go over to our live page and buy us one over there as well. So not a lot has changed since you've been gone, Cam. However, it seems to be that silly hours are kind of pretty much done and dusted for the time being. We've now got the good old firm pair of hands in behind the wheels of most of these cars to take them through the next couple of hours, as we are now into pure darkness at Daytona, as we are about 9:45 local time.
Yeah, a couple of small changes for position, but as you say, nothing too crazy. And I'm definitely expecting it to be pretty stable, as you say. We've got quite a lot of the good drivers in, and they're just going through the laps at this moment in time. But what we've seen every now and again is, every sort of half an hour or so, you just get these one little sort of lapses of concentration, and it causes a big crash. For instance, so about an hour ago now, you had the Marla car getting spun around on the entry of the Le Mans chicane, and just little things like that always come up over the course of the race. So that's what you have to keep your eye on over the race, just to make sure that you're being a little bit more consistent. And having said that, the battles, though, they have been raging on, and it's been a good watch.
Yeah, and of course, we just run through your top three in each of your class. In a couple of moments, we'll run through the drivers who haven't had it all their way today and are classified as out of the race. Attrition in the number 81 Coanda esports car is back out onto track. And earlier on, they were talking about how nice a driver Attrition is. I've actually had the privilege of being sat next to him, heading from Gronau down to Düsseldorf Airport after he woke up late. And basically, I drove the car down from where I was staying down to where he was staying in Gronau. He gets behind the wheel of the car, realizes that his flight is an hour and a bit before mine, and was like, can I drive, please? And when you get someone like Attrition asking to drive, you're going to let him drive.
Absolutely. I'm sure that would have been a pretty scary ride. And I'm sure the GPS ETA was beaten on that one.
Yeah, I think we were going about the limit of what you're allowed to drive on the tyres in a rental car, because of course the Autobahn on that part of the racetrack, we see the two-team Redline GT cars being overtaken by a little bit of lap traffic, and we have already had, of course, Redline and Coanda coming together in this race, and no love lost between the two of those teams. But tyres on a rental car in Germany, like, even though you can go, as fast as you want on certain stretches of the Autobahn, I think you're limited to 240 kilometers an hour on most rental tyres, and after that, if you do crash, then basically, you're paying a massive bill. And that was the speed that we were going at. I think it was 3:30 in the morning heading down to Düsseldorf Airport. He gets out the car, and then I have to toddle around for 20 minutes trying to find a service station in order to top the car up with fuel to then actually drop it off at its proper location.
I mean, that's one of those once in a lifetime opportunities as well, though. Being with someone who, of course, races, in the real world, knows what they're doing behind the wheel. I'm sure that was certainly something. So Simar C there, did you get a bit of a look down the inside with BS Competition opening the door, as Reed there not quite able to take the apex they would have wanted, but even though it's a little bit lower down in class, this is for P4, they're still absolutely going at it.
Simar C, I think, one of those teams that I've commentated on more than any other in my time as an esports commentator. And the one thing that I love is they've pretty much kept the same black and yellow color throughout. I do love the contrast between the yellow and the black on this car. They used to actually have a RaceSpot logo on their rear spoiler or somewhere. And again, as Paul was saying earlier on, I think we're at the point now where we're going to have to start paying some of these teams to keep a RaceSpot logo on the car. I do see an ATVO sticker at the very least, but I think that there's not a RaceSpot logo on there, so ultimately I'm disappointed.
Yeah, always got to love the yellow, representing the yellow of RaceSpotTV. And also the good thing is it's a very, like a bright color. It stands out. You can see them when they come down when they come down the road. So that's always a good one. And of course, trying to put themselves up into what would be fourth position if they could get past this Coanda. We were talking about liveries a little bit earlier, because some of them, they're a little bit dull, especially in some certain lights. But yellow, you can always get away with that one in every lighting situation.
Yeah. We just had 2 new fastest laps of the race overall set within 10 seconds of each other. First of all, it was Joshua Rogers in the number 8 VRS Coanda car doing a 1:30.802. 10 seconds later, the Apex Racing Team number 98 car being driven by Johan Half says, "Hold my fuel canister," and he does a 1:30.762. So track temperature is now actually down to 19.6 degrees in the air. Track temperature, sorry, is 21.1 degrees Celsius. So we're at that point now where we are going to see the fastest laps of the race, because after this we're going to get, more rubber, more dirt onto the racetrack. The question is going to be, are we going to see a sub 1:30? If we are, it's going to be draft done, and it's going to be done in such a way where you're basically gaining about 6/10 in the draft over the banking.
Yeah, definitely. It's not. Yeah, we're a bit too far away with it being sort of 0.8s, 30.8s. If it was 0.2s, 0.3s, then maybe. But yeah, I think we're just a little bit too far away from that. However, as you're saying, we are getting into pretty much perfect prime conditions for the laps. It's getting cooler, and it's getting to that bit where the track is not sort of overheating the tyres and everything like that. You can push that little bit more, and especially when we get towards the end of the stints, we'll be seeing them as fast as they can. Maybe a couple more hours when it just gets to the absolute peak cold, but that was... And of course, on this lap, SimRC, they're just getting past the Coanda car. So it's working well for them with Marvin Stroll getting up into that 4th place. But unfortunately, they do have 10 seconds now to the next car up ahead.
Just to let you know, Gabby Montero is on a pit stop in the number 14 car over in GT Daytona. Johan Half just went purple again with exactly the same lap time as he did the lap before. He did 2 1:30.762s in a row. I tell you what, if he does another one to that exact same 1,000 of a second, I'll donate $100 to charity without a single question asked, because that would be ultra Mr. Consistency. We're looking at the battle for 5th place in GTP. That is between Team Redline in the number 20 BMW Team Redline car. Then you've got the Apex Racing Team number 98 in 6th place, and another Team Redline car, the number 21 in 7th place. And it's choo-choo all aboard the draft train. Choo-choo.
It's certainly needed around here with all these long straights, and it's just something that you have to learn how you do to understand how you can get the most efficient time out of it. And it's really working for the few pairs of drivers that are working at that one. Of course, most of this track is actually straight. We do have these sort of 4 hairpins in the middle of the track, but then the rest of it is pretty much just flat out. So you really need to just gain every 10th you can on the straights. When you're flat out in a straight line, there's nothing you can do. So playing some draft games is certainly something that is where you can gain some time. And also in these battles, like you can see now with this red line sort of duo and then the Apex in between, it's a bit difficult because you're sort of looking in your mirrors, you're trying to overtake at the same time. It's quite hard to get yourself in position, but I think what we are seeing here is a difference in the abilities between the 2 chassis. They're sort of faster at different points of the track.
And you've got to remember as well that there is a little bit of friendship between Team Redline and the Apex Racing Team. Potentially not as much in GTP, it's actually a bit more in GTP than compared to what they might have done in GTD, where basically they were the top 4 drivers for most of the race until the 198 and the 199 car had issues. But it does mean that there's going to be a bit more respect shown between these drivers. And I do notice the fact that the Apex car hasn't really made much of a move. In fact, he's coming on towards pit lane right now to make a service. So Johan Half slows that car down to 55 miles an hour. And that's one of those things. Yes, you do see teams with very different names, very different liveries. But over the years, there have been some technical alliances. There have been some teams maybe share some drivers here and there. Apex and Redline have certainly been one of those over the years where Alex Simpson, team manager over at the Apex Racing Team, and Dom Duhan, team principal over at Team Redline, they get on better than some other team principals, I'll tell you that one.
And that's always a good thing. A bit of friendly competition is always what we like, because there's always that sort of balance. So you want to be competitive and you want to be fighting on the track, but you also want to do it in a nice way. You don't have this animosity between yeah, between the teams, it's yeah, never a good thing. But you do also get sometimes what we see here in the GTP category. Got two Coanders following each other through. The 92 leads the 8. De Jong leads Rogers. But also, of course, in GTD's got two redline cars following each other around the track. Unfortunately, though, they're 20 seconds off Williams, and it basically has been like that for the last 4 hours. They don't seem to be able to catch them down just yet. So I think that's the 8 going down pit road.
Yeah, indeed. We also saw the number 99 car for Apex Racing Team of Max and Brilliant down pit road. Josh Rogers comes down the lane right now. That means Mitchell de Jong is all by himself on track for the time being. The one thing that has surprised me, and this actually shows the level of detail that they went into with this balance of performance, is that we haven't got that much strategy variation over in GT Prototype. And earlier on, they were talking about the fact that, you know, you can gain or lose a little bit of fuel mileage with the downforce levels. Of course, we've got some of the world's best sim racers here, so they're going to basically take all the downforce off they can humanly get away with and say, okay, let's go with that. But we've not really had much in terms of different strategies in GTP the way that we saw early on in GT Daytona.
Yeah, I guess some of that is to do with the fact of the tyres being with the fuel, so you can't really double stint. But it's always a gain to save fuel, though, because if you go further in the stint, you then basically have a qualifying lap. If you do like a 1 lap overcut, you have a qualifying lap where you have 1 lap of fuel in the car versus them that have got a full tank of fuel. So they're a little bit heavier, so their outlet should be a bit slower. So in theory, that should work. And then later on, when that adds up, you know, a lap every stint, 10, 15 stints into the race, you're sort of half a stint out of sequence. So it can work to your favor, but I guess everyone is pushing the limits of what they can do with a bit of fuel saving, while also trying to go fast and things like that. So I think that all, it's just because they're so good, they'll all end up basically doing the same thing because they work out what is the fastest way of going around the track.
JME Sports' number 17 car seems to have had an issue. Luke Reimer behind the wheel slowed down on track. Looks like it might have just been a slide, maybe a half spin. He is back on track and is going again, however. And Luke Reimer is currently down in 17th place in class. Talking about the fact that the track's coming into optimal time, Luke Bennett's just set a personal best, 130.885. In GTD's, Howard Talon's just set his personal best, a 143.389, and Maxen Godino has just set a personal best in the 199 car of a 143.388. Pablo Lazar is on pit road for Movana Course GTP, and Mitchell de Jong is on pit road for the VRS Coanda number 92 car.
Yeah, what these fast laps is telling us that the track, as you've been mentioning, is getting to those perfect condition states where they can just put in the fast laps, cooler track temperatures and all that. As the 92 comes out of pit road, there is the sister car, and there's going to be just a small gap between them, as it always helps, as we were mentioning, going out or staying out that extra little bit longer. You have an extra lap or two on lighter fuel, and you always gain just those extra few tenths in that battle. So I don't think that's, but yeah, I don't think there's anything really to worry about so much. The 92 still leads the 8.
And a driver change for Movana Corsa. Marcus Hamilton is behind the wheel of the number 9 now. That means that Pablo Lazar gets himself a bit of a food break, a bit of a rest. And I haven't even asked you, as the ultimate discussion point in terms of RaceSpotTV broadcast over the years, what did you have for your dinner, Cam?
Fish pie.
Oh,
Always
nice.
a winner in my household, yeah.
Did it have a cheesy top in it?
Yeah, bit of cheese on top of the mash, yeah. And then, God, I don't know, can't remember exactly what was in it, like salmon and cod, and yeah. It's, my local place, they basically sell this sort of fish and pie mix of all the fish. It's good.
That sounds fantastic. I have to say, I probably had the healthiest meal of anyone on RaceSpotTV today. I had a tuna salad with some calamari rings, grilled calamari rings, and a slice of toast. And being the posh son of it that I am, I decided to have some sourdough for once because it's still a bit healthier.
that is, yeah, a little bit posh. So salad is an interesting one because I haven't quite got into salad yet. I know I probably should because I'm trying to be healthy, but I just can't understand eating a bowl of leaves yet. I haven't wrapped my head around that because there's never been something in my diet.
To be fair, every time I used to go to Subway, other sandwich shops are available, I'd always say I'd have all the salad apart from the lettuce, because I never saw the point in just wasting my energy eating lettuce. But over the years, and again, you know, lettuce gets boring unless it's in a Caesar salad. Apart from that, though, I don't mind mixed leaves, but it's got to be a little bit of lemon, a little bit of balsamic, a little bit of olive oil in there. Not the level of olive oil that Jamie Oliver puts into all of his dishes, but, you know, something close enough. And hopefully our current producer will tell us what he's had for his dinner. Being finished, I mean, I can make many assertions here, but I'll keep it clean for the time being. One thing also, I do want to say, in terms of our graphics, I do like the fact that we've got a new font going on at the moment.
Yeah, is that the work of Dane Baird? Is that what he's been doing over the winter? I think it might be. Yeah, because there was a few cool graphics as well. Actually, I like that. Before we went live, the intro of our Junior and Lewis, there's a few nice graphics. So obviously in the works of getting some refreshments to the overlay, which is always a nice thing to come into the new year. And yeah, I do like it. It's a little bit more, I don't know, round and modern, I guess, is a better way of putting it.
We do also have a new social media stroke designer on our team, whose name I've completely forgotten, but she does hail from Brazil. Hello, and thank you very much for all the work that you've been doing for us at RaceSpot over the last couple of months. But what it does do is it makes it easier, especially if you're on a phone or a tablet. Like I've currently got two different sets for the broadcast production overlay on, one on my left, one on my right. So if I turn over to the timing screen, I can still have half an eye on what's going on track. In terms of the way that we actually do broadcasts, I mean, you've kind of joined us a little bit later on in the party compared to the old fart that I am now in terms of this sort of stuff. But having this production feed that we have combined with the two timing screens that I have makes a massive difference to the way that you actually commentate a race. We're going more and more towards what the likes of Hindorf or Haven or Crofty would have. Yes, we haven't got, you know, a pair of binoculars and the full view of a racetrack, but everything else is the same pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been on race for about 2 years now, but I mean, I remember when I first started commentating like 6-7 years ago now, and we used to just spectate ourselves in the game, and the producer would do whatever they wanted and just followed what we showed, whereas now we actually get the feed from them and stuff. So it is a massive improvements in technology. And also now, you know, what the viewers may not know, there's multiple producers as well over the course of the race, and they'll be hopefully seamlessly swapping over, so you won't even notice that, such as the way of new technology. So it is pretty cool how far the world of sim racing and esports has come. The fact that we can have so much technology even on a, you know, it's not necessarily a TV grade, but we can have a TV-like production.
Yeah, I mean, we have been on TV in multiple countries. During COVID, we were going to Eurosport, Sports 1, Ziggo Sports, insert other broadcasters around the world who I'd never heard of in my life until I got an email saying, yes, we need this feed to this location, please. You've got 4 hours to set it up. But do love the work that's been done in terms of the graphics. I do also have to say that I really enjoy the liveries here today. And, you know, everyone keeps going on about white, black and red liveries. These people need to go back to 2011 when every single car seemed to be red, white and black. And actually, the team that predated Commander Esports, guess what colour their cars were?
Red, black and white.
Correct. My 3ID stroke 3ID gaming, exactly the same colours as everyone else. You also used to have Radicals Online. They were red, black and white. So trying to basically commentate the old iRacing F1 World Championship Grand Prix Series, the only team that would be completely different would be the Orion Racing team, which actually does still exist. I do see them occasionally in prototypes, one of the most beautiful liveries of all time in sim racing, as we're keeping it with these two Coanda Esports cars right now, heading in towards turn number 1. And, well, the pink-fronted, because that's all I'm going to say it is, the pink-fronted number 6 GTP is going to try and put them a lap down. Remember, blue flags here on iRacing are informational only, and it is the responsibility of the passing car to execute a clean and safe pass. However, the bit that people forget to read, is that basically if a pass happens, the driver who is being lapped should help facilitate that pass.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to jump out of the way, but if the leader's coming through, then you shouldn't make it any worse than it needs to be, which is always the important factor. But just imagine this a few years ago when Coanda won basically all of the special events. Imagine seeing this, them going a lap down. It's pretty crazy how fast. I think there's a little bit of strategy though. I think we are still waiting for a pit stop for the 6. But either way, the fact that the 6 has the gap that they've got over the field is just incredible. It's so close in behind of all these cars fairly close together, but all of a sudden they're almost 30 seconds up in first place. It's rather remarkable what they've done so far.
You have to remember though that, you know, Coanda Esports basically spent a year out of iRacing, running on another platform, because we are streaming to iRacing's YouTube page. I will forego naming said online platform, but that's the issue. When you go between different sims, they each handle a little bit different. You're running slightly different cars, you get immersed in a different environment. It makes it harder to come back. And we're not saying that Coanda is doing badly. I mean, they are right now running in terms of the GTP class in P7 and P8. However, Williams Esports are just being absolutely dominant in that GTP class. And you can't even argue that Williams Esports done that over a couple of years, naming the setup and all that. These are pretty much new cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're also in a different car to what they were last year. Of course, last year we just had the BMW. Now we've got all 4, and it's the Acura for the Williams. And the fact that they've got cars 1 and 2 as well just shows their preparation for this race. It's certainly something that's really good. And this the number 6 isn't absolutely flying past Coanders as we were expecting. They are on lap 28, so there may be 1 or 2 more laps before they come into their pit box. So yeah, Coanders definitely pitting quite a bit earlier. Actually, that's going to be, when did they pit? Yeah, 5 and 6 laps ago. So that's quite a big offset that they've got to everyone else, because all of the top 6 are still out there. So yeah, they're quite offset.
Now, on one hand, I would be happy to save a bit of fuel. However, last time by, actually coming on towards pit road now, is Marina Surica in the Williams Esports Play Seat car. I was going to say, last time by, a 131.8 for the number 6. Jaden Munoz in the number 5 car did a 130.977, his fastest lap of the day. So, I was going to say, had Surica not come on towards pit lane, I would have been trying to get at least into the middle of that Coanda sandwich. So A, still save some fuel, but B, not lose too much time out front.
Yeah, the pace did look pretty good though, to be honest, on the last lap, at least for the for Surica. I mean, he was only thousandths off his personal best, but he was about 4 tenths quicker than the number 8 machine. So definitely some pace advantage still up there. So yeah, I agree. At some point, you're going to have to go past. You don't want to be losing time. They've got such a big gap that I guess they could lose a second or so, but it is potentially going to count when we get later on in the race, should things happen. As we see the two red line entries, there's the 21 machine. That's just the team red line car, not the number 20 that's been up there for so long in this race. Cooper Webster at the wheel, currently 4 seconds behind Johan Harth, but just in behind is their teammate, that number 20, with Chris Lullam at the wheel.
Yeah. As coming out of pit road is that number 6 car. At some point, I'm going to call it pit road or pit lane and just stick with it. But for the time being, it is what it is. And say driver change then for the number 6 car, Carly Jansen behind the wheel. And new driver, probably going to be in the car, I would say, for at least 2.5 hours or so. We'll keep an eye out on that. To be fair, I'll be way gone off commentary by the time that I think that we'll see another driver change in the number 6. Back to typing on my keyboard. They only gave me 3 hours on commentary here. I mean, what have I done to disappoint the RaceSpot gods?
I guess historically speaking, not loads, but you are doing a great job on the news feed, which is really good to have the live updates, because often some things potentially can get missed on the broadcast, which you're keeping up on board with, which is really good to see. Is that the race clutch? Yes, it is. Race clutch GTP coming through. The Le Mans chicane, as we're calling it now, for 10th position. Vlad Kimichev at the wheel. What a signing that was by Race Clutch.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
From Urano. That is, I'm a little bit jealous of that one.
Yeah, I have to say, Vlad Kimichev is an amazing driver. running in that number 15 car. 10th place in class right now. We have, by the way, had After the Hook getting back behind the wheel of the number 5 car. So Jaden Munoz is going to take himself a break. The number 89 car has also had a driver change. If I just flick down, there we are. We've had Padre Sanchez Albert get out and Ryan Barneveld get in. So a couple more driver changes as we see there. The BMW M Team BS competition car running in 9th. The Zebras asked, what is my favourite Daytona 24 of all time? I mean, the sarcastic person behind me would say the year that we had to cancel the race and we did just the most incredibly off-topic, fake, unofficial broadcast of all time, when at one point we started reviewing all of the restaurants around Daytona, which involved me reading the Cracker Barrel menu, which is one of those kind of like chain restaurants in the United States. I would say, however, in terms of my favorite actual race, I think I want to say 2019. However, I love all of them because they've all had so many different storylines, so many different teams and drivers participate. And actually, no, I'll float all of those down the toilet. My favorite Daytona 24 hours is the ones that we haven't broadcast. And they're the ones that have been done solo over the years by Ian Plash, raising money for charity.
Yeah, that is, I'm not gonna lie, even though that's for charity, that is a difficult task, and that is not something that I envy at all. I think the longest I've ever done in a row is about 5 or 6 hours. So to go 4 times that is, yeah, absolutely remarkable. Just to be keeping it on the track by the end of it, let alone doing all your human necessities throughout the day, is certainly yeah, an amazing thing. That some people do try that every now and again and raise money for charity. We do yeah, applaud the people that want to be able to try and achieve that. It's one thing doing these things seriously and trying to win, and you know, especially this year, you know, there's the winning the spaces in the IMSA Esports Championship and things like that, but to have the, I guess the fun side of it is also what's such a cool thing about this event, and the fact that we get so many, you know, 100 splits of racing on iRacing is quite incredible.
Yeah, and by the way, it was Extra Life. I got the name back in my head now. The charity that Ian Plush is raising money for, which is basically a hospital-based program in the United States. He would actually automatically be disqualified from the race afterwards, but you know what? It's taking part that matters. And over the years, I've had 1 or 2 people say that, you know, there's only one winner of the Daytona, of any of these endurance races. I say poppycock, because everyone that finishes the race automatically is a winner in their own right, and each of the different splits, there is their own challenges to deal with. And yes, we have this close racing that we got going on between the 6 and the 8 in GTP, the 2 Team Redline cars scrapping it out in GT Daytona, the closing gap in LMP2, which is now just 3.4 seconds between the 23 and the 18. But you go down, let's just chuck a number out here, to split 7, there's going to be their own storylines, their own differences, their own battles, leaders that might be taken out, you know, by a slight error of another car, having to do a recovery drive. But each of these stories, they all mean something in that great tapestry that we know as competitive esports racing here on iRacing.
And that's why everyone shows up, because they know they're going to be getting in a split of similar drivers, similar abilities, and they know that they can have a good race for the win. And everyone also knows that in a 24-hour race, just getting to the end gives you a good chance of at least getting a top 5 in your class, realistically speaking, if you have a fairly incident-free race. So it's always a good one, and I don't think people will care if they're the winners of split 2 or split 52. Yeah, a win is a win, as they say. So it's definitely a great one, and I know many friends who are driving this very second in whatever split it is that they get into. And also, of course, we have the other time zones as well. Obviously, this was the midday one, but there's also, was it the 4 a.m. and the 4 p.m. I think another one in between. Yeah. So that's pretty cool to see.
And Cal City team are on pit road of Jose Soria right now. And I want to keep an eye out, see how long the gap is between them coming through the pits, and then the WSR Esports butt kicker and the CMRC cars coming onto the lane as well, because that is one piece of strategy that we might need to keep an eye out on. I like the fact that you got friends racing, because I don't have any friends, so I can't even say I've got people that I know running in this race. It is great though to see the camaraderie that goes to this. Well, you know, there are a number of people that share setup, driving tips, tutorials, be it via free programs or be it through subscription services, to help people get up to speed. In fact, there was 1 year when I did actually consider running this event when it was still the 2.4, before we had the 24-hour race. I spent New Year's Eve UK and East Coast time pretty much just training in a practice session with, at the time, one of the best IndyCar oval drivers in the history of iRacing, and just spending 5-6 hours learning how to not just navigate this track but maximize things. Like, for example, it seems so easy to come out of the Le Mans chicane and just snap onto the throttle, but you learn that actually it's not the corner exit that you need to get right, it's the middle of the corner, and when you start getting onto the power after you've run through that first curb.
Yes, a 4 apex corner, but you're not thinking about the last one. Absolutely, it's in that middle part. Is when you turn right, that is the bit that you have to get correct, and you've got to be careful as well, because obviously you've got the off tracks as well over the curbs, which is a big thing nowadays, especially on the X curb, also on the entry, and then also the physical curbs themselves. If you're chucking them over at the wrong angle, then of course you're going to be split off to the side. So that is probably one of the most treacherous corners in any endurance race, because you have to take so much commitment, because it's 2 kilometers after that down to turn 1. So if you get that wrong, you lose so much momentum, literally tenths of a second onto the straight. So it's definitely one that you have to do very precisely. And that also, as you're saying, for me, is probably the fun part of this track. Actually, is that formerly the bus stop, now the Le Mans chicane. You've got to really, you've got to turn it in left just a little bit, and then when you flick it right, you have to do that so precisely to get the run onto the straight.
I was just saying that we need to keep an eye out on when everyone else came in terms of your LMP2 leaders. It was a lap later, and WSR Esports butt kicker retake what will be the class lead in a moment. The Apex Racing Team 299, I'm just checking whether they're not on the same strategy. So they are showing second place in class right now, but they are not on the same strategy as the other two, the 23 and the 18. So that actually in the next lap or so might help the Calcer team a little bit, get a bit more draft through the long sequence of bankings that we have. And this racetrack, essentially the only part of the oval that you miss out is a tiny little bit on the backstretch and a couple of 100 yards through NASCAR's turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, you do the full lot, but it's a completely different racetrack. It's quite, it's quite funny how that works out. But yeah, there's literally just that bit of runoff, between turn 1 and 6, and then obviously the little bit that you miss out for the bus stop effectively. But apart from that, you're doing 2.4 miles of the very famous oval, and it to be fair, it does drive like that though, because if you look at all the bump drafting, the slipstream games that you get, it does translate over a bit into this. Endurance style racing.
Fastest lap of the day remained Johan Half, by the way, in that number 98 Apex Racing team car. He didn't do 3 laps in a row of 130.762, so the dollars are safe in my wallet for the time being as we look at that 299 Apex Racing team car. Again, they are off strategy the same way as someone else's off strategy. Just to let you know, I think the 001 car of Sven Hasse has just had a moment, because it's showing on my timing screens that he has slowed down or stopped. Just trying to see whether or not he's on pit road or not, but I think that's Sven Hasse in the 001 car. But actually, no, he is on pit road, and it looks like it's a driver change. I'll take that one all back. Sven Hasse is okay. He's just out the car, and Cody Deep is now behind the wheel of that 001 Delta Simtech by G&G car. they're talking about it earlier on. I don't mind double O's or O's behind car numbers.
Someone who agrees with me. I agree.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Because all the number is to differentiate the car.
Yeah.
So if it's 001, that's different to the number 1 car. I agree. Numerically speaking, maybe it's still 1, but for identification purposes, it's not physically the same number on the screen. It's got different characters.
Yeah. And over time, you actually just start getting into your vocabulary as well. You know, rather than saying 001, it'd be 001 or the 01 car, for example. So you can even differentiate it in the way that you talk when you're doing, you know, these long endurance races in particular, because maybe in a short 25-minute race, it gets a little bit more annoying. But in a race like this, it's just a car number. The same way that you've got sponsor names either before or after the team name. For example, I have to remember to say BMW Team Red Line for some of their cars, but just Team Red Line for the others. So for me, 001 isn't an issue. We've got a 001 and a 002 car in this race as well. And actually, what it does do is it makes it more likely you get the car number that you're after when you join up for a race like this, because the way it works is that the higher your iRacing is, the more likely you are to get the car number that you've allocated to that car. However, if someone else has already got that number, then basically you're just given a number that's remaining in, let's say, the 1 to 50 list.
Oh, this is getting close. One sec, we'll get back to that because that is very awkward with the Apex GTP coming through, and this leaves Coanda open door potentially for SimRC, but they couldn't find their way through there. But that was almost an issue with the traffic, allowing SimRC to get the run. But we'll see actually as we come up through the dogleg to the left-hand side, are they going to dive it up the inside? No, Coanda's just going to come to the middle of the track and block that one off. So yeah, no. Nothing too bad just yet, but definitely almost working their way out. And also, going back to the point on the numbers, for instance, like the grid and go, they're always like 001, 002, 003. So they've got like an identity now with those numbers. And in almost every situation, they're going to get that number. So you know, even if you go into another championship, they're almost likely to have those same numbers. So that makes it really easy to swap over. So yeah, I agree. It's just identification, and you can work it out. And even in IndyCar in real life, you've got the 6 and the 06.
Yeah.
Between, is it McLaren and the Meyer-Shank team have those numbers. So yeah, it's certainly realistic as well.
The same way that you've always got the 98, the 99, the 198, the 199. Oh, it's Apex Racing Team. Makes it so much easier when you're looking through, you know, and some of the times our timing system just gives us a car number, so you don't automatically get the team. But if you get that, no, 98, 99, okay, Apex Racing Team, I've done something. It makes it so much easier for us commentators. And just to put the final bit into here, people forget that in 1993, 1994, in Formula One, the car number 0 was used twice. Because, of course, the first time you had, was it 93, Alain Prost left, and then the 0 was used on a Williams, and then in 94, something happened again, and yeah, whatever happened. No, 92, it was Nigel Mansell that left, wasn't it? After he won the championship, he went over to America. So in 93, the Williams had the 0, and then in 94, the Williams had the 0 again because Alain Prost won the championship, and he disappeared off from running in Formula One. So the number 0 in itself does exist as well. So we continue to look at that battle then, and is it me or does that SimRC? Yeah, that SimRC car has gotten past. I was going to say that if he had done it down at the West Horseshoe, I would be wondering who had infiltrated that SimRC team, because they are normally very careful of when they make moves, and they chose the right time, the right place to do it. Now it's going to be a case though, can that SimRC team hold on to what is currently now 4th place in class? You got Marvin Strettel behind the wheel of the number 76, and Xander Reed behind the wheel of the number 12 VOS Coanda car.
I think he should be able to, purely because of how close he was sitting behind the Coanda car for quite a long time. I think he's got the pace to be able to at least hold on to that position. Whether he can pull away, we'll have to see, because it does look like Reed there is coming back. He's got some speed in that Coanda car still, so that should be a nice battle. How far off the next car? Yeah, they've got 20 seconds off the next car, so they don't, it's not like they need to yeah, focus exactly on the car ahead, unless they want to work together, try and bump draft up to them. But because there is a bit of a gap there, I think they are sort of open doors to have this battle for P4. So let's see how that one works out. But it does look like Simasi should have enough pace, at least to hold on.
I'm glad it's 20 and not 21 seconds, because otherwise I'd have to feel the need to do some good old grunge rap from, I think it was 2001, So Solid Crew, which for some reason is still on my music playlist. And for some reason, even though I hate the track, I still know pretty much all of the words to it. It was played that much when I was a kid growing up in good old Milton Keynes. By the way, we were talking about passports earlier on. I actually have something incredible that happened with my passport. For the first time in 15 years, they have put my birthplace correctly as Camden and not London.
Interesting. Was so before it was just London. I guess that is not incorrect though, because Camden is in London.
No. Okay, it's in Greater London, but London is the city of London. Camden is its own borough.
Yeah, I mean mine has like the town. So I guess, yeah, Camden makes more sense. But it's weird that they changed that as well. Did you request that?
I just put Camden down. I didn't put London. And they actually normally just copy from what it was last time. For some reason, 15 years ago, they changed Camden to London. It's like, oh, I'll give it the old college try. And they accepted it. So once again, I feel in my identity like a proper Camden boy, north of the river, etc., etc. That's just my random facts of the day. I'm actually happy I've got a new passport because I've already been invited out to Road America for the IndyCar race later on this year. And we talked about partying with Paul earlier. I know the Wisconsin lot know how to party.
Yeah, that does sound like a fun race to go to be honest. Yeah, I want to go and see some more races any race in America, to be honest. I did go this time, or just in a couple of weeks last year in January, and went to see some drag racing. That was pretty cool. But I want to go see some circuit racing out there. Seems to be a bit of a different vibe to the European stuff. I've been to a few European races now. Yeah, definitely seems like it. Yeah, it's just got a different crowd, to be honest. It's a completely different way of racing, to be honest. A different culture.
We had a question on YouTube as to whether or not the ART Stormforce car are still classified as net leaders in their class. The answer is no. Reason for that was Charlie Collins decided to go a little bit punterino down at the kink whilst he was driving in one of the VRS Coanda prototype cars, and that put the number 199 into the Armco barrier. I will say the fact that they are only 18 seconds behind the two Team Redline cars in class is a fantastic accomplishment, and I have to say it just shows the true resolve of that Apex Racing team.
Oh, definitely. And the only reason why it's actually 16 seconds is I think just because Redline ever so slightly faster. Not too long after the crash, he was still at about 9 seconds or so. So, yeah, realistically, he hasn't gained so much since that point. So I think, yeah, they're doing a great job. And that just shows you how it's a shame that they had that incident, because if both of these cars were where they were, P1 and 2, I think we'd have had a massive four-way battle over the last few hours. So we just got to see if they can come back from that, to be honest. But the 4 and the 2, both Redline cars, they're just working so well together, and they've clearly got the speed. And it's just 10th by 10th that they're increasing that gap. It's not massive, but slowly but surely over the course of all of the hours, it's just going up, ever so slightly. So they've clearly got it worked out with this bump drafting technique.
There is a battle going on for P4 and P5 in your GTD field, and that is Williams Esports BenQ and Delta Simtech by G&G. Cody Deef is behind the wheel of the 001 car, and the one car has got Alessandro Bico behind the wheel, as they have done 294 laps so far in this race. Your overall leaders, by the way, they are now up to a grand total of 332 laps into this event. Let's go back, though, to the Apex Racing Team cars. We continue to look at this battle for P4, P5 on screen. Would you consider maybe doing the ultimate strategy again? Maybe not coming in at the hour mark, just putting the car lighter and seeing whether or not you can just close the gap that way? because you haven't got a running partner anymore. And it seems to be that if you haven't got a running partner in terms of bump drafting, you're going to have to do something different in order to get back into contention for the lead of the race. And the good news is that you've got a pretty big gap behind you of 30 seconds, so you can afford to roll the dice a little bit.
Yeah, I think at some point they're going to need to try something, because I think, as we were mentioning, just 10th by 10th, they seem to be losing the pace. So they could potentially buy something with strategy. The issue is, if you go short every single stint, then at some point you have to make another pit stop, and therefore you lose the time anyway. So you can only really play that card once or twice, and realistically I don't think they're going to gain 16 seconds in a reasonable manner. So they are going to have to do something on pace as well as that. The issue is the sorry,
they can't fuel save, so they can't go in that direction.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they're just a little bit stuck with where they are, unless they can find some extra pace in that car. But obviously that's the difficult thing to do when you're coming up against, you know, two of the the best squads out there in the Formula 2.
And it is worth noting that the 198 car, who was at one point second place in class and, you know, helping the 199 along, in fact it was the other way round at one point, last time by 143.644, and you're kidding me. You're absolutely kidding me. Guess what the last lap time was for the number 199?
Was it identical?
143.644. So at least the Apex, I mean, what is this? The second time in a row that we've seen ultra consistency by the Apex Racing team. So if you could get the two of them back onto the same piece of real estate, and I think you actually have right now, they could start working together again. The issue is, if you're Alex Simpson, knowing that this whole bump drafting thing hasn't worked once and caused an incident, do you risk it again?
Well, they have been pretty much in the same facility for most of the race so far, obviously bar the laps where they had the incidents and whatnot. But I think, because as much as you have the bump drafting in the straights, you also have to be perfect in the corners, because right now the bump drafting is obviously making no effect. So they're clearly missing just the last thousandth of a second here and there, I think, is my prediction with that. Or maybe they're just not being as efficient. Maybe they're being slightly too far away as they come out of the corners before they start making it work. But yeah, they're clearly working together now and trying to make it work. I just think, I mean, even in the time that we've been talking about it, the gap's now gone up to over 18 seconds. It was 16 not too long ago. So they're clearly losing time just on average here and there.
Do you remember back, I think it was around 2011, with the Car of Tomorrow in Daytona, when it was basically you had to be one car pushing another in order to do anything in NASCAR, and it infuriated the old-fashioned NASCAR fans. Not going to lie to you, I'm not a fan of bump drafting at all, but it does seem to be at the moment that's the quickest way to get a GTD around the racetrack. So we turn our attention back then to your leading GT Daytonas, as they're just being passed there by quite a bit of prototype traffic.
Yeah, this is where it gets awkward, because this all splits up their bump drafting technique. And I agree, in this style of racing, it is not necessarily, I guess, intended, but sometimes it's needed. And I actually, because I've got an engineering degree and I did motorsport and stuff at college, so it's in my brain, and I do like the stuff that makes it happen, if you want to think about it like that way. The whole aerodynamics system, that is very interesting to me. But for endurance sports car racing, I don't know if, as I said, that's what's intended to happen, but you've got to make it work, to be honest. And if you can, and you want to do it to your advantage, I don't see why really there is an issue, because that is something to be gained. And if you want to try and not exploit is kind of the wrong word, but you know what I mean, if you want to take advantage of that potential, then go for it.
And of course, iRacing, if they weren't happy with it, they could very easily change the way that the 4Xs, which is called, more severe car-to-car contact, would be enabled. Because right at the moment, when you're bump drafting, you probably get what's called a 0X, which is, you made a slight bit of contact with another car, nothing important, off you go. You could easily just change the way that the cars are modeled so that if you're in that situation, so let's say more than 5 seconds at a time, it would trigger a 0 to 4X. Because you've got to remember that this isn't like the good old days when some people actually broke the incident count records, which is actually at 1024. For those of you that understand computers, you'll know the reason why. Because after 100 incidents, if I remember correctly, you will get yourself a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and then it's, I think, every 20 thereafter. So yeah, 120, 140, etc. But really, 1,000, someone got that many?
Yep. Yeah, and it might also include a certain 2-time Formula 1 world champion at one point as well in a race, getting many, many, many incident points. But we have had in endurance races over the years, the incident limit broken. So that shows the way as well. iRacing over the years, they've looked at the way these special events have been run. They've decided that, the first thing, it used to be static weather, and over time it's developed to the point that we now have dynamic weather, which makes the race so much more interesting, because now you're in a situation where you cannot basically predict your pit stop to the minute, to the second. You can't actually pre-time a race. You got to work with the conditions that are in front of you. Then, of course, they changed it in terms of things like tyre compound, rubber build-up, so on and so forth. We've added, of course, different classes over the years. We've changed so much about these events. The incident limit one, I think, for me, has made these races so much more cleaner, because a race at Daytona, I could easily get myself 1 incident point every single lap if I wanted to, just over the Le Mans chicane.
Oh, definitely. You can, if there was no limit there at all, you could literally just straight line it as much as you want. And there was a lot of talk about it. A couple of months ago when we had the M3 Sports Global Championship here, and it's definitely a touchy subject. But I agree. If you have those limits there and people will be punished for it, then they have to stay within the rules, and also with the car contact as well. Obviously, that will very quickly add up. So I do agree, it's a massive improvement from many years ago, and I definitely think it's something that could potentially just be improved as the years go on to make it even more clean. Because at the end of the day, these all, if we automating and simulating things in real life, having a more automated race control to even higher level would be even better.
And one of those things as well is qualifying, in terms of some of the, I'm going to call it, techniques that teams over the years have come up with. They've been clamped down on dramatically in particular. In fact, Daytona had a number of updates released, especially for the past couple of weekends, with the Raw last weekend, and of course the 24-hour race this weekend. They included a variety of turn exit gain time checkpoints, which have been loosened. A little bit of issues with tyre stacks at turn 1. Cones have been reduced and moved slightly from the racing line. That's the one that I'm most proud of, because #Cone Lives Matter. We've been campaigning for this for over a decade almost here on broadcasting, be it at RaceSpotTV, be it on my old time at Glacier TV. Cone lives matter, and it's so nice to see them all being able to stick with their cone families, not in fear of being demolished every couple of laps.
It is quite funny though when you see a cone absolutely being sent over the track though. To be honest, but I agree. I mean, there's no reason to have the cones so close to the track in certain corners, although a few tracks like to do so. It's it's not necessarily what you want to be doing. As we go back to the LMP2s, I should say, and we're seeing some pretty close battles, and this is one of them. We've now got a 3-way scrap with Sim RC, VRS Cranda, and Mag Performance as well. So that is closing up rather nicely for what is currently 4th place in class.
Mag Performance have dropped down a little bit, because at one point they were second place in class. They've now fallen down a little bit. So you see there right inside of your screen, the battle going on for third place. SimRC 0.3 of a second ahead of VOS Commander's number 12 car. Then Mag Performance a further half a second back. Also got to let you know that number 99 Apex Racing Team car, Maxim Brian, is out, and Stanley Deslandis is behind the wheel of the car. You've also had Rogers and Young on pit road for the 2 Kawanda cars. And you see, that's what I was talking about. I just saw that on my timing screen. Number 99 Apex Racing Team, it's in my head, it's out on commentary, no mistakes made. That's why I like consistent car numbers.
Oh yeah, you you just bring your instincts to the forefront, and that is it makes it a lot easier. And to be honest, I prefer it when the teams have their identity in that regard. And actually, one thing that's happened in real life the last couple of years, good old Valentino Rossi has come into it. They've managed to swindle it, so he's kept his 46. Which is really cool. So you just know whenever you see one of those GT races and you see the 46, you know it's going to be his car, especially for all of the followers. But we might actually have a little bit of a look here in towards turn 1. Kawanda getting close to SimRC, but I think just not sending it at this point.
You got to remember that SimRC did gain that position, I'd say about a dozen, maybe 15 laps ago, as we turn our attention back. That is Charlie Collins behind the wheel of the number 92 car. And then you've got Zach Campbell behind the wheel of the number 8, or should I say for the number 92, Sir Charles Collins, which, we can say it in a posh British accent. It sounds completely different to when Arjuna says it. No offence to his American accent, but you've got to say Sir Charles Collins in a proper upper class stiff-lipped accent.
Although Arjuna doesn't have the strongest accent in the world. Have you heard some people have actually thought that he's not American? Well, I guess,
yeah, I know.
I guess he has lived in a few different countries, but still.
Yeah, true. I can actually tell you a story about how some people actually learn English. One of my things at university, we had to do reflective practice, and a lot of them will say actually they learn English by watching TV shows. So depending on the type of TV shows they watch will depend on what kind of accent they get. And actually in certain languages, they have to start listening to English from a very early age, because otherwise they won't actually be able to learn the R sound, which is really important for certain phraseology. As we just saw, that's a race clutch car there, just making itself past the SimRC Bumblebee car, and the Kawanda car is actually dropped back by about 5 car lengths. They come past straight once again. Want to go back though to the car that's running P5 in class, because I said it earlier on that they were running in P2, but Mag Performance, Gabriel Mini behind the wheel of the 120 right now, has fallen behind Kawanda, fallen behind SimRC, fallen behind the Kalka team car. So maybe it just might be, and we've got to remember the strength of field is so high in this race that, if you've got one driver that might be 500 iRacing down to everyone else, that might be a tenth of a second here or there, which adds up quickly in a race where we're going to complete over 920 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about a race like this is almost about your slowest driver rather than your fastest, because everyone has good teams here. So if you've got one driver who's just those couple of tenths slower, as you say, that might add up over the course of the race, because even if you've got 4 drivers, realistically, your slowest driver is still going to be doing 4, 5, 6 hours over the course of the race. So that's still 100 or 150, 200 laps that they need to do to achieve that. And therefore, if you're tenth of a second slower over those 200 laps, then that adds up very quickly. And of course, it can be even more extreme than that if there comes some inconsistencies. But here is Mini getting a bit of a run on the Kawanda car as we come down the front straight. Kawanda on the inside, Mag Performance on the outside towards turn number 1. Are they going to have enough overspeed, or is it going to be the shorter inside line at the tri-oval that's going to help Kawanda in towards the braking zone? And it certainly does as they hold on.
Dominic Hoffman in the number 69 GTP sets a new personal best, 130.946. And in the number 7 GTP car, we have Marcus Nunez getting out of the Ultra C Sports car, and we have Eduardo Leo getting it. I remember when that used to pretty much be a fully Australian car team. That says 3 co-anda cars, all in the same piece of real estate in 2 different classes. Roadrunner, maybe coming into play there.
Yeah, I had my mouth open for about 20 seconds there. I thought they were all going to crash as they were trying to jostle for position. It was getting very awkward with, because naturally, obviously, you want to see the slow class stay on the racing line and then the prototypes go off that. But they were getting all sort of crossed up with where they were going. But it's all worked out in the end, as that is the 2 co-anda cars, who, of course, are sitting rather nicely up towards the top of GTPs, and in the LMP2s, they continue that battle. But they've lost a lot of time with SimRC due to that. So SimRC have a very nice cushion now. And actually, I was saying about VRS, oh no, it's because they're pitting early, isn't it? So they dropped down to 8th and 9th, but that's because everyone else still owes a pit stop. But they are still about 7 laps away from doing it. So yeah, this I wonder if it's something to do with maybe being in the Porsche, but it doesn't look like their fuel economy is as good.
Yeah. And I will say that with co-anda over the years, I have seen some ridiculous strategy calls by them. Back in the first time we had a team championship on iRacing, they actually once completed a race at Silverstone by changing only 1 tyre. So everything that can be explored in the quote-unquote strategy playbook, I think co-anda's is about 5,000 pages long by this point, as for some reason they're still going too wide there in towards the West Horseshoe, and that is the number 12 car. What is going on there? That is mighty close. Sander Reed just losing the position there to Gabriel Mini in what was pretty much too wide all the way through the infield.
Yeah, to work hard for that one. Started all the way at turn 1, trying to make that move, but that was not being gifted up very easily there by the 12 machine. Lovely battle there through sector 1, sector 2 of this lap, but finally Mini made it through, and that just shows you to make a move around here, you have to actually try. And let's see if they can chase down SimRC now. You can just see the yellow car in the foreground. A little bit of a gap has formed due to the traffic that came through, but now we need to see if they can work their way back up, because that is now for 3rd place.
And it was a 1 second gap pretty much as they went through the Le Mans chicane. So we'll keep an eye out on lap times as they come past the straight. And I do note, by the way, there's a lot more traffic behind, including your overall leader, Ricardo Janssen, in the number 6 Williams Esports Play Seat car, coming through to kind of get through this traffic. And that pushes the car of Mag Performance just a little bit out wide through turns number 1 and 2. Now Janssen going to go around the outside, and for him, annoyingly, he's going to catch that SimRC machine at the worst possible point. Actually, no, he'll be okay. He doesn't get right behind him into the kink. Will get himself pretty much behind through the West Horseshoe. Now, is he going to make the pass before turn 6? Yes, he is. Down the inside, the SimRC car says, off you go. Maybe gets a little bit of draft coming out of turn number 6. Different line being taken. Onto the banking they go again. But what I can tell you, that gap has come down by half a second already through sector 1 alone.
Yeah, there's not really much pace difference between the P2s and the GTPs. It's only about 4 seconds a lap. And if you think about it, most of this track is in a straight line. So almost all of that 4 seconds is in those hairpins alone. So if the GTPs get stuck behind there a little bit, you can easily lose a little bit of time. But then also, because you're not that much faster, you see he had to sort of stay around the SimRC car for 2 or 3 corners. He couldn't just pull away from it. It was certainly quite an awkward moment, but that has let the Mag Performance car get back right into the draft, and maybe one more lap and they should be there, unless they got the momentum. They definitely gained a lot down towards turn number 1. Yeah, not this lap around, but maybe the next one. And I think Gabriele Mini will be looking to try and get past.
We're into hour 10 of our coverage then. 14 hours, 59 minutes remaining here on RaceSpotTV. Hello to everyone who's watching on iRacing's Twitch and YouTube page as well. And in fact, also on iRacing's Facebook page. So hello to all of you watching across social media here today. A couple of new personal bests being set in GTD, the number 198 and the number 199, both setting 1 minute 43.343s. Reason for that? Well, they're doing the good old bump drafter Rooney right now, as you've got the number 199 car running in 3rd place in class. That is the Stormforce Apex Racing Team car. The number 198 is, well down the field, however, still trying to help out his teammate. Now, in terms of the rules, because at some point someone is going to ask the question about the legality of this, as we keep it with your LMP2 battle right now. SimRC has had the cars behind them catch, and that was a bit of a mistake there on the exit of the Le Mans chicane, and that means 2 wide as we go through NASCAR's turn number 3 and 4. I believe that might actually be, yeah, that's actually lap traffic getting past. They work themselves through past the Geico restart zone and the start-finish straight at the tri-oval. The gap between P's 3 and 4 is 0.5 of a second, and Xander Reed in the Commander Esports car comes on towards pit road, and enter Mac Backham into the number 12 car.
Yeah, that was the ATRS machine number 13, I believe the only Cadillac GTP. Actually, no, Apex 1 as well, who went out basically at the start of the race. Yeah, on the field, as we're seeing, onto the apron. Don't always see that one for Apex as they battle PGZ coming down towards turn number 1. And that is normally something we see on the final lap here, especially at the Royal, but this time around using that for some moves here. This is P6 in your LMP2 battle, and PGZ seem to be in all sorts of battles today, and especially with this one, they've been together side by side for a good few hours now.
I was about to talk about rules, and I've got to talk about rules twice. Got to put my Mike Pereira Fox Sports hat on or something. In terms of where we're taking beneath the yellow line, if basically you go beneath the yellow line and make a pass and you come back up and touch the other driver, you are going to be eligible to be protested. As simple as that. It's kind of frowned upon to go below the yellow line, but in that circumstance it looked as though that everyone was able to get away with it. Now, to go back to the 198 and the 199 situation, because they're on the same piece of the racetrack, they're allowed to bump draft each other. Blue flag rules do not exist. One doesn't have to get out of the way of the other. The 198 car can do whatever it wants, and the 199 car can do whatever it wants. However, if they get separated out on track and the 198 car was, I don't know, to slam on the brakes and wait for its compatriot Apex Racing Team car to come around, that there could open that car up to protest. And even though we haven't got live race control here, what we do have is a protest system that now enables time penalties to be handed out.
That is an interesting one, because these 2 cars have had a few incidents each, and they've managed to find themselves back together. So I didn't see how that one happened, to say the truth. But yeah, interesting that is specifically against the rules, but I guess it makes sense. You don't want people taking the mick and basically just absolutely abandoning their race to help someone else. But obviously, if you just get to the same point on the track, then that's a bit of a different situation. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't cause any issues later on. But at the moment, it's not really working, because over the course of the last 4 or 5 hours, they've only lost about 5 seconds to redline rather than gaining anything. So definitely not something to look at really so much, as Kelsey come in from the LMP2s as we focus on the VRS Coanda pair, who go back up a little bit as the others start to make their pit stops.
On YouTube, Reese says he noticed that Arjuna says Z instead of the American Z. That might actually come down to whether or not the team is called PGZ or PGZ. Now, of course, will come down to whereabouts in the world the team is based. And Racing Gearhead questions whether winning a race by changing one tyre actually happened. Oh, yes, it did. It was at Silverstone. I'm going to say 2015. I can't name the series, unfortunately, because we're not allowed to say it anymore. However, it was the first ever World Championship which involved driver changes here on iRacing. It was at Silverstone. Coanda changed the right front tyre only because, of course, it's a clockwise track, and Silverstone is, well, you and I both know very well, Cam, very heavy on the right front tyre because of things like Copse Corner, Beckett's Maggot, Stowe, Club Corner, etc., etc. It worked.
How long was that race?
3 hours.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was like, geez, like, 24 hours, just one time. Okay, 3 hours. Yeah, that makes sense because, well, yeah, like, why would you want to change any more if the tyres can do, 3, 4, 5 stints, whatever that was? Then it absolutely makes sense to only change one. And to be honest, I think that's smart plays if you can try and get away with it. Because to be fair, I do like it. I mean, our Junior and Lewis mentioned this a bit earlier. The fact that we have the tyres and fuel at the same time, like we do in real life now, takes away a little bit from the tyre strategies. Because when you have people trying to do doubles, triples, quads on tyres and save time that way, that always adds a little bit extra to the strategy, which we kind of lose a little bit with how it is now.
P1, P2, P3 in your LMP2 class are all onto pit lane. Mac Backham in that class, the number 12 Commander car, just sets a new personal best in class after coming out of the pits, a 134.111. The 120 machine, that is a Mag Performance car, does a driver change. That is Gabrielle Mini out and Andrea Brissot in behind the wheel of the car. And Team PGZ and the 114 car also on towards pit lane. So a lot of your LMP2 cars are on the lane right now doing driver changes, fuel and tyres. I prefer the Le Mans side of things. I want you to do your tyres and your fuel separately. That's a way that I like endurance racing, and be darned if you're going to change my mind on that one.
I think most people will agree with that, to be honest. And also, if you want to try and add a little bit of extra argument to it, it is kind of like a safety thing in the pit lane as well, which I think is one reason why I was actually introduced, although obviously things have become more safe, so it's been able to swap around with that. But also, yeah, it's just cool, the fact that you have to choose. So you do the fuel first, and then you have to choose, are we then going to jack it up and do tyres, or are we just going to try and send it out again? And saving that extra 30 seconds, if you think you're not going to potentially lose 30 seconds in a 30 lap stint, that's 1 second a lap. So, okay, so then we'll do 2 stints, and then okay, well, do we risk it again for another 30 second saves? And then over the course of the race, that can add up quite a lot.
And also, it gives you a little bit of a, let's look down pit lane and see what everyone else is doing, because you could, if let's say you're 15 seconds back and you both come onto the pits at the same time, you could have someone keeping an eye a little bit further down pit road, see what your competitor is doing, see whether you can do the undercut out of pit road. That is strategy. And I have to say, by the way, in terms of iRacing, my overall iRacing, I was able to get above 3,000, which back in the day, and this is almost 10 years ago now, 3,000 was called above average, especially in the IndyCar community. I did actually want to win a strength of field race, but I only did it on strategy. I led the race, messed up on pit road, came up behind all my teammates, and decided to save fuel while everyone else realised, oh darn it, I'm going to have to make another pit stop. Ran out of fuel coming to the line, won the race. And I always like strategy. I think that for some of these teams, it presents a number of different opportunities. You're an engineer, for example. You know that there's only so much that a car can be pushed, but there's different ways of making a race car fast, and some of them is by how heavy you are on things like the tyres.
And that, just rewards the drivers and it rewards the teams that have the strategists to work that out. So I definitely think it's something maybe to look at in the future. Obviously, it is the way that it is now because we're sort of following the IMSA rules, and that's just how it is right now. But maybe that is something that they could look at, because I think from a spectator point of view, I think it would be a benefit, and it wouldn't necessarily be too much difference for them to change it, because it's not really much of a logistical issue. As that is getting very tight down the inside of turn 6 as the gridding LMP2 is sort of moved out of the way a little bit, but that just shows you how close it can get from that point of view. But one thing that we need to actually talk about, come back to this Commander car, look at the gap between them and Janssen. It's down to 13.8 seconds now that they've all made their pit stops. We know the Coanda car is massively off strategy now. It's probably about 9 or 10 laps off strategy, but that gap otherwise would be 20 plus seconds to the next car. So if this strategy works out, that Coanda, even if they do have to make an extra pit stop or whatever, it actually still works out in their favour that way. I think Coanda are actually catching down the number 6.
And it helps as well that you've got Matt Backham behind the wheel. I don't understand why we're not seeing more flashing lights for Matt Backham. because we always used to joke that it would be literally mapped to the same button as the accelerator. But for the time being, maybe they've just told him we need to, you use more fuel or something if you flash your lights all the time. But Matt Backham is behind the wheel and he's setting personal best for himself in terms of that class. And we've also got race clutch weight onto pit road. So that will mean that we're going to start stabilizing out that LMP2 field just a little bit. I want to go back up though to GT prototype for a moment, if we may, because the gap between Carter Jensen in the number 6 car, Coanda in the number 92 car, and Coanda in the number 8 car, 15 seconds overall. But then you've got Williams Esports Fnatic. They are only 3.7 seconds behind that Coanda duo. And I think that's going to be the battle for the podium. Is it going to be 2 Williamses or is it going to be 2 Coandas?
Yeah, as I was saying, I think it comes down to the strategy, but we're so far away. I mean, we're not quite halfway into the race yet. So with this shorter stints that it seems that they have been doing, whether that's the car, whether that's by choice, if it turns out that they have to make an extra pit stop, then that's going to be an extra 30-40 seconds that they need to add. So I'm not 100% convinced at this stage, but because there's so long left, I think their pace should be working. But yeah, it's looking like it's making sense because they've basically halved the gap. The next car, the number 5, is about 17 seconds off the lead. So these are the only teams who have been catching down. And as the race has gone on, they've been the only one to actually close that gap to the number 6.
And that gap at one point was as high as 25 seconds. It has come down almost half by this point. And I think that if you're Williams Esports, you consider maybe splitting the strategies between the Placey and the Fnatic car just to cover it off, because they were at one point closer together. You've got enough of a margin now between the two of them that you can risk it, arguably. Does Arthur the Hawk and that number 5 car maybe do something a little bit different, even if only to spook Coanda?
Oh, definitely. There's definitely some team plays and strategies that can come into it, as we do see. That is Mac Backham in the 12. That's the first of the Coanda cars, is the LMP2. He was flashing there, maybe just to say hi, or maybe just to try and say, I'm not going to hold you up. But look how much faster the GTPs are through the Le Mans chicane. Look at all the flashing lights from the teammates as they just give themselves a little bit of a wave as they go past.
Even though they're probably sat about feet away from each other.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that is very true. I'm sure they're racing from the same Coanda facility, as we know, as there's all the 3 classes going past each other, as that is the Stormforce ART, of course, GTD being pushed along by their sister teammate.
Not a lot of people will know this, but this is actually the 3rd iteration of the Coanda team location, because the first one was basically in a garage in the team house in Gronau. Then they moved it around and changed it a little bit. Then they moved to a purpose-built facility, which of course I had the opportunity to be with the one and only Sadikis Matt Trevette last year. And they've changed it quite a lot. The one thing that I had to be really careful of is they've got a line that they tape across where the drivers and they've actually got actual kind of like pit stalls as well. That says do not cross, and I was doing a load of reporting, a load of this, a load of that. I was like, you must not step over the line in case they get vaporized or something.
Yes, hopefully not. Hopefully not, to be honest with that one. And it looks like this car is actually, or these cars I should say, are actually in a bit of clean air at the moment, and last lap around was 0.3 faster than Carl Janssen. So I think this is looking to be a really good night for them. Of course, we've still got quite a few hours left until we get to that point, being the longest night stint of the race. But we come back to some battles in P2 as PGZ on the outside of turn 6 there.
That was close. That was very close. They stay close, almost into the wall there for Team PGZ as they work through the banking. That is Askari Kankinen, that was twice. That's the 3rd time now the 2 cars almost come together as they work themselves on track, in my word. That is a heart in the mouth moment as we see the 1-2-4 car behind as they work through the Le Mans chicane of the number 17 And this is actually still for P14 on track. It's JM Esports in the number 17 car just ahead. You want to know something funny about these two cars? They both wanted the number 124.
Interesting. But yeah, I guess they could, obviously one simply didn't get that, but JM Esports on the inside there, having that line. PGZ around the outside. Not going to be able to make it work. Trying to do a little bit of a switch back to get the up and under in towards turn 2. This little chicane, very tight. Going to have to back out that one. Maybe no, they keep to the outside. Actually, that is going to be a big brave move around the outside. The international horseshoe. They're just going to get, unfortunately, onto the marbles. Couldn't quite get the power down there. But a nice battle. And yeah, I wonder how you get from the 124 to the 17. It's quite a big difference.
Well, the way it would have worked is because of the fact that I would argue Team PGZ came in with the higher I rating, therefore I had the choice of number first. And then what happened was JM Esports, to say, would have just been allocated one of the unused numbers between number 1 and number 50 in this race, and that's what would have happened. It's a little bit of a quirk in the way the iRacing system works. I would like it that rather than choosing one car number, you get to choose maybe 2 or 3 as your preferred car numbers, and it works from there. Because otherwise, as Lewis was talking earlier, you do end up with weird situations where I've got JM Esports 124, then I look to my left, it's like, actually, no, it's the number 17 car. We did, by the way, have a couple of driver changes. The 198 Apex Racing Team car has had Salva Talens get out and Michael Janney get in. The number 199 car has had Maxine Godino get out and Jimmy Tunes get in. We did also, I believe, see a couple of additional pit stops in your GTD field. And also, we just had a fastest lap of the race in class for Ollie Steinbrotten twice in a row. I can't believe this. 143.221, 2 laps in a row.
That is, wow. I mean, obviously he's been pushed along by his teammate in the background, but that is an incredible consistency from the driver, obviously in the lead of that pair, still having to do the braking and everything and making the corners. So that is just ridiculous. I mean, that must be a lot of practice as well to have all the muscle memory from that one. As this battle continues in the LMP2s, they're actually one of their sister PGZ cars coming up behind them very quickly. They're pushing each other almost as they come up towards turn 6. The important corner out onto the banking once more. Jim going to have a bit of a tighter line there. So PGZ might be able to get the up and under, but they cut that one off. He's going to have to come back to a slipstream battle. This is quite a tough fight considering it's for P14.
Every position matters. Every position matters here in the iRacing Daytona 24-hour race here on RaceSpotTV. To the outside then comes a Team PGZ car. You can do this down at the Le Mans chicane. However, you're more likely wanting to set up a run all the way through the tri-oval. And let's actually go back on board, shall we, with the 124 car and see whether or not he can close up through NASCAR's turn 3 and 4. A couple of sparks then coming off the rear of the JM Esports number 17 car. To the outside once again will come Oskari Kakkonen as the number 124 car. Does he go through later on the outside into turn number 1, where he tries, doesn't make it work. Once again, the marbles doing their job, but they almost come side by side again into the international horseshoe. The 124 on the outside, the 17 on the inside, and it looks like they're almost drifting it around. The second Team PGZ car is now right behind them, but a lap ahead. This will be really confusing now if you are Nicholas Summerson in the JM Esports car.
Yeah, this is getting... Oh, God, this is again a very, very difficult battle between the two. They do not want to... Well, 17 does not want to give up this position at all. And PGZ want to get for every opportunity. And, I mean, it's a great battle to watch, to be fair. But they're just going onto the marbles. They're losing all the grip. They're sliding their way through the hairpins. They've got to be careful to not bin these cars in the pursuit of just one more position lower down. They're only 1 lap down, though. So, realistically, they've still got opportunities as we still have 14 hours left in this race. But as you see, they are closing up, but it's not absolutely crazy. What we need to do is try and get the run through here. But it seems like there isn't quite so much slipstream just to absolutely freight train them. So you've got to make it stick and try and find a way through it.
What would you rather have, though? A battle for P14 and LMP2, or us spending 20 minutes talking about the difference between KFC in the UK and KFC in America, like we had to do about 7 years ago.
I actually prefer the latter. I'm joking.
Yeah, we did Food Wars before Food Wars was a thing.
Yeah, that's still very entertaining, to be honest, the old midnight talks. Into the outside, the 124 goes for the third lap in a row, trying to get that undercut to get side by side through the chicane to hold that outside line. But once again, they're going to be on the outside line. The marbles are going to be there through the apex. Can they get the grip to try and do something? No, once more. Oh, no, contact is made. And there goes the sister PGZ car. They continue on. But that's happened so many times this race where we've seen contact on the rear corners.
Yep, so once again, we'll get a replay of that in just a moment's time. Once again, side-by-side racing down into the International Horseshoe. And I was going to say in tears. It's not really in tears. However, you can see the tyres on that Team PGZ car. It was almost drifting there through the West Horseshoe. Let's have a look through turn 6. I mean, we've got to remember the old LMP2 car, the old HPD, that basically, if you were to even breathe near it, would get itself a meatball flag. These cars are far more robust compared to that. But in terms of the 17 and the 121 car, it's completely changed now. The gap has eked out to just over 2 seconds. There's the 124, of Oskari Kakinen. And this is what happens then, down in towards the International Horseshoe. 2 into 1 just doesn't fit. Kakinen tries to take a tighter line out the corner. No room for him.
Yeah, I don't think there's any major blame. And it's just always that case where you have that sort of, I don't know what it is, maybe 20 centimeter overlap just in the very corner of the car, and it's just enough pressure to rotate the JM car the wrong way around. And fortunately, they saved that pretty well, because that is exactly how we saw Pajtor from leading the race with battling with Luke McEwen go into the barrier on the exit of turn 1. Unfortunately, that was a little bit higher speed contact, but there they managed to save it, which is very good that they are able to continue on in the race, although that battle has stopped, at least for now. There's your class-leading GT, well, basically class-leading, used to be class-leading GTD in the 199, back down a little bit so far as the race has gone on. Here is Dominic Hoffman, recently moved to Drago, trying to chase down one of the red line cars.
I do like the colours of that car. I don't care what variation of pink you're going to call it. Actually, that is 2/3 of the way to my... If I could have the helmet actually made up, that would be 2/3 of the way towards my helmet colours, because it's basically those two and then something like a cobalt blue that I would have. So if one day I ever actually try to get into sim racing again and actually do something proper and I actually get my own helmet, that would be it. I do love the look of that number 69 car. And good to see Dominic Hoffman as well in this Acura running in P8 in class. Well, what have we got now? 14 hours, 35 minutes left here. Don't forget live timing and scoring, timing.racespot.tv, or if you've got Google Chrome, head over to timing71.org, and it's close. We have a couple of drivers there as we head down in towards turn number 1. As we've got a car going off, and he just manages to get back on track. This is Apex Racing Team, number 99, Stanley Deslandes in the Porsche, then Marcus Hamilton in the Movano Corsa GTP. At the rear of that, we just saw one car get a little bit frazzled, didn't even have, we're going to call it, full paint scheme, and decide, I'm just going to go off track for a moment.
Yeah, I think that was the TC Corsa Esports with Tomiyasu Inatani in that car, just maybe getting a little bit spooked in turn 1 there, where they had a couple of cars batting for position, sliding past, but somehow that all ended up to be okay with us, setting a little bit awkward when they were sliding wide. But yeah, as you say, Deslandes very close in that battle with Hamilton. Now it's for 11th place and just 0.6 of a second between them. Oh, what has gone on there? That is the Apex car missing the rear end and the JM LMP2 missing the front.
Okay.
I look away for half a second, the cars are in the air.
Yeah, let's just breathe for a moment. We'll get a replay out, as that is the 03 car with missing bodywork potentially as well. We blinked for just a few moments. It's all gone chaos here at Daytona. We're just going to wait for the replay. Before I do anything else, let's just wait for the replay. Take a breath as we've got the car coming on towards pit road. Surprise, surprise. Okay.
So that was the 03 of the Movano Corsa car that we're just talking about, battling with the Apex car, Stanley Deslandis. They've both had issues. They're both in the pit lane. And also the JM Esports car, the number 17 that we were looking at for so long in their battle themselves. But let's see on the replay.
Okay, so this is coming out of turn 6 onto the banking. Everything looks okay for the moment, and then it's not. 2 into 1. Either it was that naughty N-word that we're not allowed to talk about, or it was a case of one driver not getting the message that you got a car on your inside.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, I think that was a little bit of miscommunication, to be honest. Because, yeah, even if you get close enough for one of those interesting situations, yeah, the fact that you're that close in the first place is often an issue. The track's so wide here on the banking, you don't need to be getting that close. Let's see this is from Movano's point of view. Marcus Hampton, the 03. So the Porsche's gone to the inside. That is the Apex Stanley Deslandis. I mean, he's down on the apron there. And then the James slightly comes down, to be fair. Unfortunately, Movano there, massive steering damage. Wasn't the most biggest contact in the world, but enough that that's going to take them, well, yeah, completely out of contention for a top position.
I mean, you say it wasn't massive damage. It was at 140 plus miles an hour.
That is true.
You know, just to let you know, for those of you who are Max Verstappen fans, please rejoice. Max Verstappen is now behind the wheel of the number 4 Team Medline car. And there he is.
He's lost. Oh, Basse's lost some time to his teammate, but that's because his teammate, of course, they seem to be offset on the pit stops, and the 4, which has been leading this train sort of duo for quite a while, now goes back behind. But as this happened at the last stint as well, they then seem to swap around. So I wonder if that is going to continue, as we got Josh Thompson now in that number 2 machine. So the night stint's coming the way for the obviously some of the top level drivers there. And let's see another. It's going to be another replay there of the 17. I want to see how far 17 comes down. Might be a little bit from this angle. I guess he is already up there towards the white line. And
yeah, he just comes down.
Yeah, comes down, doesn't he?
Yep. Or if I was going to say anything, that's all on the 17. 3 races ruined in the space of about 2 seconds. Massively. I mean, we've always been thinking, you know, the attrition rate has been good here. Maybe these cars might be able to get back out, but after an incident like that, I normally would have destroyed a headset at the very least. Maybe just physically ripped off my steering wheel. And this is the reason why I've almost become bankrupt so many times in my life, because of all this car damage. But in terms of a rage quit, that would be perfect grounds for a rage quit.
Oh, definitely. That is such a heartbreaking moment, especially when we're so far into the race as well. I mean, you're already pretty committed by this point. It's such a devastating thing to happen, especially as, you know, from Stanley's point of view. I mean, he's on the inside there. He did come up a couple of centimeters from the yellow line, but there's nothing more that he could have really done, in my opinion, to avoid that, especially for Movano as well. I mean, they were very unfortunate with the amount of damage, I'd say, considering the speed. Looking at it again, very unfortunate. It just happened right in front of them.
Just to let you know, we can actually place the blame on RaceSpotTV's Randy Chenes, because exactly 20 minutes ago on RaceSpot News' live coverage of this event, visit racespot.news, first thing that you're going to see, he says, "City time seems to have drawn to a close for all of our classes." Famous last words.
Yes, absolutely.
Look, we always have to find
commentators
someone.
curse.
Yeah, we always have to find someone in our team to blame. Sorry about that one, Randy. And also, Apex Chris on YouTube. Isn't that Drago car a little bit close to black and red to get praise on RaceSpot? Well, here's the thing. When I started commentating, you'd have about 20 of them in a 24-car race. So for me, the level of red and black or red and pink and all that kind of cars, this is a nice, acceptable level for me. Other people may disagree, but over time you get used to this sort of thing, and therefore I reserve the right to praise cars that have got black and grey and pink on them for me, that's not an issue. By the way, the mouse car, you don't see them here on iRacing, but I'd say that livery is probably the most striking I've seen in a long time. Black Solar 212 said, well, he kind of agrees with you, Cam, in the fact that he'd rather discuss KFC. I want to keep this one short. The most confused I think I've ever been in a restaurant was when I first went to a KFC in Indiana, in America. I go up, I order my free piece of chicken, and they say, do you want white meat or do you want dark meat?
Oh, what?
Yeah. Now, I'm a chef.
What?
As my
I'm
first
gonna Google
ever
this. What's
trade.
that?
My first ever trade, I was a chef. So I should have known this, that white meat, of course, is chicken breast, and dark meat is the thigh and that sort of stuff. But I'm stood there, a man of mixed race, thinking, is this woman trying to ask me if I want white person meat or dark person meat? And it took a good 2 minutes for the friends who were absolutely cackling behind me to just whisper in my ear, they're asking what part of the chicken you want, not anything depending on your race.
That's funny that they don't just call it breast and thigh then. Because I would also be confused in that situation because we don't quite have that here. But also, despite its name, obviously being Kentucky, one of the states of America, from a person from the UK, it kind of seems weird to have KFC in the US because for me, there's so many other restaurants that we don't have here, like Chick-fil-A and all that sort of stuff.
We did have Chick-fil-A, then they got kicked out of the UK for some of their beliefs, quote unquote. They had one in Reading. We have got a couple of Wendy's now, which are really
we do.
What's the one that does like the best chicken sandwich in the world or something? That Popeyes, I think it is. I think we got one of them in the UK as well now. But as well, in KFC in the UK, you don't get to choose what bit of chicken you have. You normally end up with a 3-piece with 2 tiny little drumsticks and then 1 piece of chicken that you might get more than 2 bites out of.
The old boneless banquet is a good one to go to.
Because you're at least guaranteed a piece of chicken.
Yeah, no faffing around with the bones.
Yeah, I agree. And Remy Waller on YouTube, we didn't expect actual flying when they said pilot challenge. But of course, we have got the Daytona plane, which they did actually work out on Reddit just how fast it takes off and lands. And I would have to say, very good pilot training for that one. We do somewhere in our generic inbox actually have some footage of a SpaceX launch that did take place during a Daytona 24 race in America. So it has happened. We just need to basically get the footage out of a folder, then put it into our shared folder, then load it up into the broadcast. But seeing as a lot of the people that are working in our actual studio are asleep, who have access to this email, we might get it in the morning.
That'll certainly be worth the wait, though, because there's something quite... I don't know what the word would be, but when like a race is going on like this, but there's sunlight happening in the background, it just has this aura to it. It's quite a, it's quite something. Is this actually gonna be a move? It is for Drago down the inside in towards turn 1. Hoffman trying to make that stick, and it looks like he's got past Cooper Webster in the red line entry, and that's a nice move there. It isn't for the highest position that they would have wanted. I think it's P5 as it stands, but yeah, the number 21 team red line has gone down to 6th.
Yes, it has. So outside the top 5 for Team Redline just for the moment. But of course, there's a lot more different micro strategies, I'll call it, going on in GTP. Well, you've got just over 20 minutes left of me before I head off. Are you heading off at the same time as I am, Cam?
I believe so. It's it's going to be a straight swap with Ewan and Paul.
Yep, so we're basically, I would say, going off to bed. I'm basically going back downstairs to my 2 dogs. Hopefully I haven't destroyed my downstairs setup where I've been running RaceSpot News all day. And with them, and to be fair, at about 20 past 10, this is normally a time when they go out for their evening toilet break, followed by a dentist stick. And I'm thinking I might chuck some duck spring rolls into the oven, to be frank.
That sounds like a good shout, to be fair. Have you ever driven a 24-hour race?
No. I have commentated 24 hours of a 24-hour race. Like.
Yeah, that seems absolutely terrible. But we were speaking this a little bit earlier with me and Lewis, like the types of things that you have during a 24-hour race, because you don't want to eat too much because you don't want to get tired and sleepy, but then also you've got to have enough energy to keep awake from a driver's point of view. I never quite mastered that myself in the 24-hour races that I did, but I definitely would be interested to see the the schedule of one of these top drivers who still has to come out and perform and, you know, do absolute purple times all the time.
Well, I will tell you that for Coanda, and I only talk about Coanda because I know them the best in terms of their back of house stuff. Matt Backham, for a long time, was actually the chef for that team. So he would basically do all the food prep, the mise en place, all that sort of stuff. However, when they're racing in Grena, what they normally do is they'll end up getting some catering company out to basically just leave some food. A little bit like what you get at the all-you-can-eat buffets, the little tea tree lights and stuff like that. They'll basically just go and eat in between their stints, sit down, talk strategy, this, that, and the other. I have done a 6-hour race by myself, a number of times actually. One mistake I did make was eating too much before one of them, and then I did a mistake of not eating at all before one of them. So literally, you know, trying to chug down some calorific food between pit stops and whatever. Someone actually did comment on YouTube earlier on that they were having chili and basically bread rolls, which I would love to have, but same way that the drivers have to prepare for what they're doing, we also have to prepare as commentators. We can't really go out and have a Toby Carvery before the race, because otherwise, well, first of all, we'd be in a food coma, and secondly, there's that whole situation of having too much food and things like toilet breaks and other issues potentially coming into play.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues that I've had commentating wise is either having something kind of spicy not too long before you go live, or something kind of salty, because then all you want to do is drink. But then it gets to a point where then obviously, you know, you got to go to the toilet, and if you're doing a long stint, sometimes you don't always get the opportunity to go, so you got to hold on to it for hours. So that is something that I definitely wouldn't recommend if you got a lot of talking to do either. It's certainly something you've got to think about.
There's Max Verstappen in the Team Redline number 4 car. It's got the Team Redline number 2 car ahead. At this point, do you think that the 2 Team Redline cars actually care who's leading and who's not leading? Do you think there will be a point when Dom Duhan says, okay, hold fire, or off you go race for it? Is there maybe something secretly written in Max Verstappen's contract that says he gets to have the lead of the race if they're in this situation?
He probably writes his own contract though for this, doesn't he? With how that setup is now. But I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. We saw it last year with Apex. I wouldn't be surprised if these 2 cars stay like this for the rest of the 14 hours, and at some point, obviously, they kind of just choose who wins. But yeah, there's no reason for them to swap around or whatever. They've been in both orders. There's been stints where the 2's been leading. There's been stints where the 4's been leading. So I don't think they're worrying about it too much. As long as they keep that gap, which they are, because the gap now down to Stormforce ART is 23 seconds. So it's gone up another 4 or so seconds in the last half hour or so. So they're just doing the job that they need to do. They don't need to change anything at all from their strategy at this moment.
Tell you what, Max Verstappen's lawyers actually made me sign a contract at the start of COVID when Team Redline started doing real races and never quit the first season of that. And there were some things in there that were just like, I think you guys signed that. 1 or 2 things I was thinking, do I really have to sign this? Not going to go into it because you know what I'm like. Contracts are contracts. Confidentiality is confidentiality. But yeah, the more, let's call it pro races that you get into sim racing, outside of these events that they run and they manage, the more contracts that you have to sign, the more things that you have to do. I tell you what, when we did one series, even with Porsche during COVID, you actually had to show a specific graphic at the exact time you did any single onboard. And I know Paul Smith is listening to this. He still has nightmares about that series. I kid you not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's benefits and cons of all that sort of stuff, and sometimes it has to be done. But when it's contractually obligated in certain situations, it obviously, as you say, can be a little bit more awkward than is intended sometimes. But I think in this situation, I'd be surprised if they fix it as such, because at some point they're going to go racing, because if they have a massive gap behind, then they're not going to worry about the battling side of it. They just want to make sure at this moment in time that they guarantee a red line win.
Yeah, and they don't want to have happen 1992 San Marino Grand Prix. It's got to be very clear between the drivers when they're racing, when they're not racing. And that's where trust comes into play as well, because you can destroy a team. I don't mean a driver-driver relationship, an entire team, by one driver trying to be greedy over the other after the point where you say, okay, guys, off the noisy pedal, bring the car home. We actually go from one team red line car to another team red line car. This is third place in GT prototype. Diego Pinto in the BMW M team red line car. Last time by, Pinto did a 131.020. That is within a tenth of a second of his fastest lap of the day.
Yeah, perfect conditions right now, to be honest. Right in the middle of the night as such. And yeah, he's got a clear track in front of him, at least in terms of class. He has got those two Apex cars to navigate this time around into turn one. But yeah, if you get yourself a clear lap around here, you can do some fast times. We haven't seen anyone venture too much towards like the mid 30s. We're still seeing sort of 30.7, I think, is the fastest lap. So yeah, there's still, I think, some time on the board for some drivers, but it's not absolutely ridiculous. Just say, well, having said that, what is ridiculous is how consistently close to their fastest times. I mean, if you look from just down the GTPs, the number 6 is only a couple of tenths off, about 3 tenths off. Number 5 also 3 tenths off their fastest lap. The number 20, they're a tenth or so off their fastest lap time. Drago only 2 tenths off their fastest lap time. So they're just doing these consistently fast lap times the whole time, and that's why we're not seeing these gaps go up or down too quickly, because they're just doing the same lap time basically.
Yeah. We've just ticked past 11:30 in Sim. So, quote unquote, Michael Jackson, it's close to midnight. Something evil might be lurking in the dark. And I tell you what, the air temp is now not only below 20 degrees Celsius, it's down to 18.7 degrees Celsius. The track temperature is now literally at 20 degrees on the dot. Wind speed, well, that's about 3 meters per second in a northerly direction now. Remember earlier on that wind was blowing to the east. Now it's blowing to the north, and humidity remains around 56%. And I'm just trying to get my bearings here as to what that would actually mean in terms of where the wind is blowing now, Cam, because going from an easterly wind to a northerly wind will impact quite a lot the way that the draft work and everything else works, because when the wind was blowing to the east, it was basically blowing across the racetrack pretty much. It was basically almost perpendicular, no, parallel even to the start-finish line. Now as to the north, you get a massive headwind in towards turn 1 and 2, but a massive tailwind into the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, so that will change things quite a lot, because as you're saying, in terms of slipstream, when it's towards you, you actually get more slipstream. So obviously the other way around, you get less. So that makes turn 1 a very, an even better overtaking opportunity, because the car ahead just has so much more drag. There's more air going over that car. Although having said that, 3 meters a second isn't so much in terms of making ridiculous changes, but it is enough to have just that tiny little difference that the teams will definitely appreciate in their battles. So yeah, definitely saying, actually also for these GTs that are doing the bump drafting, that might be even bigger effect when you start pushing your way through that headwind.
We just had the Kelsey team on pit road making another service. We've had a driver change in the number 1, 2, 3 car, and that is in LMP2. And we've had Pastel Sticks get out, and Ian Gangon Renard getting in behind the wheel of the car. That is the WSR Esports butt kicker number 1, 2, 3 car. That's the second WSR Esports butt kicker machine. I had something else in my mind. Yeah, talking about the wind speed. Everyone else has been talking about golf all day long.
Yes.
I'm going to talk about something else. I'm going to talk about archery, because I used to do competitive archery when I was a teenager. 3 meters per second basically would be maybe a turn and a half from the sight when you're shooting outdoors. So it's enough of an adjustment where you have to change things, but not enough where, you know, you're radically thinking, okay, I might as well just close my eyes and shoot into the wind at this point.
I'm just thinking, how did you get into archery? Because a lot of kids do, you know, football or something like that, or tennis, because there's like a local club for them to go down to. I don't know of any archery clubs. Like, is that a thing?
Yeah, there are. There's a load around the country. So I was actually lucky enough to live near an archery club. Ironically, it was held at our rival school. You know, I went to a place called Shenley Brook End School in Milton Keynes, and Denby was our like arch rivals. You know, the sort of thing that they talk about in baggy trousers and, you know, beating each other out outside of playgrounds, all that sort of stuff. And we got, by the way, many more LMP2s on towards pit road, so we're not completely ignoring things. But we have only got 10 minutes left on air, so I might as well finish this story. So I was actually lucky that we got into this. And by the way, this was before Lord of the Rings and all that sort of stuff came on, because everything that you saw Legolas do in Lord of the Rings with a longbow was wrong. I'm very sorry, they might take the hobbits to Isengard, but they don't know how to shoot a bow properly. And I actually ended up shooting semi-competitively for about 6 years. So shooting as a junior, there are times when I automatically get a medal because I only beat 2 or 3 of us shooting the categories. But then indoors was to be really, really tough, because you're only shooting at 18 or 25 meters, but you're literally having to get, in one case, 3 different arrows into 3 different targets. So rather than losing 10 points if you miss, you can actually lose 14 points if you got 2 arrows into the same mini target.
I mean, this is going over my head, because I don't even know how you play or score in archery, to be fair. I only did it once when I was like 10 at school. Yeah. We went on one of those day camp things. But that, yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that's completely different, which I respect that, though. That's a cool thing to get into, because it's kind of old-fashioned, if you know what I mean. It's not something that you just do. So it's cool that those sorts of things have been kept alive.
And I actually did get the chance to shoot with future GB archers, because one of the closer archery clubs to us was Clophill in Bedfordshire, and that's where a lot of the UK athletes come from, or they train at. Also worth noting, weirdly, that there's not that much difference between the carbon fiber used in race cars and the carbon fiber used in bows, especially in the 2020s. Hoyt USA and Win, the 2 major archery brands, and you know, the way that they develop bows very similar to the way they develop cars, etc. And yeah, it was great. I actually got the chance to do it for my GCSE PE, which means that I didn't have to do badminton, which every other kid in my school had to do.
Badminton's good, though.
Oh, chassé hit, chassé return. That's what I remember.
Badminton was always good fun, to be honest. I mean, tennis was more my thing.
Yeah, same.
Out of those things, because I somehow got scouted. Like, this tennis coach came along and somehow scouted me out of everyone to go and play tennis, and then I never won a singles game. Like, I did like the competitive singles games, like to get your license rating, whatever it's called. Never won a singles game ever.
Wow.
And I got scouted for that.
Fun enough. No, actually, I do love watching tennis even these days. Can't play it as well as I used to, but tennis and archery for me is the goal for everyone else on RaceSpot. We are going to be handing over in about 6 minutes' time. I will make one final confession before I go offline, and I don't know, I'll probably get wheeled out again in a year or something to do a bit more commentary. But I did something very dramatic over Christmas that will either make Paul very proud or will infuriate him. Can you guess what it is?
I don't know, you had pigs in blankets inside out or something.
I bought a flat cap.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah.
I do rate a flat cap.
Yeah. So, of course, you know, Paul is the original Mr. Flat Cap.
Absolutely.
But, you know, I've jumped onto the bandwagon, and I will say, if I can find a way by the end of 2024, I want us to have a RaceSpotTV line of flat caps available on rstv.shop. And if you go to rstv.shop, by the way, you can actually buy yourself a Is Max in this split hoodie and t-shirt. I kid you not. Go to rstv.shop.
That's awesome. I would actually like the flat caps, to be honest. That would be pretty cool, because I know somewhere out there, Dane was telling me I've got a RaceSpotTV shirt waiting for me. But if we could get a flat cap with that, that would be the ultimate goal for when we go to the in-person events. To be honest, it's one of those old school styles that's coming back, and I do like it. There's something nice about when you put on, when you're dressed nicely and you have a nice sort of bit of style about you.
I do have to actually get myself a new RaceSpotTV hoodie. My one was unfortunately cut off me by an ambulance crew when I was having diabetic ketoacidosis, which is the reason why I'm drinking sugar-free Monster tonight. And just to finish off that conversation about eating and drinking, my Monster cans I actually opened 4 hours ago, just so they're not that fizzy. As we're looking, by the way, at the number 69, Dominic Hoffman, right now, and they're running second place in class in the Drago Racing GTP machine, with Charlie Collins behind them. It's actually really close between Charlie Collins and Augustin Canapino for P3 in class. So hopefully we'll go back to that one in a moment. But yeah, that's the level of detail that I've gone into today. Opening your can of Monster 4 hours before you go on to commentary.
I mean, that's a good idea, because having the gassy drinks is not good, as we're seeing Lahoot come down the pit lane, and also Hoffman. So is this going to put Charlie Collins in the lead? Is that legitimate after the pit stops?
It will be close. It will be close.
Because, Collins is 11 laps into the stint. As we know, they've been pitting earlier. And the car in behind, the 6, has also made the stop. The gap was about 13 seconds that we were talking, and somehow that stopped around. Was there some damage, repairs, or something on the number 6 to make them lose time? Because I don't...
Can't be.
I mean, I can't quite work out how they've overcome that 13-second gap.
I'm having a look right now. Going to go into the detailed side of things to look at the numbers on here and see. Unfortunately, I can't get up the detailed pit statistics at the moment, but Charlie Collins does officially lead the 2024 iRacing Daytona 24, but he still owes Paul and I a donut. So as far as we're concerned, that's just, he won't actually win the race until he gives us a donut, if it ends up like that in 14 hours and 6 minutes time. It seems to be a bit of a trend going on here today, where we're supposed to be making future predictions. I am going to focus on LMP2 this time, because we kind of give a lot of love to LMP2, then we don't give a lot of love to LMP2. I want to talk about the Calca Racing team, because they kind of emerged to being the second best car in class. And at the moment, they are holding their own with WSR Esports butt kicker. So Ivan Machendo Perez currently behind the wheel of that number 18 car. Gold, silver, bronze, or nothing for them. What do you think?
Oh, by the end, you're right. By the end of the race, though, with 14 hours to go, we'll have to see. But they, as you say, over the last few hours, they've definitely been the fastest car. I think they're about 4th position at one point, but they got past Mag Performance when they had some issues. They got past Coanda. So I'm not going to lie. I think they've got a chance to lead this race in a few hours' time.
Okay, well, we continue to look at Charlie Collins in that VOS Coanda car. He will carry on for a couple of laps before he makes his next journey on towards pit road, and we'll see whether he stays in the car, figure out what the strategy is, etc. It is worth noting that Augustin Canapino in the number 6 car is only 2 seconds back. Of course, Charlie Collins has the way to fuel right now. That means that he should be able to pull away a little bit, especially as Canapino has a little bit of traffic to get through over the next couple of corners through the kink, going side by side, makes it work easily. One more car to overtake, and I'll probably do that just before they get through turn 6 and onto the banking. And with that, folks, it's time for us two to say goodbye. Cam's going to come back a little bit later on. I have no idea when I'm coming back onto a RaceSpotTV broadcast. The RaceSpot gods will basically give me a bit of mail and tell me, Will, off you do, a couple of hours of commentary. But in the meantime, it is time to hand over to Mr. Flatcap himself. Paul, take it away.
Oh, right, thank you very much, Will, for all of that, and Cam as well. For that one. Yes, it is myself, Paul Smith. Ewan O'Leary as well. Good evening, Ewan.
Evening, Paul. Good to be back again. Good to be back at Daytona, isn't it? For another year, 10th year, in fact, of this great race. Just over 14 hours to go, and it feels like the first 10 have flown by. It does, to be honest. We've still got a great race ahead of us, and I've got to say, Paul, after 18 months of not working with you, I've seen you twice in 2 weeks now, so to be back with you again. But no, we're going to take you to halfway, pretty much, in this race, and looks like, despite the relatively late stage in the race, or late stage in the early part of the race that we've been given here, we've got a lot to talk about here. It's still very close for 10 hours in.
It certainly is. I'm certainly been enjoying watching this one. I'm sure everybody at home's been watching this one and enjoying it as well. Yeah, it's been an intriguing race, hasn't it? I mean, look, we've got Charlie Collins, the head of the field to start with. Only 3 seconds between himself in that VRS Coanda Esports number 92. And the Williams Esports place seat driver, Agustin Canapino, in the number 6 car. So it's quite close there at the front of the field. Now you might be thinking, everybody at home, well, that's really close for the race. But you also got to remember there's different strategies at play here. I mean, Charlie Collins is on lap 15 of his stint right now, whereas Canapino is just on lap 4. So a bit of a difference in strategies, bit of split strategies. That's going to be interesting to see how that pans out through the race. LMP2's been relatively steady throughout this portion of the race, and GTD, well, I mean, Team Redline have just got a stranglehold at the moment on that.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at some of the things that, talk about some of the things that have gone on in the race so far in a little bit more detail. But first of all, Paul, just generally in this race, we're sort of 10 hours in now, very much settled in. It's night time. You can tell it's nighttime commentary as well. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to tell that over the next 2 hours as well, don't worry. But where do you sort of read this race in terms of what you're expecting from this year's Daytona 24 Hours and what we've actually got as got the Acura going down the inside? This looks all fairly cordial. Dominic Hoffman to go through on Peter Berryman, and he does. And where are we in terms of this race, in terms of where you expected us to be and what we've seen from this race so far?
Well, we certainly expected it to be a very competitive race, that is for sure, with the level of talent that is out there, the return of VRS Coanda Esports into some of these special events as well. Really encouraging to see them back here, as well as some of the other teams and drivers that maybe didn't take part last year. Yeah, it's the iRating, the average iRating, the strength of field has really just year on year just got greater and greater, as well as the number of drivers competing in this brilliant event at the start of the year. But certainly for what I was expecting a close, tight race with a high level of competition and not much attrition. This race, generally speaking, you get your attritional part of the race out the way in the first quarter of it, and then it all calms down. But it was relatively calm until, of course, we had the incident with JME Sports and Apex Racing Team.
We'll talk about those in more detail, of course, but as we go now, 14 hours remaining, 10 gone already in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. You're watching RaceSpotTV, and we'll be live with you, of course, for all 24 hours once again this year. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, Paul Smith, alongside you for the next 2 hours. Let's, before we go any further though, take you through the top 5 in each class, because we're at a good point with regards to strategies. This is roughly how the race should look. at this stage in the race. Starting with GTP, VRS Coanda have recently taken the lead. It's Charlie Collins at the wheel there, and he leads by just over 5 seconds ahead of Augustin Canapino of Williams Esports Placey. The other VRS Coanda car of Zach Campbell excuse me, is in third position with Williams Esports Fanatec fourth, and Drago Racing GTP having recently got inside the top 5 with that pass on Apex Racing Team. That's just Porsche and Acura inside the top 6. The first of the BMWs further back, Team Redline 7th and 8th, MBS Competition 9th, and Race Clutch in 10th position in GTP. In LMP2, we've got WSR Esports butt kicker and Alexander Davidson, who's currently leading the way, with Kalsa Team in second, 8.5 seconds behind. VRS Coanda are half a minute behind in third, a class which they won, of course, in 2021. When it was the top class for the first time. Mag Performance LMP are in fourth ahead of SimRC inside the top 5. Then it's Race Clutch Black in 6th position ahead of Apex Racing Team's 299. Team PGZ 8th ahead of Team WSR Esports butt kicker. And then Team PGZ, the final LMP2 on the lead lap. And that is the final car inside the top 10 as well. And then finally in GTD, we've got Team Redline dominating after Apex Racing Team ran out to a great lead too early on. It's now Redline who have taken over. They're 1 and 2 ahead of Stormforce ART, who are third but increasingly further away from these two out front. Williams Esports are fourth ahead of Delta Simtech by GNG at Grid and Go, that is, in 5th position. So that's where we are in the race at the moment. I guess the big talking point here, Paul, with GTD is the bump drafting. How effective is it? How is it going to be used over the course of 24 hours? We saw Apex nail it last year with their bump drafting. Not so much this year. Big accident for them on the exit of the bus stop chicane, first of all. For one of their cars, first of all, that was the 198. Michael Gianni currently at the wheel of that one, and they're currently at 7 or 8 laps off the lead now. It's actually more than that. And that's as a result of that contact in the wall there. And then they had their other car tipped into a spin by VRS Coanda's GTP, or one of them anyway, at this corner here, the kink of the infield section. Very similar to what we just saw there, actually. This time they just skip around the two Redline cars. So a combination of bad luck and a little bit of poor bump drafting out of the bus stop has really decimated Apex's race on year's anniversary, since they absolutely nailed the bump drafting 1 year ago.
I think Will actually called it very well on commentary when I was on with him a couple of hours ago, when I was last on commentary, and he said that Apex Racing Team a few years ago, it was very much a case of they would come in and they would dominate things, and then, or it would be they would have the worst luck ever to befall anybody in one of these special events. It was either or, there was never any in between. And it seems they've got a little bit of that issue once again here today. I mean, they have still got that Stormforce ART car in third place in GTD. The problem for them, though, of course, is that they've pretty much sacrificed the 198, the Apex Racing Team 198 with Michael Gianni behind the wheel. They've tried to sacrifice that race because of the issue that they had early on in the race to help that Stormforce car, and you can see the Stormforce car just pulled along here at the moment, and these two have been pretty much together since the Stormforce car had its incident out at the International Horseshoe and got the damage earlier on. But Team Redline, they're absolutely nailing this right now, and to be honest with you, I expect to see them staying together for the entirety of the race, because there's no better results for a team than having your two teammates side by side across the line. It makes a brilliant photo for the sponsors.
It has happened before as well in real world, of course, but even so, it would be a fantastic result for Team Redline. Their GTPs are also together, as you can see here, in the BMW, but as night has fallen, in quite an un-BMW fashion actually. Normally BMWs come alive in the darkness, but not this time around. They're 7th and 8th right now, Diogo Pinto and Luke Bennett. They're not that far behind Hoffman and Berryman, who are just up the road. Don't know if you can catch a glimpse of them. There they are, through that shot there. But yeah, Redline 7th and 8th in GTP. I mean, admittedly, they're only half a minute off the race lead after 10 hours, which is not bad at all. And they're running together in tandem. Neither of them have had particular problems in the last couple of moments. However, they have just fallen away from the very top positions, which have seen quite a few changes in the last few hours. And they've got a lot of work to do here to get back up towards the front of the field. It's going to be an interesting remainder of the race, but they are over half a minute back from Coanda, who are leading this race. And at the moment, they are the only BMWs inside the top 8. It makes you wonder what they can do to get to the lead in GTP and sort of repeat the feat that is being done in the slowest class of this race.
Is it a case of the conditions are maybe a little bit cooler than they expected, and maybe the setup that they've gone for just hasn't quite worked out? I don't know. It's very difficult to tell. I mean, they would have had various options available to them. They would have had a hot set, they would have had a sort of a middling temperature set, and they would have had a cool set, and basically work it slightly to that. I don't know. It's strange to just see how they have, as you pointed out there, how they've dropped off just that little bit and lost touch. I mean, they are still within reaching distance of the Apex Racing team and Drago Racing, so it's not outside the realms of possibility for them to catch back up to these two and to then get a bit of drafting happen and help them work that way. But really, at the moment, it's not quite firing on all cylinders at the moment for them.
I was wondering a little bit about temperatures as well, because that can affect a lot, of course, but who knows? Still got a long way for this race to play out. There is the Drago Racing Acura in 5th position. Dominic Hoffman there driving for them, having just gotten past Peter Berryman. Berryman didn't seem to put up much resistance in terms of keeping him behind, and you can see why probably here. The gap has now extended to 2 seconds. He's continuing to lose time. It was a half second on that last lap, and for whatever reason, Berryman doesn't quite have the pace of those around him as of right now in the Porsche. Very wide to turn 1, but that's what we've seen all day, as you can see from the rubber marks on the way in towards the turning point of that corner. But that's the way that this circuit is taken around that corner. I mean, what is your view on that? I mean, everyone's going wide there, of course, but the track limits are at best fluid through there in real world and in iRacing as well. Should they really be using that outside tarmac, or is it sort of, it's there, everyone's doing it, so they've all got to do it, I guess, because they see the person in front of them doing it, and so they kind of have to as well.
This is one of the difficulties of running at a roval like this, where you've not got that consistent line going all the way through, as we actually get a new fastest lap of the race from the overall race leader, Charlie Collins, a 1:30.724. I do think that, you see, I'm very much the arbiter of strict track limit enforcement, if I had my way. The white lines are there for a reason, to define the limits of the track and to mean that drivers can't just make up their own tracks out there. But at the same point, these track limits have been set by iRacing, by the people who developed this sim, and the drivers are working within the realms of what has been deemed acceptable. And at the end of the day, in real world racing, you will drive to the track limits that are set by the race director and the race stewards. So, as much as I don't like it, because they're going outside of the bounds of the track, as you said, they have to do it to run the best, quickest line that they can to open up that first corner.
If we sort of take a look to the real world, I mean, you know something, when I heard earlier that Daytona had put a bit of tarmac in at the bus stop chicane in the real world now, the first person I thought was you, because I thought Paul's going to hate that because more track limits business and all that kind of thing. I can't say I'm a fan either, by the way, of tarmac through the bus stop chicane, because it is such a challenging set of corners. I mean, we're about to go through it here. Just have a look at this. High speed, high commitment. need to use the curbs, but the grass sort of enforces the track limits on its own. I know you get slowdowns there in iRacing, and deservedly so sometimes, because you can take the mick, but you know, generally it enforces itself, especially in the real world. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case this year at Daytona, and I do fear that next weekend is going to be 24 hours of talking about track limits through there, and we don't want that.
I'm just glad that they got rid of the sausage curbs from there. I really am, because you ask me, you ask Peter Mackay, sausage curbs have no place in the world of motorsport, in our opinions. Certainly it's not an ideal way to try and enforce track limits. In the real world, I can see it though, because when it does rain here at Daytona, you can have issues with that grass. It's a bit of a safety concern, because then you have the drivers pulling mud onto the track if enough go through that, as with it being wet. So I can understand why they've chosen to make that decision, but at the end of the day, for sports car racing, they're just gonna hit that as quickly as they possibly can. I mean, it's the Raw right now going on at Daytona, which is the test session before the 24 hours next week. And so they'll be already just testing the bounds of track limits and asking the race directors, is this okay? What about this one? What about this lap? So it's teams always find a way to try and work to the very letter of the rules, and that's one of the things we do love about motorsport, is teams pushing those rules and those limits to the very limit. As speaking of pushing to the limit, Charlie Collins has gone even quicker now.
Oh, he is going very quick in this race at the moment. It was previously a 1:30.7. He's now got into the 1:30.6s to set the fastest lap of the entire race so far. And there he is, now 7 seconds in the lead of this race for VRS Coanda, a race in which they've won 6 times, of course. There's only been 9 runnings. In recent years, they have lost their grip on this race. Apex Racing Team finally dethroned them in 2022 in a very dramatic race where 3 cars finished within 30 seconds of one another at the end of 2022. One of those was a Coanda car, but it was on the wrong side of it. Apex had 2 bullets in the gun back then, and they were the winners that year. They were also the winners in LMP2 last year, but it wasn't the top class, of course. That was taken by Williams Esports, who won 1 year ago. Just on that point at the bus stop, our producer Iku Murakala, who will be with you for another couple of hours yet, was mentioning to us as well that it is, of course, a little bit about NASCAR, and we do want those races to be safe as well. It's a difficult balancing act, isn't it? Because it was only last year when there was a quite bad roll for somebody in a NASCAR race at Daytona. I think it was the August Daytona race, wasn't it, that last year saw a really quite bad crash, possibly as a result of having grass there, and maybe had it be tarmac, then it would be a little bit safer if you're running on the oval. It's a very difficult balancing act to strike, because you want to protect the health of both the Daytona 24 Hours and the Daytona 500 in the motorsports calendar.
Well, it's no different to what's going on in a lot of European tracks as well, because you've got the mixed uses between open wheel single seaters, you've got GT cars, you've got touring car style racing, you've got motorbike racing as well, which is a whole different level of safety standards that are applied to that. So the circuit owners have got to work to the different mixes of what type of racing and what type of cars, or vehicles should I say, are going to be running on their venue, and to ensure that balance of safety, as well as a challenge for the drivers out there and riders out there to be able to push the limits. I will point out that Charlie Collins will be due a pit stop very shortly from the lead of the race, so I think this is why he's pumping in some really quick lap times as we'll look at that grid and go kart. a little bit further down, right behind the Ferrari, and so pushing each other on towards another lap in the box.
They're close to pit stops as well, by the way, in GTD. It's Alessandro Bico ahead of Cody Deeth in the GT3 class. That's the best running of the Ferraris, by the way, in GTD. Third place for the number 1 Williams Esports BenQ car. Alessandro Bico at the wheel, nearly a minute behind. Strong Force AOT have already pitted, by the way, and that's why they're nearly a lap behind Team Redline now. We're also not far on a pit stop, so we're very much in that time of the race. As you say, we're going to see some GTP pit stops here very soon too. And there, just on cue, Charlie Collins in the number 92 VRS Coanda Porsche makes his way down pit lane once again. The ART GTP still sat there, by the way, in pit lane as a result of that crash in a long time ago now. Stanley Delonde it was at the wheel at the time, after the number 17 LMP2 came down on them and caused quite a big crash, unfortunately, in the race. There goes Williams Esports into the lead, though. VRS Coanda only 3.5 seconds behind, and then there's another Williams car back 9 seconds behind. It really is remarkable, and it does make me wonder as well, Paul, what is going to happen in the remainder of this race, because we're seeing so far that there's just very little scope for anyone to gain or lose time in GTP. There is a little bit in GTD, but that's mainly down to bump drafting, and with Team Redline in the health that they're in at the moment, that doesn't look like changing. Where are the big changes going to come from here in GTP, or are we going to arrive in the final stint with gaps like this?
I think we saw a very smart move by VRS Coanda Esports just as I was leaving the commentary booth on my last stint, and they had the number 8 car was in the second place, and they decided, let's back that car off just that little bit. I say number 8 car. Yes, the number 8 car, Sam Campbell's in it now. They backed it off just that little bit to bring the other car up so they could then work together with draft. And that then brought them closer and closer to that Williams Esports Playseat car. So it was actually quite a smart play to make with them, because of them having the 2 teammates together, being able to work together out there on track. Whereas Williams Esports, they're separated at the moment. There's about 9.5 seconds between first and third place. So they're not able to work together, work through the draft, work that draft together, and so plus add that to the different the pit stop strategies as well between the 2 teams. It's really intriguing what's happening up at the front. So yeah, you're quite right. It's very difficult to get that time, that little edge over your competition, and we're seeing it play out right now.
Endurance racing has changed dramatically in time that has been present on iRacing. So we had our first Daytona 24 hours back in 2015. This race looks remarkably different to the one we saw 9 years ago. This is now the 10th edition of this great race. There are real-life motorsport events, and well-recognised ones, that have been running for shorter amount of time than this. Is the sort of history we have now. The iRacing Daytona 24 hours. Plenty of different things for us to mention over the course of the day. As Matt Campbell also comes in, VRS Coanda, another one of the Porsches. So Coanda are pitting one lap after the other, and that's to be expected because Redline and GTD were doing it earlier too. There is the merging VRS Coanda Porsche of Charlie Collins, who's back out there once again. Clearly he is going to be, or King Charles as Arjuna was calling him earlier. Do you know anything about that? Maybe not, but...
hang on, I've heard Sir Charles and now King Charles. What's he going to be now next? The Emperor of the World?
Emperor Charles.
Yeah, I just... No, it's Charlie. Yeah. That's what he is to me.
Arjuna just threw it in earlier. I was listening in, and Well, I made me chuckle anyway. But there we are. King Charles, as we'll call him, or Arjuna does. Maybe I won't call him that. He doesn't know me. He might think it's a bit weird. But anyway, he overtakes his teammates and should be out ahead of them here. There goes Josh Rogers in the number 8 now. It's a former winner of this race on 3 occasions from 2019 back to 2021. Mostly in the Daytona prototype back then, of course. Now in the GTP. Look out there again. How great is it, by the way, to see Josh Rogers back in iRacing? So refreshing to see him back here at the start of 2024. And that's kind of what this race has felt like. It's kind of like everyone's had their reset over Christmas. There's not been that much sim racing in the last month or so. Not other than IMSA, really. Other than that, it's been relatively quiet. And everybody's feeling refreshed after Christmas and they're ready to go again. And a lot of people from the world of sim racing have sort of converged here on iRacing to take part in this race. Josh Rogers being one of them, and it's so nice to see him back.
It's not just Josh Rogers, though, is it? It's Mitchell de Jong. It's a lot of that team that have missed a lot of the iRacing special events last year because they were focused on other series. But they're back here because they want to. At the end of the day, they're natural born winners and hard competitors are this team, and they want to. When they turn up to an event, they want to win. It's as simple as that. There is no other way of thinking. And I've just seen a purple line come up on my timing screen. Altus Esports in GTP, bringing in the fastest lap of the race. You can tell we're really cooled down now. We're in such a good hour for these cars, for the performance of the engines, for the tyres, being able to push the tyres. And yes, what a lap time of 30.588, which is a good 0.2 of a second quicker than our, well, I said 0.2 quicker, a 1/10 of a second quicker than our previous fastest lap.
Yeah, and it's, I think it wouldn't be a stretch to say it's 2 tenths quicker than most, would it? Really? Most people are in the 30.7s. Charlie Collins has done a 6. Yeah, Matt Farrow, Dominic Hoffman, they're both in the 7s. If not, it's a bit slower. So, yeah, Eduardo Leo is flying in the Altus Esports BMW. And it shows as well that I think some will have had reservations looking at the order and the top 10 about half an hour ago about the sort of speed of the BMW, because the Acura and Porsche covered the top 6 positions, but clearly that BMW does have pace in it, because even the 11th placed Altus Esports car is able to pick out the fastest lap of the race so far. And there's one reason why, the fact that they were pretty much out of fuel.
Yeah, there's a very simple reason why you always seem to get a fastest lap as you're about to pit, because the car's as light as it will be before you head onto pit road. So yeah, pit stop for them, and they will carry on as there is the current the current leader, should I say, of Augustin Canapino, and they've certainly. It had been comfortable up at the front for a little while, but it hadn't been to the point of where they could relax. This team have still had to push on and fight, and the fact that they've gone and put Augustin Canapino in right now says a lot about what they want pace-wise out of that car.
Yeah, was about to embark on his second season in the IndyCar series over in America. Forward to seeing him there, of course, after his debut season in 2023. I always love to see real world races return to iRacing again, by the way.
Caused a few ructions in our IndyCar last year as well, didn't they?
Don't watch IndyCar, so I don't know that, but I leave that kind of stuff to Arjuna.
Yeah, we'll let Arjuna tell those tales, but yes, it wasn't without not controversy, but a little bit of uncomfortableness between teammates, shall we say.
Yes. I'll say I leave that stuff to other people because I don't watch IndyCar. It's one of the few things I don't watch. Otherwise I would literally have time for nothing.
You should. It's much better than F1.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't watch F1 either, if that makes you feel any better.
Oh, well, that's fair enough.
Or most of the time, I should say. I normally get quite excited for the start of the season, but it does tail off quite quickly. Into the pit lane for LMP2, by the way. It very much seems like the time of day, doesn't it? WSR Esports Butt Kicker are on their way out, though, and what a lead they have. First Daytona 24 hours under their new team name. Alexander Davidson brought over from the old team into the new, and WSR Esports are having a very good debut, 24 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, we saw when most of these drivers were under the Pure Sims team. Of course, there's been a new team set up here with WSR Esports with support from Butt Kicker. And we saw how that outfit was actually growing and how they had a really good nucleus of a team there that was growing, and more often they were getting into top split events. I mean, I used to race for the team that was actually prior to Pure Sims, which was the CQR team, the Close Quarters Racing team, and it used to be a case of, oh, are we taking part in the iRacing special events? Well, I'm not. No, and it was all a bit like that. Whereas now, it's much more organised. The drivers are putting the time in. They've got to the level where they can actually be competitive in here. And I do see Black Solar asking what does WSR stand for. World Sim Racing. On RaceSpotTV, we do actually broadcast their series that they run. There's two series that they run: the World Sim Racing World GT Championship, and they also have the World Sim Racing World Sports Car Championship as well, which are a couple of private leagues that are run by that organisation. But yeah, certainly World Sim Racing Esports, the new team that has started late last year, is kicking off 2024 in strong style so far.
Is in the LMP2 class, of course, the middle class, and I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about this because it's safe to say that LMP2 and that almost seems like sometimes the name of the LMP name, LMP1 no longer, of course, and LMP2 under threat, I would argue, in the world of sports car racing. It will be at Le Mans. Will be at Daytona next week and in IMSA, but not in the World Endurance Championship. What do you make of sort of the LMP2 class's place in a race like this? As we get more popularity from the GTPs, we're going to have more than ever in IMSA this year. We're going to have absolutely loads in the WEC. Is there still place for the LMP2s as sort of a middle class between the GT3s and the GTPs in a race like this, in your opinion, or is it going to be one of those that sort of slowly dwindles away like Prototype Challenge did in IMSA, for example?
It's a difficult one, really, because it is quite a sort of spec series, a spec class, isn't it, is LMP2. You've got, a few chassis manufacturers that provide different chassis and aerodynamics, but generally speaking, it's quite a sort of spec series to a degree. So with the numbers of GTPs and the LMDH in the World Endurance Championship that are coming through, I can understand why the ACO have made that decision to give more opportunity to bring in more manufacturers into the World Endurance Championship, because of course more manufacturers mean that there's a bit more dosh floating about in the series, which the ACO will enjoy. But on the flip side, this car is quite similar in pace. I mean, the fastest lap of LMP2 is a 1:33.8 compared to a 1:30.5. So they're only about 3 seconds a lap off pace here at Daytona. And it's a bit easier for a driver to get themselves into an LMP2 drive because they're privately run, whereas your GTP or your LMDH cars, they're all factory, or pretty much factory teams, and so therefore they're going to have factory drivers in it. Where are you going to get that experience of relatively even-paced prototype racing if you don't have that middle class, that stepping stone.
It feels like the last few years have been a bit of a sliding doors moment for some drivers in that respect. You've got it that almost you had to get into LMP2 a few years ago when it was really in its prime, if you like. And there's some great racing over the last few years in LMP2, of course. Even if I'm not a great fan of this set of the rules, I preferred the one pre-17. But anyway, that's a different discussion entirely. It felt like a moment for those pro drivers who were doing GT racing, for example, in endurance racing, to think, I've got to get into an LMP2 now because these new rules are coming, and if I don't, then there's going to be no chance for me to get to a top team. It kind of feels like every team has got their driver lineup, and they're it's almost like musical chairs, and the music's just stopped now, and you sort of got the drivers that we've got in the top class, and that'll be it, because as you say, there's fewer and fewer opportunities to drive high-class prototype racing in that kind of environment. And I don't know how much longer it's going to continue on for in IMSA, but once that goes, then what do you do? Because then the only prototype racing around will be in the GTP class, and that can't be a good thing, surely.
I mean, it's a difficult thing. I mean, things had to change, though, in the world of prototype racing, because LMP1, the costs were astronomical for those cars.
They were the speeds.
Those programs. Yeah, the speeds were. I mean, you look at Le Mans, they try and get a lap time to a certain figure for the specification of the series. There's a little bit of a wiggle there for our LMP2 leader as he works his way past the Apex Racing Team cars, but it had to change just purely because, I mean, you look at it, prior to these new regulations coming in, we had Toyota, Toyota and Porsche. That was it, you know. And when you went to Le Mans, it was a case of, right, okay, well, I mean, those guys are having their own race and it's not really that close. But look at LMP2! Oh my goodness, this race! And that's where you say you had that height of that LMP2 class. The competition in that was sensational. It was probably the most exciting part of the World Endurance Championship, was that. But of course, all the focus went on the LMP1 cars, because those manufacturers, they were throwing a lot of money at that.
Yeah, it was a different time. I mean, the LMP1s went away, and to be fair, when they did eventually, and it was only Toyota left of the manufacturers, you did have GT Pro, which was sort of the centre of attention. I think, was it 2018 when Aston Martin and Corvette had that battle to the last lap? I think it was, and that was sort of the main focus. But eventually GTE Pro started to fade away into sort of 2020 sort of region, and then LMP2 really was the sort of the biggest class and the big focus, and that has been the case for the last few years. But it'd be sad to see it not there, and I do think as well in favour of having them there. I mean, I don't know if this is just a me thing, but it just feels like there's a different feel to an endurance race when there are 3 classes in the field versus when there are just 2, because for whatever reason 2 classes feels a bit linear in one sense. You know, you generally catch them at the same time, you go through them all, then you have to wait a bit, and then you do it again. Eventually, obviously, it spreads out a bit, and it's a bit less linear than that. But especially at the start of races, when there's 2 classes, it does feel a little bit samey all the time. But when there's 3, you've got all sorts of different interactions and different closing speeds between the 3 classes. And you say that the 3 classes are probably closer than ever, if you like, on speed. The GT3 is only getting quicker, and LMP2 certainly getting quicker. GP a little bit slower than LMP1 was. There is that to contend with, but it brings something a little bit different to a race, rather than just having one class versus the other. Because as I say, it does feel a little bit samey and uninspiring on occasion.
But my counter to that would be, if you've got 20 odd GTP cars or LMDH cars all within pretty close of each other all fighting it out for positions, for race wins and things like that. Actually, do you need that middle class of car, that lower prototype class of car, or are you actually better off by allowing more competition to push each other? Because of course competition breeds competition in the world of motorsport, so you do end up at a fine threshold, and that's what happened under the last regulations with the astronomical costs that I was saying. We were talking programs of $150–200 million, whereas now you're not having to throw that money at these top level of prototype, because the regulations are working to actually make it more affordable so that more manufacturers can get involved.
And as the race leader comes into the pit lane, by the way, Williams Esports are starting to see some privateer entries as well, which is a good thing. Some other teams have got holds on, but it only seems to be the Porsche so far, really. I know the Ferrari, there's one more Ferrari around, isn't there, for AF Corsa, but can that really be called a privateer entry? Well, decide between yourselves. Iron Lynx have got other hands on some Lamborghinis, haven't they? But, you know, again, same problem, really, with that. But then again, I think I don't want to denounce the Group C era as a bad era. I'm not saying that. However, if you do look back at some of the results, there's a lot of Porsches and not very many of everyone else. So it does feel like history repeating itself in some respect, that Porsche are handing out a lot of privateer entries and a lot of their cars to other people, but the other manufacturers are kind of keeping it within themselves again, which is a bizarre similarity if you go back and look at some of the World Sports Car Championship races from the 80s, certainly the early 80s when it was just getting going.
I mean, you could just look back through the history of Le Mans 24 Hours and just see that, you know, manufacturers would sell their cars to other privateer entries. I mean, one of the years that Ford won in the Ford GT, they had the absolute oh my goodness,
contact. It's one of the Grid and Go cars, I think, that has been swiped off the road, and it is Delta Simtech by Grid and Go. Cody Deef in the wall from 5th position in GTD. It was a 3-wide moment on the way towards the International Horseshoe with the race clutch LMP2 and Augustin Canapino just coming out of the pit lane, getting the fright of his life on his outlap.
Yeah, car on pit exit, 2 cars going through past pit exit. It's not the widest part of the track. I mentioned that earlier on with Will Vincent a little bit earlier on, that it's not that wide into that International Horseshoe, and you've got to maybe compromise yourselves a little bit through there. And well, we all saw right there that 3 into 1 just does not go at all. Here's a replay then from up above, so you can see that race clutch car. There's the car on pit exit, just getting onto the loud pedal. And where do you go if you're the Grid and Go car? Well, nowhere, unfortunately.
It's such slight contact, isn't it, with such big consequences. I think the race clutch car didn't quite realise they were 3 wide, but Cody Deef saw that predicament sort of coming there. He thought, well, I need to give some space to Canapino here, but in the end, there was slight contact with the race clutch car, and Cody Deef is the one that ends up in the wall, and that's going to be some pretty considerable damage. He actually spent quite some time fishing himself out the tyres down there. Actually, it wasn't so easy to get out the grass, actually. In the end, he managed it, and he is still 5th as we run right now, but surely he's going to have to go into the pit lane, and that's, what, nearly 11 hours in now. A very disappointing end. Well, it might not be the end of their race, but it's certainly a disappointing moment in their race. They were having a decent run inside the top 5. Not bad at Daytona at all, but slight bit of contact and such big consequences for their race. So disappointing for them.
See, if they'd have just hit that Armco barrier and bounced through the grass and then been able to recover that way, it wouldn't have been too bad. But it's the fact that they then hit that Armco barrier and then ended up into the end of the tyre wall. So not properly into a tyre wall, but hit the end of it. That could cause a bit more damage to that car. We did see how the Stormforce ART car was able to run without a front bumper for quite a while and still be relatively competitive. But yeah, I think there might be a bit more significant damage in terms of suspension potential with that contact with the wall.
Yeah, that's more than front bumper damage, isn't it? That's more considerable in terms of the contact that was made there. Real shame for them, and hopefully they can recover from it. They're actually not in pit lane at the moment, so as far as I can see anyway, so they might well just be soldiering on for now with that damage that they've got, but see how long that goes on for and just how much speed is lost doing so. Now, while that was going on, GTP pit stops were completed. Charlie Collins is back out in the lead again, but now 15 seconds ahead of Agustin Canapino, and Josh Rogers is right behind the 6th car of Williams Esports here. He's going to be stopped in his tracks there by Apex's GTDs, but it's traffic giving and taking, of course. The concerning thing I've noticed over the last couple of hours is Coanda's speed and everyone else's lack of ability to deal with it.
Well, one thing I can tell you, I've just been looking at Cody Deeth's lap time, the first lap after that incident, and he's done a 44.7, so he's actually not that far off of the times that he was doing before that incident there. So yeah, that certainly is. It's not the worst that they've had, but certainly that damage will be affecting them throughout this rest of the stint. They will get some of that damage fixed, by the way, if people are wondering about that. But yeah, that car does look like it's it's never raced or rallied, honest.
Slight defensive move into the bus stop there to keep one of the LMP2s behind by Cody Deeth, who's probably not got the greatest amount of patience with prototypes at the moment, if I'm honest. He's probably feeling a little frustrated and on the receiving end of some pretty bad luck over the last few moments, and he's probably entitled to do so. I mean, if we were to apportion any blame there, I mean, can you down into the International Horse Show? I mean, it seemed to me as if it was a case of lots of things changing all at once, someone coming out the pit lane, and nobody really at fault for me. Nobody did anything they shouldn't have, in my opinion, really. It was just a bit unlucky, really.
I mean, I think that Cody Deeth could see that the overall race leader was coming off of pit road as they were coming along, because they had that inside line on the exit of turn 1, whereas the race clutch car maybe didn't quite see it because it was busy focused on that GT3 Mercedes. Having said that, though, if I'm a team manager, I would expect whoever's going to be spotting for the race clutch team to be there saying, you've got a car coming out of pit road, keep it to the right here. Just keep it to the right into the International Horseshoe. But I mean, that didn't happen. It's easy for us to say here. I mean, I've seen that happen time and again, pretty much every year in this event, that sort of happens on pit exit. Yeah, that certainly was a bit of a fright for the Williams Esports Placing team. And here's the interesting thing. There you see Josh Rogers right behind that number 6 now.
Yeah, no contact, by the way, with the Williams Esports car, but he has been caught now, Agustin Canapino, by Josh Rogers. He's running 3rd for VRS Coanda. 3-time race winner here, and he's about to pass one of his teammates, actually, in the LMP2 class. So they came so close to winning 2 years ago. Didn't win any classes last year, by the way, or the year before. The first time ever in the history of this event where they've not won any classes in 2 consecutive years. Looking to put that to an end this time by putting their eggs in the GTP and the LMP2 basket. How interesting is that? The LMP2 in 3rd place, something out of the way for the GTP in 3rd place. Clearly showing some level of importance that the GTP has over the LMP2, because the 12 car didn't want to hinder the 8 car at all there. Even though they're not exactly the leaders, they're merely in 3rd place chasing 2nd, which is a bit of an interesting touch there. I would have thought that the 12 car would have been given priority if even They've already got a Coanda car leading GTP. They can't have another one leading it. They don't have one leading in LMP2, but maybe that's a very small detail I'm making a bit much of. But anyway, they've sorted it out, and Josh Rogers has managed to lose a bit more time in this traffic again. He seems to be getting a little bit of bad luck with it in the last couple of laps.
I'm sorry, it's a P2 car versus a GTP car. Yeah, I don't think Bobby Zelensky would have had any team orders in that situation. He'd just seen, oh, it's one of the teammates in the GTP, I'll move out the way. Best place to do that on the exit of the chicane, where that GTP car could just carry that little bit more speed out the corner. I can then jump into the slipstream of that car for as long as possible, just to help me in my cause. It's all about thinking about the long game in this this middle class, and yeah, definitely, certainly it would be a case of Bobby Zelensky would have just seen that in the mirror and just saying, right, where we go.
We have had some more bad luck, I'm afraid, for Milano Corsa GTP in the last few moments. Fraser Williamson has had a game crash, I think it was, in on the back straight a couple of laps ago, and now that Milano car is down to 15th place, now 9 laps off of the lead lap. A pretty difficult first half of the race for them, and a lot of bad luck. I don't know if you saw the incident with them and Apex and one of the LMP2s, by the way, but it was not Milano's fault by any means. They weren't even involved. They weren't even hit initially, but
yeah,
there's 2 cars coming back down the banking again. They just clipped one of them, as Will said at the time. Because they were going about 150 miles an hour at the time, these small clips generally do damage. That's level, that speed, and unfortunately that was the first, only the first bit of bad luck in those 2 hours that Milano were going to get. It's to see them continuing on 9 laps down, but what an unlucky first half of the race they've had.
Yeah, you either have bad luck or no luck at all, is the case for Milano with some of these special events. They really do sometimes have issues, but one thing that a lot of people don't realise and don't put a lot of thought into is you can have failures of equipment or of the sim or whatever. It's the maintenance you put into your pedals, into your wheel, into your computer as well. I mean, just doing basic things like cleaning the dust filters on your computer. It's amazing how much dust that you can accumulate in just a week and a half, 2 weeks, and just taking that time just to spend 5 minutes just to clean out your pedals, make sure that they're lubricated properly, things like that. Because I've seen it time and again that somebody has a wheel failure or something like that, and it turns out that it was actually something that they hadn't done to resolve a known issue that they had.
Got a bit of a battle on here, by the way, for 7th place in LMP2 is between Team PGZ and Lewis Woods and the other WSR Esports bookkicker car, the 123, not the 23, but 23. Ian Gagnon Renault is the driver in the white and black livery you can just see in the background, and we do have a bit of a fight on here. It's a bit refreshing as well to see sort of what I describe as a legitimate fight here, Paul, because a lot of the battles, in quote-unquote battles we've been seeing so far in the race, have been teammates working together almost and bump drafting one another. That's not really a battle, is it? This is a proper battle where you get the feeling that if he's given the chance, Gagnon Renault is going to try and get through and try and get away.
Yeah, certainly it's that opportunities. Now, there is 2 laps difference in strategy between the 2 outfits. The PGZ, or PGZ, should I say, falling into the Americanisms there. PGZ team have pitted 2 laps later than the WSR Esports bookkicker 123, and that's their second team, so not the ones who are currently in the lead of LMP2. So yeah, definitely it is intriguing to see how this one turns out, how it pans out. The lap times haven't been that difference between them, especially in the last lap. They're 5-lap average. I mean, because I get a 5-lap average. There's thousandths between them in terms of the 5-lap average lap times.
Very, very close indeed, with nearly 11 hours gone in the race. Alexander Davison still leading, by the way, in LMP2 for WSR Esports. It's still very close, of course. We'll do another rundown probably at halfway, just to bring you up to speed as to what we've seen so far, where we've been in the race as of right now. This is one of the battles that is going on out there on the circuit, one of the non-teammate battles, as I just mentioned, really battles. The other one being Williams Esports versus Vieras Coanda for second place overall in the race. Augustin Canapino versus Josh Rogers is going on there, and all I'm seeing at the moment, Paul, is Canapino losing more and more time to Charlie Collins. The gap out to 18 seconds now.
Collins due a pit stop in about 4 laps or so, 5 laps or so. So yeah, that again, it's that split strategy that we've been seeing, that different strategy from Vieras Coanda Esports, and it's whether that actually pans out at the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see. But certainly, it's been an intriguing race to watch. I think part of the problem for Josh Rogers right now is he doesn't want to give Augustin Canapino a slipstream right now. Yeah, certainly it's certainly going to be intriguing to see how that one all goes on for Rogers. I think he'll be happy to just sit behind right now, make his pit stop, and then push in the next stint to try and get the undercut or overcut, or however it's all working out for them, to be able to get that working.
Who knows at this point? It's too far out to figure these things out, really. Stanley Delon still in the pit lane, by the way, in GTP. And that's all after that crash that we saw not very long ago with the LMP2. Would have been about an hour and a half ago now. We'll go through some of the retirements so far in the race as well, and tell you how and why in not so long, just as we get to the 11-hour mark in this race, because there have been a few of them. Oh, and the 123's around. That was close to contact with the 2 red line GTDs as well that were on the scene very quickly. It's Ian Gagnon Renault as he was trying to chase down Team PGZ for 7th. He's clearly gone for a spin. It's unclear right now as to whether that was on his own or whether he was assisted.
Yeah, did he fall or was he pushed? I mean, the PGZ car was getting caught up behind the Altus Esports car into the... Oh, that's clumsy. That is a bit clumsy. Side-to-side contact, it unsettles the car, and yeah, it was pretty close to a few of those other cars, including the 2 Team Red Line GTDs. But yeah, that was just trying to take advantage of a situation, and maybe just getting a little bit giddy there into the hairpin back onto the oval.
Yeah. It's a bit of a missed apex as well. Side-to-side contact, and round goes the WSR Esports car. Interesting comment from Stephen Michaels who's coming in the YouTube chat. You've always got to get your backup wheel and pedals ready in case these things go wrong, in case of a wheel failure or whatever. Is that something that a lot of people... I know that there's that very famous clip at Mon Virtual back in the day of someone changing a whole rig in the race. But as we got side by side for second place, we'll get to that in a moment. Williams Esports look like they're going to hang on this occasion. Is that something that people really do? Do they really have 2 setups ready just in case for these things to happen? I guess it's a possibility at this level for someone to have 2 rigs entirely set up, ready to go.
I mean, I do have a set of pedals that are gathering some dust right now. The brake pedal, the sensor on the potentiometer on the load cell is a little bit wonky, so it's shown its age, and it was time to retire those pedals. But I still have them here. I should have thrown them about 3 years ago. No, not 3 years ago, but a couple of years ago. It's just what what can we say? I'm a bit of a hoarder, obviously, by the looks of things. But Yeah, definitely. Some drivers and teams will have some spare kit available in case something fails. But I mean, if your computer fails, then there's not a lot really what you can do really.
Well, see if there's going to be a chance here from Josh Rogers on the way in towards turn 1. Is he close enough as the gap continues to increase to Charlie Collins? Rogers only losing time to his teammates here, so there's starting to be a bit of urgency required now from the Australian. Outside line into turn 1, a bit more committed this time. Last lap, he wasn't so willing to go round the outside on the brakes, but this time he gives it a go. He hinted at it at the International Horseshoe as well, but no, he won't go for it even remotely this time. And Canapino all of a sudden is starting to have to defend, and this is costing both of them time now.
Maybe that is a little bit of a ploy as well from Josh Rogers. I thought that Rogers would just be happy to sit behind, get a bit of fuel saving done, because they are going to be pitting in about 3 laps time or so for Josh. So I am surprised to see him making these moves. But to be honest, it might be a good plan because it forces Canapino to go on the defensive a little bit here. So yeah, definitely. It is going to be interesting to see how this all pans out in this little fight.
Into turn 1 again. Josh Rogers, can he make his way through? This time he switches to the inside, and he does make his way through. After all of that, Josh Rogers has made his way through, and maybe a couple of laps later than he would have wanted, but Josh Rogers is now through and into second position. It's cost him, a bit of time here, Paul. In all honesty, 20 seconds is the gap now up to his teammates, but either way, he is through and into second place, and Williams all of a sudden look like they're struggling.
Yeah, they certainly do look like that a little bit here right now, and I mean, I will give a little bit of reference to Martin right now in the YouTube chat, who did actually say that, you know, it looks like that Williams had the better setup for during the day and Coanda during the night. So definitely it does appear to be that Coanda are strongest right now. But when you think that the rest of the race, the latter portion of the race, it's going to get hotter and hotter towards the end. It's whether that all works out for VRS Coanda Esports. Now, Charlie Collins has just entered pit road for his latest pit stop. Is there going to be a change in driver here for them? Is the question that I have, and the answer is going to be no.
Yes.
Oh no, there is. Mitchell de Jong. Well, it waited a couple of seconds to update on my end, but yes, after 420 laps, Mitchell de Jong is jumping back into that car.
You went 1 second too early with that.
Yes.
Mitchell de Jong gets in, and they slip down the order just briefly as they do. Bobby Zelensky comes into the pit lane as well. This is a somewhat bizarre matching of the LMP2 and GT3 pit stops as Zelensky pulls into the box, gets up on the jacks as well. Now, is he going to make a driver change as well? I'm going to wait for a few more seconds to see. Maybe if there is one. I think maybe there is here. Oh no. Well,
no,
let's see.
I feel confident in
okay.
that one.
Okay. No driver change there then. These two are still leading, by the way. Josh Rogers now is at the front of this race with 13 hours to go at Daytona. Augustin Canapino in second place. And yeah, I was just about to reference that comment that you mentioned, Paul Morintayan, saying the Williams car maybe has a better setup in the day and Coanda in the night. I mean, how much credit are you giving to that? How much difference are you giving to that sort of day-night sensation with the setups?
it's always a compromise, isn't it? It is always a compromise as to how you set up a car for a 24-hour race, because the conditions are going to change. I mean, when I first started commentating, I'm going to sound like the old man of the commentary box here, but when I first started commentating on this event, there was no day-night cycle. It was 24 hours of daytime. So the drivers could just basically set up the cars for the conditions, and that was it. They had the setup and it was done. As soon as day-night came into it, the dynamic tracks, the dynamic weather conditions, that's when things started changing, and teams were having to compromise how their cars were set up for this race. So yeah, definitely intriguing to see how, like I said, that last portion of the race, the last 8 hours or so, even longer than that actually, but certainly the last, no, it will be the last sort of 7 hours or so of the race. Be interested to see how they cope, and how VRS Coanda Esports are able to fight off that Williams Esports battle.
It's going to be such an engaging fight to the end. The reigning champions against the all-time greats of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. VRS Coanda have won this race on 6 occasions, but not in the past 2 years. Their longest drought in this race, only 2 years of course, but it's going to feel like a long time to them right now. So Mitchell de Jong is at the wheel of the other Coanda car, but we're still waiting for Josh Rogers to make his way in here, along with Augustin Canapino. Will probably do that later. De Jong is out again on the road, at least in the 92, and once again, this is one of Lewis's most lengthiest what statistic gathering process, I think is maybe the phrase I'd use, to gather the amount of laps that Mitchell de Jong has led in the Daytona 24 hours on iRacing. It's a staggering amount of laps. I'm not entirely sure how he's gathered it all, if I'm honest with you, but it is a staggering amount of laps, and he's about to add some more when this pit stop phase really realises itself and it sorts itself out again, because he will be in the lead again, I would imagine, for quite some time, and he'll add another 20 laps per stint, I would imagine, to his amount of laps led at the Daytona 24 hours. There can't be a driver at any other race in iRacing who's led quite as many as he has, surely not.
It's a relatively simple process actually. All you need to do is make sure you find the right Mitchell de Jong on the iRacing website, and then go through the results and look at the results of, or even better, just go through the results of each iRacing Daytona 24 hours top split, and look for Mitchell de Jong, because it will tell you how many laps it is led.
Very nice.
Put it together, and it's a bit of work, but you know,
yeah,
this is why Lewis gets the big bucks.
I thought it was. Oh dear, what's Arjuna writing here? Oh no! There's not been enough discussion. Iku Mericala was giving us some. It's Arjuna Kankipati producing for us, by the way, at the moment, in case you don't know. I'm sure you've realised now he's done this. Iku Mericala was referencing the fact that we haven't mentioned this livery yet, and the debate between orange versus brown. Is this a brown livery or not? I don't know what we're wrong about, but it's not brown.
I want to actually point out to Arjuna that he's using the wrong size of pen on that to start with. He needs to go one size up higher. I've got the magic yellow pen from back when I used to produce broadcasts for RaceSpotTV. That was quite a few years ago, so yeah, it's a little bit too narrow as that size of pen, but there you go. That's my trouble with it. But look, at the end of the day, Arjuna deliberately went and put me on with Lewis to start with rather than himself, so I think basically that says something that Arjuna's not worked with me but he's worked with Lewis. He must obviously like Lewis a bit more than me.
He likes Lewis more than me as well, because he's not working with me at all. So, So we're unfancied by Arjuna. But anyway, that's not true. But anyway,
you're on the broadcast, Ewan. Just be
well, that is true. That is true. In case you've not been with us, by the way, so far today, there's been quite a debate around this livery, the number 6 Williams Esports Playseat car, currently leading, Augustine Canapino at the wheel, about whether the front end, obviously we all agree the back end is blue. The front end, is it orange or is it brown? Well,
it's copper.
or we've got some sneaky people like Paul and Peter, I noticed as well, who said bronze. That's not what we're arguing about.
I didn't say bronze, I said copper.
No,
Come
not
on.
you. Peter said copper. Oh God, I'm getting mixed up. Oh no. Peter said bronze. You've said copper. I'm not allowing either of those because it's not orange or brown. So I want a straight answer.
Colour. Well, is it or is it not a colour?
Well, it is a colour, yeah, but it's not orange or brown.
Make of that what you will. The thing is, though, copper, of course, when it oxidises, goes green. So there you go. That's why the Statue of Liberty is green, because it's actually made of copper.
Very good fact. I didn't know that. That's is that well known? Am I exposing myself? That's interesting. By the way, Zach Sweeney has spoken. The RaceSpot commentator, who is certainly colourblind, or I think he is, he said it looks fairly yellow. I don't know what he's talking about, but anyway, that's Zach Sweeney's take on it. So there you have it. We were all waiting for that, and he's delivered 11 hours in, and it was even well anyway. Let's leave it at that, shall we? On board with Team Redline, 1 and 2 for them at the moment, with the number 2 and the number 4. What a race they're having so far, after immediately, or initially I should say, getting gapped by the Apex Racing team. They were slowly reeling them in, and then there was a crash for the 198, of course, and they were reeling in the 199. Then after a pit stop cycle crash for the Stormforce car, the two of them got out front, and right now they don't look like looking back. However, it's fair to say that Apex looked like this about 2 hours into the race, so anything can happen.
Do you know what? Jeff Patterson has brought her up saying Bob Ross fan earlier said it was Oka. Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a good shout, is that? One thing it isn't Diamond White, but there you go. Look at this. The red line domination of GTD. Ever since that incident happened to the Stormforce Apex Racing team between them and the VRS Quanda Esports car of Charlie Collins, it's just been the thing that has broken the GTD battle at the front, and it's meant that, well, at the moment, Alessandro Bico in that Williams Esports BenQ car is currently in 3rd place. Apex Racing team, the Stormforce ART car, they've only just been down on pit road a lap or two ago, so that's why they're not up there in 3rd place for the time being. But yeah, certainly it's worked so well for Team Redline. I mean, I know Apex tried to do the bump drafting, and it didn't quite work out on the exit of the bus stop. Sorry, not the bus stop. On the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Let's give it its proper title. But yeah, certainly. No, you do. Trust me, I got told off for calling it Parabolica at Monza last year. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Well, it's the curve of Alboreto. It's the curve of Michele Alboreto, but there you go. It's Parabolica to me. But yeah, it's it didn't quite work out for Apex. Oh, now that's not worked out at all for Max Verstappen. What's happened here? That's in turn 1.
The 3-time Formula 1 world champion has run into problems. Just as we were saying Team Redline had a control over this race, we were prefacing it by saying anything can happen. Well, something has just happened to the 3-time F1 champ. Let's see what it was. It's a slight wrong footing there, if you like. Josh Thompson had to have 2 goes at that into turn 1, and Verstappen had no chance of reacting to that. Let's look at it from on board. What happens to Josh Thompson here? He just slows down a little bit more than Verstappen was expecting, and he goes around. Well, take a picture, everyone. That's something you won't see very often. Max Verstappen has gone for a spin.
Yeah. I mean, that's the little bit the roll of the dice that you can have with bump drafting like that for so long, is that get a little bobble like that, like Josh Thompson had there in the number 2 Team Redline car, and lo and behold, the car behind has to just then stamp onto the brakes just that little bit more, makes the slightest of contact, and around it goes, and that's exactly what happened there to Max. I don't think he'll be fazed by that at all.
No.
I think he'll just be like, oh, really? Right, okay, come on, let's get back together then. If I'm Josh Thompson now, I'm actually thinking, I just need to keep my pace up. I just need to keep going to the number that I'm expected to hit, because certainly it was a mistake. It's happened. You move on. That's what you've got to do as a team when you're working together like that.
Yeah, I don't think Verstappen's going to be particularly rattled by that mistake, as you say. However, if I was Josh Thompson, I wouldn't want to speak to him afterwards.
I don't think it would be like that either, though.
No?
I think Max would realise that, yeah, it was a mistake. It happened. Let's carry on.
Well, okay. Well, I'm putting myself in Josh Thompson's shoes, and I'm thinking how I would think of it. I would think, oh dear, I might have just sent someone off the road there.
I think if it was a different team, it wouldn't be thought that way. But because they are teammates, it's happened. Let's move on.
I guess that's fair enough. I mean, what does this? These two are not far from a stop now. I'll say that they're not that close, but their gap. Oh no, they are. Sorry, they're closer than I thought. Actually, they really aren't very far away from pit stops here. So the 199 was around 25 seconds off of the leader before they made the stop. Max Scardino is at the wheel of that one now. That's of course the Stormforce ART car. Now, with Max Verstappen 5 seconds behind, they've got a bit of a predicament here, because they're not able to bump draft with one another anymore, and they're sort of, just relying on the 4 car catching the number 2, if you like, and sort of keeping the Stormforce. Because if they had a bigger gap, I guess they would slow down and get back together again. But since they would only have a 20-second lead, or probably less than that at that point, I guess they can't really afford to wait for one another. And as you say, they're just going to have to get on with this now. And for the first time all race, pretty much, they're not going to be bump drafting one another. Yeah,
but you look at that gap, it is sort of fluctuating and coming down just a little bit, as here we see the virtual coach .gg by GNG, Grid and Go, of course, relatively new outfit, and they're just bump drafting that Ferrari along in front of them. It is nice to see a Ferrari actually out there, to be fair.
Yeah.
I do like the Ferrari. I saw it in real life at Monza, one of the first few outings of one of those Ferraris in competition, and it certainly looks the part, and it has sort of changed the thinking of GT3 cars for my thinking, in my opinion, to be honest.
It certainly could do. I mean, they have been going that way in recent times, I feel, but that car, yeah, as you say, it's sort of redefining what a GT3 car is, because people say this a lot about it, but it is true. It almost looks like a prototype, doesn't it? It's really unusual in its shape, and it's sort of in its form, and I agree. I think it's fantastic that we've got one of the Ferraris not only in the field but right up towards the front, because the variety in GTD hasn't been at an all-time high. In fact, we've only got Ferraris and Mercedes left in the field, and we've only got Ferraris out of the race as well, unfortunately. As we go down into turn 1, this is all getting a bit close. It's Redline versus Coanda, but not in the way you'd expect. That was pretty close, as this is the number 12 car trying to get past Sim RC for 4th place.
Well, it was Sim RC that actually got the move done on the 12 there, and and utilising the lap traffic there to assist them with that move. That almost reminds me of the Belgian Grand Prix in the year 2000 it was Hakkinen and Schumacher, and Ricardo Zonta, for those of you who care, was the lap car that Hakkinen took advantage of and made the move on Michael Schumacher to get the win.
What else did he do with his life?
Well, he raced in Formula 1, which is a lot more than us, so
well, that's
I think he's got that over us.
That's true as well. But he must have won something. Like, you know, he gets remembered for being overtaken by 2 people, but he must have won something.
Well, he did spectacularly bin his BAR car at the top of Radion when Jacques Villeneuve had said to him, "Oh yeah, you can go flat through that." It was a competition between the two of them, and both of them went and put it massively into the wall.
That just seems silly, but it was the 2000s, I suppose. That kind of thing, I imagine, would happen a bit more. Anyway, maybe that's a bit of an assumption from me there. But anyway, yeah, I'll Google him later. See what comes up. Corentin Guinez is the driver in front of the VRS Coanda car here, by the way. In terms of the LMP2 pit stops, we've all recently come in pretty much. Bobby Zelensky was previously in front of Guinez, but he's now been overtaken. He's back to 5th position in the race. But from what I remember, Coanda are quite a bit further from the race lead than they were previously. And in fact, Alexander Davidson is a bit further ahead of Ivan Macedo Perez than he was previously as well. But more pressingly for Coanda, they're further away from the race lead.
Yeah, certainly they are, and this is helping. Although, as you mentioned, you know, Bobby Zelensky, he pitted 10, 11. He's on lap 11 of his stint right now. So, yeah, it's not quite coming through for them yet. By the way, Ricardo Zonta did get a 3rd place in Le Mans with
very nice
with Peugeot. So, yeah, he has that to his name.
Yeah, very nice. Along with Christian Klein, who didn't do a lot in F1, but did get a podium at Le Mans, which is very respectable indeed. There's a bit of a Coanda photo opportunity, if you like, as well, out on the banking. One of the GTPs makes its way past the LMP2 and very nearly chops across its nose. That would have been an embarrassing moment for them as they fly past the starter stand for another lap. Into turn 1 they go. Guinez gives all the room in the world for the Porsche to work its way past and through into the next section of corners. 40 seconds off the lead now for Coanda, though. I reckon that's a good 10 seconds lost in the time we've been here, Paul. You know, 80 minutes or so. That's a lot of time to lose.
It's a long race, though, still. I mean, we're not even at the halfway point of this race yet, so I wouldn't be reading too much into a little bit here. I will say that, obviously you don't want to lose time at all at any point in the race, but you're going to lose some time at some point in the race, either with lap traffic, with battling for position, things like that. So you will get those things happen. It all usually sort of pans out and evens out throughout the race in an event like this. So just be patient and see where they are in 12 hours 41 and a half minutes.
Ryan Walker's knowledge of sports car racing, by the way, is almost unrivaled. He lets us know that Ricardo Zonta apparently won the FIA GT Championship in the late 90s, so that's good. And he still races in the Brazilian stock cars as well, which is good as well. So still racing, which is nice to hear for him. But anyway, let's. How did we get there? Don't even know. But you can tell it's midnight.
How did we get there? We got there because the Sim RC making a really ballsy move into turn 1. That's how we got there.
Okay, I don't even remember. but there we are. These kind of things happen in the night. Here's Vlad Kimichev making his way out onto the circuit again. This is for Race Clutch and their number 15 Accurate. And how nice is this to see here, Paul? Vlad Kimichev finding a new team in the form of Race Clutch after Urano's sad disappearance at the end of 2023. Kimichev now at the wheel here in the Daytona 24 Hours. At least he has found a team for this race, and hopefully he's found a team he can stay with for the foreseeable. Going on to be as successful as he was at Urano, where he was a real big sort of driver for them.
I mean, it is sad what happened in terms of the breakup of Urano. I can understand why that happened as well, but those different... oh, that's a couple of seconds lost for Agustin Canapino onto pit road. Missed his pit box, had to back it up there, so that's a good 2 seconds. That's cost him there in the pit stop. But just to quickly touch back to Vlad Kimachev, you see how successful that team was last year in Urano, and that team's now been broken up. And yeah, those individual drivers, they put in some great performances, but they worked really well together as a team. It'll be interesting to see how all those different drivers are able to inject themselves into their relative teams that they're joining.
Makes you wonder what's going to happen to sort of teams that aren't even doing so well, you know, in terms of the results. Because as you mentioned, Urano were doing very decently well as Canapino makes his way back out again after 50 seconds in the box. It does make you wonder what is going to happen to that to teams that aren't doing so well in the future. But for now, Kimachev is with race clips. He's back out on the circuit again as Agustin Canapino does the same. Back out onto the circuit. As you say, that's going to cost him a couple of seconds though, and the Coanda cars already out of course. Canapino 5.5 seconds behind Josh Rogers, who didn't even overtake him that long ago.
I was about to say that, Rogers overtook him just before he headed onto pit road, so there wasn't that much of a gap. So Rogers has been on a charge as Sebastian Job now comes out of pit road for the BMW M Team Redline outfit, and Sebastian's really been getting involved from the get-go at the start of this year. Of course, last weekend got his Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain Championship defence under good start after getting a pole position and a race win last week. So he's had a good start to the year, and he'll be wanting to try and get something out of this race, with them currently down in 7th place right now.
It's a long way back for now. Here is the VRS Coanda number 92, currently in 3rd, but we are awaiting pit stops from Williams Esports Fanatec and Drago Racing GTP, and they are going to be in very, very soon as well. Although Coanda have been out there for a good half stint now, so there's a pretty steady stream of pit stops happening, and that's exactly what you expect to see. There are the stint lengths on the left-hand side. I mean, it does sort of open, and this is too early in the race to work out, of course, but it does sort of open up the idea that it's possible that while Coanda do cycle back to the front of the order when everyone's made a stop, will everybody need to stop as many times as Coanda? Will the likes of Williams and Drago go to the end here, at that late stage in the race? What is this race going to look like in 11 hours time when we've got 90 minutes remaining, and Coanda are suddenly, are they going to look as strong of a position as they're looking right now? These things are all to be worked out from now, and of course can all change as well over the course of the night.
And that's the beauty of endurance racing, of course. It's that intrigue, it's that fight, it's that competition. Producer Arjuna Kankapati, of course, has given us a little bit of background as well as got the cars in pit road getting their service. Of course, pointing out that the Porsche, the Porsche 963, the balance performance adjustments, it's kind of forcing them to go this way with this strategy, and certainly it is appearing that way. So yeah, out the pits goes that Williams Esports Fanatec car that did lead for just a couple of laps. Jaden Munoz has jumped into that car after relieving his teammate of... in fact, no, he was in the car when he was Oh no, it wasn't. It was Matt Farrow who jumped out of the car, Jordan Munoz in. I'm getting used to a different timing sheet that I'm used to than normal.
All right, okay. I can see how that would be a problem because I wouldn't want to change either. But there we are. Red line are suddenly only 1.3 seconds apart now. They've been into the pit lane, and it's a driver change as well. Josh Thompson is out. Florian Lebiger is in to the number 2 car. And that, by the way, the number 2 car is the one with 4 drivers available to them. The other one has just 3, the one with Max Verstappen in, who'll be doing, you would imagine, around 8 hours of driving over the course of the day. But they are only a second apart, and now surely they'll be able to get back connected again, get drafting again. And I think partly that's down to the fact that Verstappen had a, 2.3 seconds shorter pit stop in that last cycle, and so he's just caught up a little bit, and maybe that was the best way to do it, really. Just short fill the force slightly so that he can get back together again and then start gaining this time again by bump drafting, as I'm sure they'll start to do soon.
I do actually see that the Team Red Line number 4 does have a 4th person available in case they need it. Mark Elkerman is there, but I think it's just more of an observational rule for them. But it's always worth just having those there. But yeah, definitely just the 3 for them planned. Verstappen, Vecchio and Stroll Bratton as well for the number 4. So definitely intriguing to see how they do pan out and sort that stint out. To be honest, you're quite right. 8 hours each. Bobsy Monkhouse, away you're done, you're sorted. It's an easy strategy to work out. It's all, with a strategy choice, it's all about when do you have your brakes for your drivers? When do you plan those brakes? Because of course you don't want to be having your drivers in behind the wheel for too long, do you?
No. And that's what, I personally wouldn't want to do a 24-hour race with just 3 drivers, because that's a lot of driving to go all in at once. And but these guys are more than good enough, and it is becoming the norm in real life, isn't it, to do 24-hour with 3, especially at Le Mans, where almost every team does these days, a 24-hour race with 3 drivers. I guess they are professionals, so it's a bit more expected, but some of these guys are. So anyway, they bump draft again over the line into turn 1. Get a big dive here from one of the LMP2s, which really sends itself down the inside and sends the red line cars side by side, but Verstappen just lifts off, and a flash of the lights from the LMP2. Was that a flash of the lights as if to say sorry, or why didn't you get out my way? Because I thought the Apex car was the one making the dive there. Surely they can't have been aggrieved at red line.
I don't know. It's certainly it's certainly what you see in these sorts of races where people will just give a flash of the lights, a terse flash of the headlights, and see how they go on. Now I do know that there is my old commentary colleague from the Porsche Tag RaceSpot Super Cup, by the way, from a couple of years ago, Sedekist. He's actually part of a 2-man team in LMP2 in the 3rd split of this race. So yeah, he's doing it tough as well. I know there have been people do these sorts of events as a solo entry, which, well, it's a case of it's nice to see, but you will be automatically disqualified at the end of it. But some people do it for charity, do those solo efforts, which is fair play, good luck to you. But you won't catch me doing that anytime soon.
No, certainly not. It's a real mammoth task. To be fair, Arjuna's going to laugh at me here if he's listening. Well, of course he's listening. I don't think I've even stayed awake for 24 hours in a row before. Maybe I have, but I don't think I have at some point. The closest I probably would have got is waiting for my flight from ESL once, when that was quite close. But no, I was just saying I should have done it as a student at some point. Well, I don't work that hard, so I just go to sleep.
Well, I can tell you right now that I mean, I've done a few 24-hour streams on my Twitch channel, and basically they are a slog to start with. But then the longest that I think I've had was when I was flying back from Melbourne from the 2014 Grand Prix, and I was an evening flight, so it was about 6:30 in the evening takeoff. I'd woken up at about 8 AM. I don't sleep on planes. I really do not sleep
I struggle.
on planes at all. And so it was a 27.5-hour flight, including 2 hours at Dubai International, which is just enough time for you to get through security and then head to your gate because they're wanting you back on the plane. And then got back to the UK, got the train back up north to Yorkshire, got home, and I lasted until about 2 PM. About 2:30 that evening, and it was basically a case of I just crashed, and I slept for a good 17 hours after that. It was, I think all told, about sort of 46, 47 hours. It's not fun.
No, thank you. No, thank you. That's too long. No, I really don't remember a time staying up even 24 hours before. I just
You've
can't
not lived.
really do it. I've not lived. Well, also, I don't. I'm presuming. How much caffeine did you have on that?
None.
None. Okay.
I don't drink coffee. Don't drink hot drinks. And at
Neither do I.
that time, I didn't actually even drink energy drinks. As I've got older, I've taken to the energy drinks, sugar-free energy drinks. I don't do the sugary ones.
See, it's. I'm holding off as much as I can into my older years before I'd even consume caffeine in any form.
How
to be
old
honest.
are you again?
Just 21, but I'm holding off.
Okay.
So, you see why I'm holding off on caffeine? Because my theory is now, I know a lot of other people like my age have lots of coffee and stuff, and I think, what are you going to be like when you're like 50? And you have to wake up still at 7 AM or whatever you're doing for work or whatever it is you're doing in your life when you're 50, and I don't know.
Trust me, Ewan,
it doesn't make sense.
I can tell you now from experience, you have no problem waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning as you get older. I can tell you that right now, because by about that time you then sort of a case of need to go to the bathroom, and so you usually end up waking up before your alarm's gone off, and I'm getting that at 39 years old, so imagine what you'd be like at 50. So there you go. As you get older, you will find you wake up earlier and earlier in the day.
I won't mind that. I quite like that, to be honest. Although it's not great for this job, is it? I suppose a lot of our work is done later on in the evenings.
I will say that I watch an excellent YouTube channel called Jetlag the Game, which I thoroughly recommend to anyone. And one of them, I think it was either Ben or Adam, said, because they started at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and basically they said, do you know what? It's amazing how many things you can do in 3 hours a day, and it's only 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to earlier wake ups, and to be honest, I already have some, but it depends what you're doing in your day, doesn't it? Really, sometimes you can't really afford to. Like today, for example, since I'm commentating until 20 to 7 AM, I can't afford to have an early start, really. Otherwise, I will pass away in the evening. Hopefully, I'll be alive and alert until later, when you're hopefully still watching on RaceSpotTV, but who knows? I understand everyone needs to go to bed at some point. Anyway, we've got way off track. I don't even know how we got there. Let's have a little look at LMP2, because we're just shy of halfway now, and the WSR Esports Butt Kicker car is leading the way still. 13.5 seconds ahead of Kelsey team. And I've got to say, Paul, the noticeable thing about this change in LMP2, there's not been very many positional changes, but the thing that has changed is the fact that the gap from the top two versus the rest has gotten a bit bigger. The top two seem to be edging away from the rest of the field. For whatever reason it is, since we got here, in the last 90 minutes or so, they just seem to be edging away from the rest.
Yeah, that WSR esports butt kicker team doing a sterling job. Alex Davidson behind the wheel. I've raced against Alex. He's a fierce competitor, I can tell you that. He's also quick as well, and he's showing that right now behind the wheel. Last lap there was a 35-0. I think a little bit of traffic got involved in that one. But yeah, you're absolutely right that these front two have just been able to step up that pace that little bit and just be able to push on and just get a little bit out from the rest of the competitors in this LMP2 category. Mag Performance, I mean, they're having a good show of it here today when you consider some of the teams that they're currently ahead of. You know, SimRC, VRS Quandra Esports, Apex Racing Team. Yeah, those are some names, right? That Team PGZ, those are some names that they're ahead of right there, and they're looking good for it as well. It's not by luck.
No, absolutely. There is Apex Racing Team in 6th. 7 seconds ahead of Team PGZ, then it's WSR Esports Butt Kicker. Those are the ones on the lead lap, and we've still got a good amount of cars in contention here. I mean, even down to Simify, only 2 laps down at the moment, and then you've got a few others, a few further laps back, like the Race Clutch cars. Excuse me, not Race Clutch. The other PGZ car of Alvar Gomez, which is quite a few laps back at this stage, and then you're getting into the retirements, which I said I would go through earlier, didn't I? But I'll save that to the other side of the halfway mark, because we've been talking about other stuff for the last few moments. Still around 23 minutes away from halfway. And by the way, if you are watching us on YouTube, you are going to have to switch over stream when we get there. So just be aware of that. It should switch you over normally, but just in case it doesn't, don't be confused. We're not ending the stream or anything. We'll be going through the night here in Europe. And make sure you are aware of that. If you're on Twitch, then you don't have to do anything. So just sit back and enjoy the evening. Hope you'll keep us with you over the course of the evening, and hope you'll enjoy the coverage. We very much settled in here, Paul, to the rhythm of the night, I would say. We're a long, long way from sunrise. There's going to be some very tired minds pretty soon, because we're almost halfway, but still an awfully long way to go.
I'm just trying to remember. It was Corona, that was it. You've just mentioned the title of a Corona song, Rhythm of the Night. There you go.
Such a cliche, isn't it?
It's a banging tune. It is, absolutely. You want to get that on. It is a fantastic song. But these drivers, these teams, they're in that routine, they're in that rhythm, and it's only when they come up to something where they've had a little bit of a rub, a little bit of a knock, something like that, where it's maybe put people out of their stride. But right now, you're just in a zone at this point, and Mitchell de Jong getting even more laps led under his belt right now at the front of the field, and the crucial thing is it's 15.5 seconds over his teammate, who's in second place right now. But Agustin Canapino, 24 seconds back, 25 seconds back.
Extending.
It's extending, you're absolutely right. And the problem for that Williams Esports team is that they can't have it extend to the point of where VRS Quandra Esports have that sniff of a victory and get that pit stop difference over them.
Yeah, because the general consensus, for those who are wondering at home, the general consensus is that Coanda are realistically behind in the race because of the pit stop situation. So whatever they're doing when they come out of the pit lane, that's the gap that they have to gain. That's the feeling at the moment, because Williams are going so much longer into the stints now. We're starting to see the sort of time gap that they have to bring back. And it's not a small amount of time, but that once again, Canapino is losing more and more time to the leader. It's now 23 seconds. And, you know, not so long ago, they were leading the race by a similar amount of margin. So it is changing. Is it in favour of Coanda? Is it in favour of Williams? It is hard to tell for the moment, but it does seem to be between those two teams. And one thing that's been very interesting actually here, Paul, is the fact that Agustin Canapino is being caught by his sister teammate, Jaden Munoz, in the number 5 car. That's what's very interesting to me. That car only 2 seconds behind now. And, well, we were saying Williams maybe not got this car set up for the night, but is Canapino just beginning to struggle? Is that what's going on here? It really is a difficult race to read at the moment.
De Jong's onto pit road, by the way, for his latest pit stop. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad thing that Munoz is catching up to the back of his teammate, because we saw how the two Coanda cars about 4 hours ago, the number 8 car was deliberately backing off of the race leader to bring his car up to his teammate that was in 3rd place. And they worked together then at that point to use the draft, use the slipstream to try and get that work together so that they could then push on together, be quicker as a partnership rather than trying to forge their own path. So not necessarily a bad thing to have two teammates together.
No, not at all. As is that Simi-Fi's Ferrari that they're just inside of there, and they back out onto the circuit again now. The problem that De Jong's also going to have is the cars he'll come up against during these phases of the race, because he's going to come out behind quite a lot of them, and eventually he'll have to overtake some of them as well if he wants to get ahead in the race. So this is sort of the important gap, if you want to put it that way, because of the way the pit stops have worked and so on. So they're out in 7th. They're already ahead of BS Plus competition, 13.5 seconds behind the only red line car which is up there now. And for whatever reason, the red line cars are very separated compared to when we got here as well, Paul. But anyway, De Jong is now 45 seconds behind the Williams cars. So if we're believing what we've been led to believe here, they're realistically 3/4 of a minute off the race win, and they've got 12 hours to close that amount of time.
I just want to run something past you. How many laps is the LMP2s normally getting out of a stint?
Laps. I would say about 25, yeah, mid-20s.
World Sim Racing Esports have just pitted after 12 laps.
Oh.
Oh no, sorry. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. 24 laps.
I thought,
right on
yeah,
cue.
okay.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong column. I was looking at the amount of pit stops at the time. No, it was 24 laps. So I was just worried there for a second. Alex Davidson has jumped out of the car. Lucas Prada back into that car.
Yeah.
So Davidson wasn't actually in. He was in a few stints.
It was a little while, but not ages. Maybe it's better that way. Keep everyone rotating and keep everyone fresh. But there's different philosophies to it, of course. What you generally see in LMP2 is everyone coming in together. So, to be fair, you don't even need to know how many laps they're doing. Just think, if one person comes in on their own, then it is a bit of a concern inside the top 5. But thankfully, everyone's been in now inside the top 5. And WSR Esports don't even generally lose their lead, actually, in the cycle. What we will see, though, is VRS Coanda. Will they get ahead of Sim RC again? I think they will. Xander Reed is right behind the GTP Coanda car, and oh no, doesn't get ahead. Sim RC stay ahead with Marvin Strell, the new driver at the wheel. There he is in 5th position, so the gap's smaller between Sim RC and Coanda. However, Coanda weren't able to get back through again. There goes their GTP on the inside of the West Horseshoe, and they will be right together now with Mag Performance LMP now in 4th place, but it's Apex Racing Team who are disrupting this at the moment. They're yet to pit, and that's how they've ended up in 3rd.
Sure. Over the years, there's been some stalwart teams who've been around basically forever in terms of special events, especially Virasquender Esports, Team Redline, Apex Racing Team. And another one of those is SimRC. When I started commentating, they were always sort of in there in these special events, and well, they're still there right now, competing in the top split events and really giving a good show of themselves. And I always like seeing that SimRC livery. The black and yellow really does suit a race car, in my opinion. Definitely on these LMP2s as well.
Yeah, it's an iconic livery that hasn't changed very much down the years. Kept a recognisable identity, rather like the Coanda livery, to be fair. It's obviously changed a bit down the years, but it's still recognisably Coanda. As we look from up above at the Daytona International Speedway, under the lights, 12 hours and a quarter remaining of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and its 10th edition here in Florida. Look over the water with the iconic, is that a lake, a pond? Call it what you will. 19 degrees out on the circuit. We're just past 1:30 in the morning. And so when are we expecting sunrise? About 5 or 6 hours away, I suppose?
I'm sorry, but it's a bit big for a pond. I don't think ground force fits in that one in your neighbour's garden.
Put some frogs in there.
Yes, absolutely, Lloyd, but certainly Pete Berryman is in pit road right now. Here's a question for you. When would that have ever have been a pond?
I don't know. It just seemed a bit small for a lake, that's all. I don't really know. Is there a middle ground between a pond and a lake? I'm not entirely sure.
Well, that definitely is a lake. I can assure you of that right now. Pete Berryman, again, another person who had a good day. A couple last week, of course, in the Porsche Sports Carrera Cup Great Britain. He got a race win in that series. Josh Rogers has just come onto pit road for his latest pit stop. So Virasquender Esports now getting their pit cycle done here, that is for sure. And I take great offence, by the way, to Arjuna claiming that Ewan is a Northerner. How dare you?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, he's done it. Well, I'll tell you what he's done. He's been very smart. Is that he knows most of the people who would be annoyed by that are asleep. So he's seen his moment and he seized it. So there we are. He's also called us both Mancunians, which is even worse. But anyway, that's. I know I live there, but it's not quite the same. Just me. Okay. Well, that's not even true either. But anyway, that's. Well, as I say, most of the people who would be bothered about that are asleep, as we've got someone across the bus stop, chicane grass, and it's the Stormforce ART car, third in GTD, rather forced away by one of the GTPs.
Yeah, that was a you will go that way. I'm not giving you the choice in that matter. Is what happened there to the Stormforce team. I'd love to see that. So you can see the two at the ART car behind, and that's a heck of a dive. My goodness, that was from downtown, was that one? Gee whiz, that was quite something. Who was that?
I think it was the Williams cars, wasn't it? Yeah, it's Canapino.
Yeah.
And it's a big dive, but wow, that could have been a lot worse for Stormforce ART. And I think they saw the sense in that and thinking, there's no point in me trying to argue this case. I know that realistically I'm in the right because they shouldn't be coming from that far back. But realistically, what am I going to win by staying in the right? I'm only going to end up in the wall. So did the right thing by just cutting the corner.
Yeah, it's basically a case of you look up, you weigh up the situation, and you just go, nope. But of course, they did fit tyre walls to that part of the track, so that meant that they all, because we used to take to that escape road if somebody did a big dive on you, and that just means that you have to go across the grass. But fortunately here now, with the changes that iRacing did make a few months ago, it's not like ice driving on the grass anymore. You can actually have a little bit of grip out there.
There's the look at the first placed GTP and GTD cars. They are about to lap one another here. Well, the GTP's about to lap the GTD, I should say, with Agustin Canapino still leading the way. Jaden Munoz in second position. So Williams Esports 1-2, but that doesn't tell the whole story at all. We're about 10 laps away from a pit stop for Williams Esports, but based on what we've been told, this is how the race may look, albeit with slightly condensed gaps in around 10 or so hours time, as Coanda really begin to try and chase the Williams car. It's a classic Porsche versus Acura battle this year at the Daytona 24 hours, after it was BMW triumphant 1 year ago, partly because they were the only car, well, solely because they were the only car in the field to choose. So we've got a manufacturer battle this time. There were the Acuras, this is the Porsche chasing at the moment. We're going to have a real nail-biting finish, I feel. It's going to be one of those races that keeps you engaged right to the end.
Yeah, certainly it's going to be an intriguing one. You will not want to go away, and you will not want to step away from this one, because this promises to be an exciting finish to this. Unfortunately for myself, I've only got about 8.5 minutes before I step aside and let Joey Tebben take my seat, but well, it's become token that you have a northerner on commentary for a endurance event, and I will take that mantle very proudly.
Yeah, even if everyone else is trying to convince me that I am, that's not entirely the case, or at all actually, but there we are. I just live above London, which seems to be the definition.
According to most Londoners, that is the north.
Exactly. Oh,
anything
dear.
North of Watford is the north.
Oh, Joey Tebben makes it worse. He says that's north to me as well. Well, Joey's only been to London, I think, so... that maybe, well, he did spend a bit longer then, so I'd hope he went more north than London. Maybe we'll chat to him about his adventures in England. But anyway, that's for the night. You can tell it's midnight, can't you? It's 1:30 midnight here in the UK, 1:30 over in Europe, and we're very much in the mid-race phase of commentary, and the race as well.
Basically, for anyone who's not from the UK and you want to travel to the UK for vacation, for holiday, whatever it is, piece of advice for you: yes, do spend a little bit of time in London, because that's where all the theatres are, and that's where all the museums are, and all of that. But then travel somewhere else in the UK, because it's wonderful as this country. We've got some lovely lovely countryside, fantastic stunning views, architecture, art. Brilliant country is this, and no, I'm not being paid by the UK Tourism Board.
Or the Yorkshire Tourism Board, which it more sounds like.
By the way, visit Yorkshire. Go to Three Peaks. It's beautiful up there. It's my favourite part of Yorkshire, is up at the Yorkshire Three Peaks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's you don't get countryside like that down in the south, so come up north instead. People tend to go to Wales for that kind of thing. No, we can't promise you good weather.
No, we can never promise good weather. Never.
No, sorry. I don't know about you, but this is the first day in about 3 where I've seen temperatures in the positives. So I'm quite warm today at 5 degrees Celsius.
It's not even coat weather when it's minus. It's you might put a jumper on, maybe, perhaps.
It was certainly big coat weather yesterday, or the day before.
No, not even that.
It was for me. I get cold very easily, you see. No, I'm not. And also, I'm very thin, so that's not helpful, temperature-wise. But anyway, we're so off topic. The race leaders are nose to tail again, Agustin Canapino and Jaden Munoz, and they're not even that close to pit stops, really. And I do wonder how these two are going to work together from here. There's going to be some diving down the inside here into turn number 1. On board with Munoz. Oh, he slides it in, but controls the car beautifully for Williams Esports Fanatec. Trailing his teammates now, of course. Now, are these two just going to follow one another, or are they going to let Munoz through? Is Munoz going to fight his way through? Because he does seem slightly quicker at this stage.
As I say, you want these two to be working together now. We've seen how the teammates working together has panned out for Redline in GTD. We saw how the two teammates working together for the VRS Quanda Esports team worked as well. So yeah, definitely you want to be working together at a time like this, on a track like this especially.
Yeah, you certainly do. We're getting to the end of a couple of hours here, Paul. Thanks very much for being alongside me for the last couple of hours. Just your final thoughts on the last couple of hours here. It's been very sort of, we've been breezing through some of it, let's say, by talking about other things, but it's it's not been bad for this stage in the race, bringing it to halfway.
Oh, it's been a fantastic race so far. I mean, we've been traditionally doing sort of predictions and things like that at this point with the change of commentary. I'll be honest with you, I can't really make any predictions right now. It is incredibly interesting to see how this all pans out. I think the only prediction I can see in terms of LMP2 is, as long as they keep their nose clean, WSR Esports are in a very good position to get possibly a race win.
Thanks very much to Paul Smith for being alongside myself, Ewan O'Leary, for the last couple of hours and joining me now to take you to 10 hours to go. Well, he'll be here for a bit longer than that, but with me for the next couple of hours. It's Joey Tebbin who will bring all of his puns and everything else to the RaceSpotTV broadcast. Welcome in, Joey. Good to have you with us just on the halfway stage of this race. We're very much settled into the night now, but we've still got a very, very close race. In fact, all three classes are pretty unpredictable in terms of what we might see for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, I really like that, because it's no longer the Daytona 24 at the end of the hour mark. It's going to be the Daytona 12, and it's going to basically look like it did at the start of the race. There's 0.3 of a second separating the two Williams Esports team cars in GTP. There's 0.3 of a second separating the two Redline cars in GTD. LMP2, that's always a mixed bag as well. Like Paul said, it is impossible to predict what's going to happen in the next 12 hours. I can predict, though, that in the next 4 hours, I'm going to convince Ewan that all my puns are going to be pretty good.
They certainly are. They're going to get us through the night, which we're looking forward to. Yeah, we're approaching the halfway mark now. Just a reminder to those of you watching on YouTube, on the RaceSpotTV channels and so on, that you will have to switch over to part 3, which will be starting very soon. But this one should end naturally, and it should kick you over to the next one. But in case it doesn't, just look out for it. Look out for part 3. And make sure you come join us for the next 6 hours of the race as we take you through to sunrise here in the next part of our broadcast here on RaceSpotTV. What do you make of this, though, Joey? Williams Esports 1 and 2 at the moment, with VRS Coanda sort of bearing down on them, making an extra stop throughout today's race. It's an interesting situation where people are somewhat sure about their own strategies, a little bit less sure about other people's, and even less sure about what's going to happen to them in the next 12 hours that may well offset their strategies even further. It's a very difficult race to read.
Yeah, when you're operating at such a high level as teams like Williams Esports and Coanda are, they have a strategy planned out. I'm sure they have a sheet of some sort, whether it's on Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel or other spreadsheet softwares are available. They have the strategy planned at the end of the race, but do the drivers have that strategy in their mind, or are they just going out on track and driving every single lap? I have a feeling it's more of the latter, at least from Canapino and Munoz's perspectives, for example, here. They're just riding in line right now. They're working together. Second car in line, Munoz, maybe saving a little bit of fuel in straight line, and they're going to start thinking about, I think, fighting each other for the race win in a couple hours' time. For now, it's a little bit of a holding pattern for them and for the two Coanda entries in GTP as well.
I mean, in this situation, I don't know how long you've been watching for, but even if you've been watching for the last half an hour or so, you will have grasped why I asked this. Would you put, if you're on the Williams Esports, race control desk and you're spotter for one of these two, would you put Munoz ahead of Canapino